Chapter 1061. The three middle-aged men were sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Barf! Barf! Subsequently, the three of them were injured by Duan Lingtian's energy. Their faces turned red as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After they caught their breath, they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Apart from anger, there was also fear and dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds at all. This purple-clad young man who looked like he was only in his 20s actually possessed such terrifying strength. It only took a blink of an eye to send them flying and injure them. They did not even have time to react. They did not even have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in the air, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. They knew. This young man's strength was far beyond theirs. I'll give all of you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll die. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His voice was as cold as ice. The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed drastically at once. They turned around and fled in panic. In just a blink of an eye, they landed in the buildings in front of them. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan's residence. It was obvious they were here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Whoosh! After the 3 of them left, Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill the 3 middle-aged men. It was the aftereffect of the Devil Seal tablet. He had forcefully suppressed it at the critical moment. At this moment, the people who saw the scene earlier no longer dared to get close to Duan Lingtian, let alone look at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin. Xiong Quan, let's go over as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan. He brought the ice coffin with him and walked all the way to the buildings in front of them. They followed the crowd and entered the west side of the buildings before they landed in a vast field. The vast field was divided into 2 areas. One of the areas was close to a row of magnificent palace buildings. The other area was a field near the outer area. There were many people standing there. Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian and those who fell from the sky, were standing near the outer area of the field. Duan Lingtian saw it. In the area close to the palace building, tables were placed there, connected together. In addition, the same medicinal herbs were placed on every table. The alchemist competition should be held here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. There, 3 middle-aged men were looking at him. Seeing him looking over, the 3 middle-aged men shifted their gazes away. However, the moment he looked over, he saw the anger and hatred in their eyes. The 3 middle-aged men were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. They were the 3 people he had injured outside. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the 3 before retracting his gaze. 3 martial artists at the 1st and 2nd level of the void transformation stage were of no threat to him. In the distance, after the 3 middle-aged men retracted their gazes from Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and saw fear and dread in each other's eyes. He's also here to participate in the alchemist competition? One of them spoke slowly, and his slightly suppressed voice seemed to carry a slight trace of anger within it. Should be. Another man nodded. Then, he's human? Not a demon? The last man frowned. Initially, after witnessing the purple-clad young man's strength, he thought he was a demon. This was because he was too young. A young man who looked like he was only in his 20s had a strength that far surpassed them. His cultivation base was suspected to be at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above. Even the most outstanding young powerhouses in their northern mountain lands, O clan and Lu clan, who focused on martial Dao cultivation, did not have such terrifying innate talent. More than half of the people in the O clan and Lu clan focused on the weapons refinement Dao and the medicine refinement Dao. The remaining people could not become weapons refinement masters or alchemists due to their limited innate talent. They could only focus on martial Dao to raise their cultivation base and protect their respective clans. The O clan and Lu clan were weapons refinement clan and alchemist clan respectively. They had a heritage of 10,000 years. The cultivation resources they had accumulated were almost comparable to a first-rate force. Therefore, the disciples from the O clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation would not be weak under the nurturing of such a huge amount of cultivation resources. If he's really here to participate in the alchemist competition, then he should be a human. It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist. This is the iron law on Cloud Continent. The three middle-aged men looked at each other again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such a young man who possessed a cultivation base that far surpassed theirs had already shocked them. Now, they found out the young man was most likely an alchemist who came to participate in the alchemist competition just like them. For a moment, they could not help but feel shocked. Their emotions surged and could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he's here to accompany the middle-aged man next to him. The three of them could not believe Duan Lingtian was here to participate in the alchemist competition no matter what. Soon after, one of them speculated, "That's possible." The other two nodded as well. They hoped it was true as well. After all, their previous guesses were simply too inconceivable in their eyes. They all felt that it was practically impossible for such a thing to happen. Yao Liang, didn't you say one of the referees for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan is your uncle? Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man in green clothes, and his eyes lit up. Why don't you inform your uncle and ask him to directly eliminate the alchemist that's with that fellow? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind the purple-clad young man in the distance. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The person he had his eyes on was, naturally, Xiong Quan, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he only thought Duan Lingtian was here to accompany Xiong Quan to participate in the alchemist competition. He thought Xiong Quan was the alchemist. That's right, Yao Liang. As long as your uncle says the word, they'll immediately scram. The other middle-aged man looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with anticipation. Don't worry. When my uncle comes out later, I'll tell him, if that guy dares to hurt me, I'll make sure the person accompanying him won't even be qualified to participate in the preliminary round of the alchemist competition. The green-clad middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said confidently. Then the three of them laughed proudly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the conspiracy of the three of them. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. I wonder if the Northern Mountains Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was curious about this. Then, he saw a middle-aged man nearby from the corner of his eyes. He immediately looked at him with a smile. Brother, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead. The middle-aged man had long noticed Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. It was difficult for him not to notice it. I've just arrived at the Northern Mountain Land not too long ago. All I know is that the Lu clan is one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. I also know that there were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked directly, I wonder if the Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation? No. The middle-aged man thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him something, but he did not expect it to be such a simple question. He immediately shook his head and said, There's no grade 1 alchemist in this generation in the Lu clan. Even the last grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan has to be traced back to 900 years ago. I see. Duan Lingtian came to a realization and smiled at the middle-aged man. Thank you for your guidance, brother. You're welcome, brother. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. His eyes then landed on the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. He asked curiously, Brother, I wonder if the lady in the ice coffin is... She's my woman? Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian had already looked at Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, and said gently. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was staring at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, did not notice that Feng Tianwu's right hand moved slightly as soon as he finished his sentence. Her movement was very light, and she regained her composure in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Duan Lingtian, even the others, including Xiong Quan, did not notice this. Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, seemed to have heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother, you're so lucky. At this moment, the The middle-aged man also clearly saw Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance lying in the ice coffin, and he spoke with an envious expression. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. I'm Huang Chun. How should I address you, brother? The middle-aged man asked. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Good name. Huang Chun was not stingy with his compliments. He then looked at Xiong Quan and asked, How should I address you? I'm Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan nodded at Huang Chun. Brother Ling Tian and brother Xiong Quan are also here to participate in the alchemist competition? Huang Chun asked again. I'm not an alchemist. Xiong Quan shook his head. In that case, brother Xiong Quan is here to accompany brother Ling Tian to participate in the alchemist competition. Brother Ling Tian is really young and promising. He's already a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age. I'm sure his future is limitless. Huang Chun praised, Brother Ling Tian, with your talent of becoming a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age, it's almost certain that you'll become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan this time. A grade 6 alchemist was the minimum requirement to participate in the alchemist competition. Therefore, Huang Chun guessed Duan Lingtian must be a grade 6 alchemist. He did not dare to think about whether he was a higher grade alchemist. The fact that Duan Lingtian could become a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age already shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1062. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Huang Chun's words. Was it certain that he would become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? He did not come here to become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He came to the Northern Mountains Lu clan to make him an interim advisor and revered elder. It was not hard to imagine. As long as he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, even the Northern Mountains Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would have to be respectful to him. However, I can still participate in the alchemist competition. When the competition starts, I'll reveal my grade 1 pill fire. It'll be interesting then. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face seemed to represent confidence in Huang Chun's eyes. He was confident that he would be able to rank in the top 30 in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. If Huang Chun knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, he would most likely faint from shock. The alchemist competition had yet to begin. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stood in place and waited patiently. As time went by, the number of people who came decreased. In the end, they did not see anyone for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 soft sounds of wind blew in the air, startling everyone, including Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others looked in the direction of the sound of wind, they saw 2 old figures. They were 2 old men. One was dressed in green while the other was dressed in gray. The green-clad old man had a sturdy body and a determined face. He had a dignified look on his face, and he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. The gray-clad old man had a skinny body and a bony face. He had a gloomy expression on his face, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Whoosh! 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 Following the appearance of the 2 old men, another 5 figures appeared behind them, following them like shadows. Among these people there were old and middle-aged people. They stood behind the 2 old men expressionlessly. Their eyes were fixed in front of them, and they did not move at all. The Lu clan has come out. Someone shouted in a low voice, causing everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to come back to their senses and re-examine the 7 people in front of them. The 2 people in the lead are both at the 8th level of the void transformation stage. As for the other 5 people, the weakest is at the 4th level of the void transformation stage, while the strongest is at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's mental power extended out and immediately detected the cultivation of the 7 people. In a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the cultivation base of these 7 people could not be considered strong. However, Duan Lingtian knew that their cultivation did not need to be very strong. For them to appear right before the alchemist competition is about to begin, these 7 people must be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan, who's hosting the alchemist competition. The people hosting the alchemist competition are undoubtedly all alchemists. Furthermore, their grades shouldn't be low. As a high-grade alchemist, being able to have this level of cultivation is already considered pretty good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through the 7 members of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Welcome to the Lu clan for participating in the alchemist competition. First of all, I'd like to represent the Lu clan to thank all of you for your enthusiasm. Secondly, the Lu clan will only recruit the top 30 people in the alchemist competition this time. If any of you are unfortunate enough to be eliminated, please don't be discouraged. The Lu clan will hold another alchemist competition 3 years later. The green-clad old man spoke in a loud voice that entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. I'm Lu So, an elder of the Lu clan. This person next to me is also an elder of the Lu clan. I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. He's Elder Lu Zhao. The green-clad old man continued. As he introduced himself, he also introduced the gray-clad old man next to him to the crowd. Elder Lu Zhao? Don't tell me he's the Lu clan's elder who can refine grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity? It should be him. I heard that one of the judges for today's alchemist competition is Elder Lu Zhao. Although Elder Lu Zhao is only a grade 3 alchemist, he can be considered as one of the top grade 3 alchemists because he's able to refine grade 3 medicinal pills with a purity of 70% and above. Many people whispered among themselves as they discussed the gray-clad old man who was also the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao. Elder Lu So is also a grade 3 alchemist in the Lu clan. He has also refined grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity. Although he's not as good as Elder Lu Zhao, he's not too far off. That's right, Elder Lu So is also very powerful. If I can get his guidance, my progress in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I heard that Elder Lu So is very kind and doesn't put on airs. This is something that Elder Lu So can't compare to. Many people began to whisper among themselves again. At the same time, Lu Zhao's face turned slightly gloomy. However, he did not flare up in the end. As for Lu So, one could not tell if he was happy or angry on the surface. However, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. No matter who it was, everyone liked to be praised instead of being insulted. Today, Lu So and I will be the chief judges for this alchemist competition. The 5 people behind us are all outstanding alchemists in our Lu clan. They'll be the judges and be responsible for inspecting your results in refining pills. Lu So continued to speak to the crowd. Duan Lingtian only heard half of Lu So's words before he stopped listening. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to listen. It was just that his attention was attracted by someone else. His gaze was originally on Lu So and the other 6 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was easy for him to see who was acting strangely. At this moment, he was attracted by Lu Zhao. He noticed that Lu Zhao was looking at a green-clad middle-aged man and nodding from time to time. It was as though he was communicating with the green-clad middle-aged man. In the end, a fierce gleam flashed in the depth of Lu Zhao's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Initially, Duan Lingtian felt that the green-clad middle-aged man's back was slightly familiar, but he did not think too much about it. However, at this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at him. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of the green-clad middle-aged man's eyes. There was also a smile on his face as though he had succeeded in his scheme. So it's him. Now that Duan Lingtian saw the green-clad middle-aged man's face, he finally recognized him. No wonder I felt that he was slightly familiar. The green-clad middle-aged man was none other than one of the 3 middle-aged men. He had taught a lesson outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Looks like he knows Lu Zhao. Not only do they know each other, but they seem to be very close as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. There was no need for him to guess what the green-clad middle-aged man and Lu Zhao were talking about. They were most likely discussing how to make things difficult for him. However, he did not care. If he was only a grade 6 alchemist, he might have fallen into their trap. However, the problem was that he was not a grade 6 alchemist. Everyone, be quiet. Soon after, Lu Shou's voice continued to sound. It suppressed the noise in the scene and caused the scene to fall silent. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes on Lu Shou. The alchemist competition is divided into 3 rounds. The preliminary round, the semifinals, and the final round. Before the preliminary round, all of you will need to draw lots and get your lots. Then, we'll proceed with the preliminary round according to the order. Lu Shou said when he saw everyone looking at him. It's about to begin. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The preliminary round was the beginning of the alchemist competition. Only by advancing in the preliminary round would one be able to enter the semifinals. After the semifinals, it would be the final round. Only the most outstanding 30 people would enter the final round. Those who entered the final round would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people. Those who were ranked at the top would be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, they would become the target of the Lu clan's nurturing. Apart from the rewards, the top 3 people in the final round would also become the personal medicine boy of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist and receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist. My goal is to be in the top 3 in the final round. As long as I can receive pointers from a grade 2 alchemist, I'll definitely be able to become a grade 4 alchemist in a short time. Those who are qualified to participate in the alchemist competition don't just want to become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. Everyone hopes to be able to receive pointers from a high-grade alchemist in the Lu clan. Many people discussed among themselves. Their eyes were burning with desire. Many of them were grade 5 alchemists. Their biggest goal was to become the personal medicine boy of the Northern Mountains Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. A personal medicine boy could follow the grade 2 alchemist and assist him. As long as he served the grade 2 alchemist well, he would be able to receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist at any time. Let them draw the lots. Lu Shou looked at a middle-aged man behind him and said nonchalantly, "Yes." After the middle-aged man responded respectfully, he prepared to fly out and take out the items needed to draw lots, so that Duan Lingtian and the others who came to participate in the alchemist competition could draw lots. Wait. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing the middle-aged man to stop in his tracks. He did not have time to fly out. Elder Lu Zhao. The middle-aged man looked at the old man standing next to Lu Shou. He did not dare to act recklessly. "Lu Zhao, do you have anything else to say?" Lu Shou asked as he looked at Lu Zhao with a raised brow. Lu Zhao nodded faintly before he took a step forward. He glanced at the surroundings before he said with confidence, "Today is the day our Northern Mountains Lu clan is holding the alchemist competition to recruit outstanding disciples with different surnames. I personally welcome all of you here. However, when the Lu clan recruits foreign disciples, other than looking at their talent in the medicine refinement Dao, we also look at their character. As far as I know, some of you are ruthless and easily hurt others. Such people are not qualified to participate in the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan." Chapter 1063. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. As for the middle-aged man standing behind Duan Lingtian, he was Xiongquan. When Lu Zhao said those words and fixed his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan, the others also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Soon after, the people standing near Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan moved away from them as though they were afraid they would get into trouble. For a moment, the place where Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan were standing was empty. Apart from the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian, only Huang Chun was standing there. However, Huang Chun did not look too good at the moment. He wanted to leave, but when he remembered that he was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, it did not seem right for him to leave. While Huang Chun was still hesitating, Lu Zhao's gaze fell on him. He asked faintly, "Are you with them?" The moment Lu Zhao's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Huang Chun's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, No, no, I don't know them. I don't know them. Huang Chun, who was in a panic, quickly moved away from Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. It was as though he was avoiding the god of plague. Huang Chun's words clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Putting aside the fact that he had only met Huang Chun once, even if Huang Chun was his friend, Huang Chun still had the right to choose. He could not force him. He was very open-minded about this. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were left standing in the empty space. To be more precise, there were 3 of them. There was also Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. Both of you have poor character. Our Lu clan doesn't welcome you. Both of you are disqualified from participating in the alchemist competition today. Lu Zhao said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. There was no room for doubt in his words. It was as though he was a judge who ruled over life and death. With just one sentence, he had sentenced Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan to death. Lu So, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. Naturally, he could tell that Lu Zhao was intentionally suppressing the purple-clad young man and the people around him. As for the reason, he had seen Lu Zhao and the people who came to participate in the alchemist competition earlier. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. That's right. The last time he came to our Lu family, he's Lu Zhao's nephew. Soon after, Lu So finally remembered. He was almost certain that Lu Zhao was abusing his power for personal gain. Although he was dissatisfied, he had no intention of stopping him. No matter what, to him, the purple-clad young man and the person beside him were all outsiders. He did not know them at all. No matter what Lu was for him was. He could not offer was Lu was senior. Was he? For this reason. Bad character? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. His laugh was bright and dazzling, causing everyone in the surroundings to think that he had gone mad. Keep smiling. You won't be able to smile for long. The 3 middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, who were injured by Duan Lingtian outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan, had a mocking smile on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, one of the 2 chief judges of the alchemist competition had already announced that the purple-clad young man was disqualified. This purple-clad young man was destined to get lost. Didn't you hear what I said? Lu Zhao asked in a deep voice when he saw Duan Lingtian, and Xiong Quan did not do anything after hearing his words. He felt his dignity was being challenged. His eyes gleamed coldly. Elder Lu Zhao, this is against the rules. However, Lu Zhao did not receive any response from Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Instead, he heard a righteous voice. Elder Lu So, what do you mean by this? Lu Zhao looked at Lu So next to him. His expression darkened. The person who questioned him was none other than Lu South. He had seen the change in Lu So's expression earlier. He knew Lu So did not intend to meddle in other people's business. He was still thinking that Lu So was tactful. Who knew Lu So would intervene in the blink of an eye? Although the development of the situation was a little sudden, Lu Zhao did not think too much about it. He only thought Lu So was not giving him any face by rebutting him in public. Elder Lu Zhao, you said their character is bad. But I wonder how bad it is? Could it be that you've met them before this? Or do you know them? Lu So seemed to have changed into a different person. He had initially thought Lu So was abusing his authority to avenge his nephew. But now, he seemed to have transformed into a selfless person. Lu Zhao was not the only one who was surprised by Lu So's sudden change. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. When Lu Zhao announced that he was disqualified from the alchemist competition and asked him to leave the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian had carefully observed Lu So's expression. At that time, Lu So was watching from the sidelines. Now that Lu So had suddenly changed, Duan Lingtian could not react to it. Why does Lu So seem to have changed into a different person all of a sudden? What's the reason for this change? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. However, he felt there must be a reason. Lu So's action would undoubtedly offend Lu Zhao, an elder who had worked with him for many years in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It would be fine if he knew Lu So and had a close relationship with him. However, the problem was he did not know Luso at all. Everything Luso was doing was for the sake of Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met before. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Duan Lingtian agreed with this statement. I don't know them. Lu Zhao's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Lu So's question. He said in a deep voice, however, someone knows them. They even personally witnessed how they were injured by him. The person you said was injured by him. You don't know where he is? Can you call him out and let them talk? Lu So raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, after all, who knows if they're trying to frame me? Elder Lu Zhao, what do you think? Humph. Lu Zhao snorted coldly and looked at the three middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, and said nonchalantly, since Elder Lu So wants to know the ins and outs of this matter, all of you should tell him everything. Yes. Initially, the three middle-aged men thought the purple-clad young man who injured them would be kicked out very soon. However, they did not expect Lu So to interfere. When they heard Lu Zhao's summon, they did not dare to delay and responded in unison. Then they looked at Lu South. Elder Lu So, he publicly injured the three of us outside the Lu clan. The three of us have never seen him before, let alone know who he is. The green-clad middle-aged man looked at Lu So and said righteously, if such a scum enters the Lu clan, he'll only bring shame to the Lu clan. He indiscriminately injured people near the Lu clan who came to participate in the alchemist competition. After today, he might become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. Such a person has no right to enter the Lu clan. Also, the companion next to him is helping the tyrant. Once both of them enter the Lu clan, they'll be like two pieces of ratsich * tea that spoils a pot of porridge. The other two middle-aged men followed up. Their words were filled with righteousness. At the same time, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. If that's the case, both of them really don't have the right to enter the Lu clan. Humph! The Lu clan is one of the top clans in our northern mountain land. How can we tolerate such a ruthless person? Scram! Scram! After hearing the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men's words, the surrounding people began to point at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Their words were not polite at all. Duan Lingtian completely ignored this scene. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though the person in the center of the storm was not him but someone else. However, even if he could remain calm, it did not mean the others could remain calm as well. All of you are the guilty ones who complained first. Xiong Quan, whose face was extremely red, suddenly shouted in the face of the surrounding people pointing at him. He pointed at the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men with a trembling hand. Young master did hurt all of you, but why didn't you tell the whole story? There are so many people here. Why did young master only hurt the three of you and not the others? As he spoke, Xiong Quan was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He did not care what others said about him. However, he would definitely not allow others to say anything bad about his young master. Xiong Quan's words caused the crowd to shift their focus from Duan Lingtian to the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. That's right. Why did he only hurt the three of you? When I came here, I passed by him as well. However, he did not have any intention of attacking us. Could it be that the three of you were taught a lesson because you provoked him? Many people began to question the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. Just as the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men were frowning and Lu Zhao's expression was still gloomy. Humph! A cold snort suddenly reverberated in the air, suppressing the noise at the scene. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes flew out and arrived in front of Lu So and Lu Zhao in just a moment. He stood there proudly. Third young master. The moment the newcomer appeared, Lu So, Lu Zhao, and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples bowed at him. Perhaps, the newcomer's cultivation base and attainment in the medicine refinement Dao were not as good as theirs for the time being. However, the old man was a direct descendant of the Lu clan. His position in the Lu clan was so high that it was not something that the disciples from the branch families could compare to. This was the clan. The direct descendants were the most respected. I heard everything clearly when I was hiding in the dark earlier. Since Elder Lu Zhao thinks that they have no right to stay in our Lu clan, then just ask them to scram. The moment the Northern Mountains Lu clan's third young master appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan condescendingly as though he was looking at two ants that he could kill at any time. Third young master, you... Lu So's expression changed slightly. What? Elder Lu So, if you don't believe in Elder Lu Zhao's judgment, don't tell me you don't believe in mine? Chapter 1064. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man who suddenly appeared calmly. The third young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? The sudden appearance of the Lu clan's third young master and his current stance proved one thing. He was on Lu Zhao's side. However, even then, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. Third brother, you're really impressive. When Lu So heard the Lu clan's third young master's words and was at a loss for words, a loud voice resonated and attracted the attention of everyone present. In the distance, a young man flew over and arrived next to Lu So in just a moment. Second young master. The moment the young man appeared, Lu So and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples hurriedly bowed. When Lu Zhao saw the young man, he frowned slightly and bowed slightly in the end. It's the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. I can't believe that not only the Lu clan's third young master, but even the Lu clan's second young master is here for the alchemist competition. I heard that the Lu clan's second young master is one of the 2 heirs to the next clan leader. The only person who can compete with the Lu clan's first young master for the position of the next clan leader is probably the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. That's right. As for the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Lu clan's first young master and second young master. However, I heard that he's the younger brother of the Lu clan's first young master. Many people whispered among themselves. These people had a certain level of understanding of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. I see. With Duan Lingtian's excellent hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. He seemed to have understood something at once. Second brother, don't tell me you're trying to protect them? They're despicable and have no right to enter our Lu clan. Lu Huai said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai ignored him as though he did not hear him at all. He only looked at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. We meet again, Lu Bai said with a smile. Yes, we meet again. The purple-clad young man who was being stared at by Lu Bai was none other than Duan Lingtian. In the face of Lu Bai, who took the initiative to greet him, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. When Lu Bai first appeared, he recognized him. It was precisely the elder brother of the pair of siblings that he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao had encountered on the way to the ancient desert city when they left the Darming dynasty. He still remembered. At that time, it was Feng Wu Dao who saved the lives of that pair of brother and sister by chance. At that time, Duan Lingtian had heard from the siblings that they were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, he had no idea what the Northern Mountains Lu clan was. It was only when he arrived at the Northern Mountain Land that he finally understood the meaning of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. A clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. An alchemist clan. There were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the history of the alchemy sect. Lu Bai. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and suddenly opened his mouth. It was obvious he was introducing himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. At the same time, his gaze swept past Lu Bai and Lu So who were standing together. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. Earlier, this elder Lu So didn't intend to meddle in my business. However, in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to want to protect me. I was wondering why he wanted to help me. Now, it seems like it was Lu Bai's idea. Lu Bai must have been hiding in the dark since the beginning and recognized me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the fog that shrouded Duan Lingtian earlier completely disappeared. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai greeting each other like old friends, their expressions more or less changed. He actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? The green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions had a change in expression. There was a hint of dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that the purple-clad young man whom they hated to the core actually knew Lu Bai, the second young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have a close relationship. No wonder Lu So didn't hesitate to offend me and meddle in my business. As it turns out, he's a friend of the second young master. I think the second young master must have secretly hinted for Lu So to help him. Lu Zhao's face darkened. He could vaguely guess what was going on. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. His cold gaze did not leave the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sinister gaze on him. He glanced at Lu Zhao indifferently for a moment before he ignored him. Grade 3 Alchemist? 8th level Void Transformation Stage? To be honest, whether it was the Medicine Refinement Dao or Martial Dao Cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not take Lu Zhao seriously at all. Duan Lingtian actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Huang Chun stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling at Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He knew he had missed an opportunity to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master. If he did not avoid Duan Lingtian like he was avoiding the plague, if he did not say that he did not know Duan Lingtian, he would have been considered a friend by Duan Lingtian. If he was a friend of Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for him to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master through Duan Lingtian. However, he had ruined everything with his own hands. I was wondering why second brother would protect them, so they're people, you know, second brother. Lu Huai took a deep look at Lu Bai and said with slight surprise, "Second brother, you really have a wide circle of friends. You actually know people from all walks of life." Lu Huai's tone was laced with sarcasm. He paused for a moment before he continued. "However, according to the rules of our Lu clan, even if a person with a despicable character is a friend of second brother, he cannot enter the Lu clan." However, Lu Bai was still the same as before. He did not pay any attention to him. This made Lu Bai's expression turn even uglier. "Why did you come to our Lu clan?" Lu Bai asked in surprise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I came to your Lu clan to be a revered elder or an interim elder." Duan Lingtian replied honestly with a smile on his face. "Revered elder? Interim elder?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Even Lu Bai was taken aback for a moment. It was not easy to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was a martial artist, he would need to be at least at the martial monarch stage. Only a martial monarch powerhouse was qualified to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was an alchemist, he would need to be a grade 2 alchemist at the very least. A martial monarch powerhouse? A grade 2 alchemist or above. Lu Bai studied Duan Lingtian for a while and secretly shook his head. He thought Duan Lingtian was just joking. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and burst into laughter. For a moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. If he didn't rely on his relationship with the Lu clan's second young master, I'm afraid it would be a problem for him to successfully advance in the alchemist competition and become a disciple with a different surname. That's right. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? He wants to become a revered elder or guardian of the Lu clan. Is he even worthy? I think he's bragging too much. However, I think he's just asking for a beating since he dares to brag in front of so many people. I think he's daydreaming. Many people mocked Duan Lingtian. Without exception, they thought Duan Lingtian was bragging and daydreaming, trying to become a revered elder or guardian of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Without a cultivation base at the martial monarch stage and a grade 2 alchemist or above, he could forget about it. This Duan Lingtian is really crazy. When the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with mockery. They thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. So he's an idiot. Lu Zhao sneered. Haha, second brother. Is there something wrong with your friend's head? Lu Huai could not help but laugh out loud. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Slap. As soon as Lu Huai's words left his mouth, a loud and clear sound of a slap resonated in the air. Then everyone saw that half of Lu Huai's face, the Lu clan's third young master, had a red palm print on it. Soon after, half of his face swelled up, making him look like half a pig's head. At the same time, everyone noticed that there was another figure standing in front of Lu Huai. It was a purple figure. Most of the people, including Lu Bai, were stunned when they saw the purple figure. You dare to hit me? Lu Huai held the swollen half of his face. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. He wished he could kill him immediately. However, although he was extremely furious and wished he could cut the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces, he did not act rashly. The fact that the other party was able to slap him without him being able to react meant that the other party's strength was far superior to his. Third young master. You keep saying that I'm despicable. I wonder if you're despicable for insulting others with your words? After slapping Lu Huai, the person standing in front of him was naturally Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai calmly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, in Lu Huai's eyes, this smile was like the smile of a devil. Lu Zhao. Kill him. The killing intent in Lu Huai's eyes intensified when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Whoosh! Almost at the same time Lu Huai spoke, Lu Zhao, who had been accumulating his strength for a long time, shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Duan Lingtian. Die! Lu Zhao's originally gloomy face was filled with coldness. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Duan Lingtian's head. Buzz! Chapter 1065. Clang. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of a sword whistling in the air. Everyone present could hear the sound of metal clashing. As for the sound of a sword whistling in the air, less than half of the people present could hear it. So fast! Apart from Lu Zhao, Lu So, who was the most powerful person present, seemed to have seen something that shocked him. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. As for the others, they could not see what was happening at all. In their eyes, the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, shouted as the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, made his move on Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. When Lu Zhao pounced on Duan Lingtian, they heard the sound of metal clashing. Then, they saw a stream of blood splattering in the air. It seemed to have condensed into dazzling red roses in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of a body falling to the ground reverberated in the air. How's this possible? Many of the people present gasped as they looked at the lifeless body that fell to the ground. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, all of their gazes landed on the purple-clad figure standing there proudly. These gazes were mixed with a sense of shock and inexplicable bewilderment. He killed Elder Lu Zhao? How can he be so powerful? How old is he? He looks like he's only 25 years old at most. Could he be a demon? No. If he's a demon, why would he participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone a grade 6 alchemist or above. If he's a human martial artist, doesn't that mean that he possesses both a terrifying talent in the martial Tao and an enviable talent in alchemy? Soon after, the gazes that landed on the purple-clad figure were filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine. There was actually such a monstrous existence in this world. Uncle! At this moment, a green figure pounced out and landed beside Lu Zhao's body. He cried out sorrowfully, and his voice was filled with desolation. Uncle, Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, coldly glanced at the green-clothed, middle-aged man beside Lu Zhao's corpse. No wonder Lu Zhao saw me as a thorn in his side. It turns out that one of the 3 people I injured was his nephew. Now, Duan Lingtian understood everything. Other than Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, Xiong Quan was the only one who was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. The others were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. He's actually so strong. To think that I was worried about his safety. When Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, regained his senses, he stared blankly at the purple figure in the distance. At this moment, he only felt that the purple figure in front of him was so tall. Is he really someone from the far south? How could such a monstrous genius be born in such a small place? Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's origin due to their previous encounter. Where did second young master get to know this Duan Lingtian? What a monster! The corner of Lu Sou's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, Lu Zhao's attack on Duan Lingtian was as fast as lightning. He, who was unprepared, could not react at all. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Lu Zhao. However, who would have thought that the outcome would be so dramatic? You? As Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai, the third young master of Lu clan, Lu Huai, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face, just like the others. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so terrifying that even Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, was killed by him. From the moment Lu Zhao attacked to the moment he was killed, let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength did not trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon, even Lu Zhao's strength did not have the time to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Lu Zhao made the first move and gained the upper hand by striking first. He was killed as soon as he made his move. It all happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's movements were so fast that he did not even see it clearly from the beginning until the end. Lu Huai's face was flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. His legs were trembling when Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! His hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Lu Huai's neck easily. He lifted Lu Huai's feet off the ground and hovered in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other with a cold gleam in their eyes. Killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was obvious he wanted to kill Lu Huai. You want to kill me? Lu Huai, whose face was flushed red due to Duan Lingtian's choking, asked with difficulty. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. You've already ordered someone to kill me. Don't tell me I can't kill you? Duan Lingtian's expression and tone were calm. However, the people present on the scene could hear the cold killing intent in his calm tone. It sent chills down their spines. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? He actually wants to kill the Lu clan's third young master. If he really kills the Lu clan's third young master, he won't be able to escape death no matter how strong his martial Dao or medicine refinement talent is. Killing the Lu clan's third young master is equivalent to slapping the Lu clan in the face. The Lu clan will definitely not let this go. At that time, even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads on his behalf, it'll be useless. He'll definitely die. The group of people who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Kill him. Kill him. On the other hand, the green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting beside Lu Zhao's body had just reached out to close Lu Zhao's eyes that were still wide open. However, his face was filled with rage and madness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He knew it was impossible for him to avenge his uncle. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian had already offended the Lu clan by killing his uncle. However, with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would definitely not kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his uncle. After all, his uncle was only a collateral disciple of the Lu clan. Compared to the Lu clan's second young master, his life was as cheap as grass. However, if Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master, then everything would be different. At that time, even with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would still kill Duan Lingtian at all costs. Duan Lingtian, don't kill him. Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and Lu So, the Lu clan's elder, shouted in unison when they sensed the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. As members of the Lu clan, it was only natural that they knew the consequences of killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Ha! Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around to look at Lu Bai. He had a good impression of Lu Bai. However, he could not let Lu Huai go just like that. Although he had already killed Lu Zhao who wanted to kill him, Lu Zhao was still under Lu Huai's orders. Lu Huai was the culprit. He would not let go of someone who wanted him dead. Duan Lingtian, calm down, calm down. Don't be rash. Lu Huai's death is not to be regretted. But there's no need for you to ruin your own life because of Lu Huai. Lu Bai's breathing quickened as he continued to persuade him. Ruin my own life? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. No matter what, Lu Huai is still a direct descendant of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. If you kill him, it's equivalent to slapping our Lu clan's face. Everyone in the Lu clan will kill you at all costs. Lu Bai hurriedly nodded and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. His eyes gleamed as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to know what decision Duan Lingtian would make. Kill Lu Huai? Or not kill him? I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will really kill the Lu clan's third young master or not. Many people spoke softly, and their voices were filled with doubts. He knows that he'll definitely die if he kills the Lu clan's third young master. I don't think he'll dare to kill him. I think so too. Most of them felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lu Huai. After all, if Lu Huai died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to live as well. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to kill Lu Huai. In their opinion, their lives were more important than their lives. His life was more important than anything else. There was no need to throw away his life for a moment of anger. Cough, cough. You don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. At this moment, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, coughed twice. A smug expression appeared on his pale face as he stared at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Are you sure? I don't dare to kill you? Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be deep in thought, regained his senses when he heard Lu Huai's provocative words. He tightened his grip on Lu Huai's neck. Cough, cough, cough. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian tightened his grip, making it difficult for Lu Huai to breathe. Lu Huai's eyes narrowed as he struggled to break free. Duan Lingtian. No. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, you better think this through. If you kill the third young master, you won't be able to survive. Lu So advised. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan was more or less affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and advised, there's no need to put yourself in danger for him. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Bai, Lu So, and Xiong Quan's advice. Instead, he muttered to himself and paused for a moment. Then, he turned around and looked at Lu Bai before he asked, in the history of the Lu clan, has there ever been anyone who managed to survive after killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan? Yes. Although Lu Bai did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this, he nodded his head anyway. Who are they? Chapter 1066. They're divided into two types of people. One of them is a martial monarch powerhouse that our Lu clan is helpless against. Lu Bai paused for a moment when he reached this part of the sentence. His expression turned solemn, and his tone was filled with helplessness. Martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, it was a martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against. Everyone present on the scene heard Lu Bai's words clearly. For a moment, everyone agreed with him. A martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against was obviously stronger than the strongest martial monarch powerhouse in the Lu clan. The Lu clan could not do anything to such a person. He had killed a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Even if the Lu clan was furious, they could not exact revenge. Although the Lu clan had connections with some of the first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruoshui River, those first-rate forces would only make a move when the Lu clan was annihilated. If the Lu clan was not in danger of being annihilated, the first-rate forces would not make a move even if the clan leader died, let alone the death of a direct descendant of the Lu clan. They were protecting the Lu clan, not anyone in the Lu clan. What about the other type of people? Duan Lingtian continued to ask as his eyes gleamed. The other type of people are not martial monarch powerhouses, Lu Bai said slowly. Lu Bai opened his mouth slowly. After successfully attracting everyone's attention apart from the Lu clan's disciples, he continued to say, that group of people has almost reached the peak in the medicine refinement Tao. They're grade 1 alchemists. Grade 1 alchemists. The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. So, they're grade 1 alchemists. The Northern Mountains Lu clan is an alchemist clan. A grade 1 alchemist is enough to earn the Lu clan's respect. Moreover, a grade 1 alchemist is very influential. This can be seen from the fact that the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. The reason the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years is because of the dozen or so grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. After everyone came back to their senses, they all came to a sudden realization. When they whispered to each other, they deeply agreed with this. A grade 1 alchemist might not be as strong as a powerhouse in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, the influence of a grade 1 alchemist was enough to make the Lu clan fearful. Cough cough. Did you hear that? Only a martial emperor, a grade 1 alchemist, cough cough, can kill me. After killing me, come out unscathed, cough cough. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. At the same time, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, became restless once again. He stared at Duan Lingtian with contempt, fearless. Only martial monarchs and grade 1 alchemists can come out unscathed after killing you? Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other calmly. Both of his eyes flashed and a crazed look appeared on his face. No. When Lu Huai felt Duan Lingtian's grip tightening, his expression changed again. He struggled and screamed shrilly. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Lu Bai, who was watching from the side, changed greatly. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take such a risk when he knew that he would definitely die after killing Lu Huai. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. They could not help but shudder secretly. One of the 5 Lu clan's disciples who came out with Lu So and Lu Zhao hastily turned around and left. The other 4 people also had a look of disbelief on their faces. Their gazes, without exception, landed on that purple figure. The other people's eyes were also focused on the purple figure. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian exerted more force in his hand and broke Lu Huai's neck. His head fell to the side. Boom! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and threw Lu Huai's body on the ground. His expression was calm, as though he had done something insignificant. Crazy! Many people's eyes narrowed. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. They thought Duan Lingtian had gone crazy. He really killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master? Is he not afraid of death? It's useless even if the Lu clan's 2nd young master pleads on his behalf for killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. What's he thinking? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. He knew he would not be able to escape death after killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. But he still killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. Was he not digging his own grave? Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai's expression turned ugly. Lu Bai's expression was ugly. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Of course, The reason his expression turned ugly was not because of Lu Huai's death. Although he and Lu Huai were both direct descendants, there was no blood relationship between them. In fact, Lu Huai had secretly plotted against him in the past because he and Lu Song, the Lu clan's first young master, were competing for the next clan leader's position. To be honest, Lu Bai was happy that Lu Huai was dead. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might lose his life because of this, his heart could not help but sink. Although this was his second time meeting Duan Lingtian, he was saved by the powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side during their first meeting. Due to this reason, out of gratitude, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, how could he face his benefactor who had saved his life? Young man, you're too competitive. Lu So sighed. He thought Duan Lingtian had lost his rationality and killed Lu Huai because of his competitive nature after being provoked by Lu Huai. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. In his opinion, this was the most appropriate way to describe Duan Lingtian right now. Whether it was Lu Bai or Lu So, none of them asked Duan Lingtian to flee. It was not that they wanted to see something happen to Duan Lingtian. It was just that they knew even if Duan Lingtian fled now, the Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would catch up to him. Unless Duan Lingtian was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to flee now. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death today. What a waste for such a monstrous genius. That's right, Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Not only is his cultivation base shocking, but he even killed Lu Zhao in just one blow. He's suspected to have entered the 9th level void transformation. Even his innate talent in medicine refinement Dao is shocking. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Most of the people present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. They shook their heads and sighed. They felt pity for Duan Lingtian, this monstrous genius, who was about to die. Uncle, did you see that? Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master. He killed the Lu clan's third young master. The green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting next to Lu Zhao's body had a maniacal smile on his face. He lowered his head and kept whispering to the body next to him. You have to watch carefully. Duan Lingtian will be executed by the Lu clan soon. At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's face was filled with joy. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by the Lu clan's powerhouses. Young master. Compared to the others who felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die, Xiong Quan's thoughts were completely different. Initially, he was affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He was worried that his young master would kill the Lu clan's third young master on impulse and bring disaster upon himself. However, now that his young master had killed the Lu clan's third young master, his heart calmed down. He knew his young master well. He knew his young master would never do anything he was not confident in. He had a feeling his young master would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. He was looking forward to it. Who are you? Why did you kill my Lu clan's lineal disciple? At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from afar, attracting everyone's attention. A moment later, 2 old men appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 2 old men walked side by side. One was fat while the other was skinny. The fat one was short while the skinny one was tall. The former looked like a ball while the latter looked like a bamboo pole. The 2 old men walked in the air and entered everyone's line of sight. They only stopped when they were not too far away from the crowd. They hovered in the air and immediately locked their eyes on the purple-clad young man. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was the Lu clan's disciple who had left earlier. He was the one who had informed the 2 old men. Elder Yuan, Elder Gue. When the 2 old men appeared, Lu So and the other 4 Lu clan's disciples bowed respectfully at them. Even Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, took the initiative to nod at the 2 old men. However, the 2 old men did not respond to Lu Bai and the others. This was because their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. When they inadvertently saw the body lying near Duan Lingtian, they could not help but feel enraged even though they were prepared for it. In their rage, Their gazes turned extremely sharp as they stared at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, they did not seem to make any movements. They did not even seem to emit any energy from their bodies. However, the air around them began to stir. The sound of air exploding could be heard, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. Two martial monarchs? When the fat and thin old men appeared, the spiritual energy that Duan Ling Tian extended out seemed to have merged with a ball of cotton. At this moment, he realized the two old men in front of him must be martial monarchs. As expected of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, two martial monarchs have personally come just because one lineal disciple died. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian deeply understood the meaning of the word clan. If it was a sect, it would be impossible for something like this to happen. Why did they kill your Lu clan's lineal disciple? Chapter 1067. To us, the process is not important. What's important is the outcome. Do you know the consequences of killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple? The two old men, one fat and one skinny, spoke almost at the same time. Their voices entered everyone's ears. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the two old men finished speaking, a majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies and swept toward Duan Ling Tian, who they had their eyes on. However, Duan Ling Tian did not move at all in the face of the aura from the two martial monarchs. He remained as still as a mountain in the midst of the storm. Huh? The two old men could not help but be stunned by the scene before them. When they regained their senses, astonishment was written all over their faces. Not bad, little fella. Unfortunately, you'll definitely die today for killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple. The old man, who was short and fat like a ball, Lu clan's guardian elder Lu Yuan, narrowed his small eyes and took a step forward. A rolling energy rose from his body as though it was about to burst out at any moment. Elder Yuan, please have mercy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to make his move on Duan Ling Tian, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Lu Yuan to withdraw his energy slightly. Then, his eyes landed on the figure that appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Lu Bai? Lu Yuan could not help but frown when he saw the person who pleaded for Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect the Lu clan's second young master would plead for mercy for the person who killed the Lu clan's third young master. Lu Bai, as the second young master of our Lu clan, you should know our Lu clan's rules. Stand down. The skinny old man, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, Lu Gui, looked at Lu Bai with a grave expression and said coldly. Lu Bai was the Lu clan's second young master, a lineal disciple of the Lu clan. However, as the Lu clan's guardian elder and a martial monarch, his position in the Lu clan was not inferior to the clan leader of Lu clan. He did not care about a lineal disciple at all. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. Lu Bai took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. He said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Lu Huai's death is purely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. As for Duan Ling Tian, he saved my life, and I can't watch my savior be executed by you. After Lu Bai finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui with a serious expression. His feet did not move an inch. Whoosh! Lu Bai's words caused an uproar. Duan Ling Tian saved the life of the second young master of the Lu family? Many people were surprised. Young master saved second young master Lu's life? Xiong Quan was also stunned. However, he had never heard his young master mention this before. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Among those present, other than Lu Bai, he was probably the only one who knew. He had never saved Lu Bai's life. The one who saved Lu Bai's life was Feng Wu Dao, not him. Naturally, he knew why Lu Bai would say this now. It was all because he wanted to protect his life from the two Lu family martial emperors. Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Lu Bai's good intentions. Lu Bai, even if he saved your life, it doesn't change the fact that he killed a lineal disciple of the Lu family. He'll definitely die today. Lu Gui took a step forward and stood next to Lu Yuan. At the same time, An overbearing invisible energy surged out of his body and shrouded Lu Bai in an instant, pulling him away from Duan Lingtian. Elder Gue. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically. He realized that the invisible energy that shrouded him and pulled him away from Duan Lingtian was so overbearing that he could not break free from it. Since you've saved the second young master of the Lu clan, we'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave behind your last words. After 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Lu Yuan said slowly as his eyes flashed and locked onto Duan Lingtian. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was pulling the ice coffin in place of Duan Lingtian, had a change of expression. He took a step forward and tried to block Duan Lingtian like Lu Bai did earlier. Go back. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a voice that sounded like thunder. It was a voice that he was extremely familiar with. Young master, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian, who suddenly turned to look at him. His face was filled with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before Xiong Quan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that came out of nowhere. He could tell that it was his young master's voice. Although Xiong Quan did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from, he trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. For a moment, he stood there obediently. He'll be fine? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu So, who was standing nearby, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have not realized the severity of the matter. Unless Duan Lingtian was one of the 2 special types of people, he would definitely die for killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan today. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. There was no suspense about this. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he say he'll be fine? I think he's just pretending to be strong. He's just trying to comfort the people around him. I heard the people from the Lu clan call them Elder Yuan and Elder Gue. They must be 2 of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders. Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Yuan and Elder Gue came out personally. It's useless for the Lu clan's second young master to plead for mercy. This Duan Lingtian will definitely die. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. They all thought Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. From the beginning until the end, they did not associate Duan Lingtian with the 2 types of people that the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, had mentioned earlier. Subconsciously, they thought it was impossible. Even Lu Bai himself subconsciously felt the same way. If Duan Lingtian dies, how am I going to explain to my benefactor when I meet him in the future? Lu Bai, who was bound by Lu Gue's energy, had a terrible expression on his face. However, although he was anxious about Duan Lingtian's current situation, there was nothing he could do to help. With his strength, there was no way he could break free from Lu Gue's energy. Lu Gue was a martial monarch powerhouse. She was not someone he could compare to. How arrogant of you! Lu Gue heard Duan Lingtian's words as well. His eyes gleamed coldly. If Lu Yuan had not said that he would give Duan Lingtian time to leave behind his last words, Lu Gue would have attacked Duan Lingtian already. Duan Lingtian had said that in front of him. It was obvious that he did not respect him at all. You have 5 breaths of time left, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him to be so arrogant. If he had known earlier, he would not have given him the time to leave behind any last words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his right hand and turned it so that his palm was facing up and the back of his hand was facing down. What's he doing? Most of the people present on the scene looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They could not understand what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. You have 3 breaths of time left. Soon after, another 2 breaths of time had passed. Lu Yuan spoke again in a cold voice. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already maintained this action for 2 breaths. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, The two Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Lu Yuan, leave him to me when the time is up, Lu Gui said indifferently. Lu Gui said nonchalantly. It was obvious he wanted to personally deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he had no objections. 2 breaths of time left. This Duan Lingtian can be considered to have lived his life in vain if he can be killed by a Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Do you think there's something wrong with Duan Lingtian's head? He's already at death's door, but not only is he not leaving behind any last words, he's even posing in such a strange way. Don't tell me he thinks Lu clan's Elder Yuan and Elder Gui will let him go because of this? How naive. Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius. A single slip that causes everlasting sorrow. He's going to die in the Lu clan today. God is jealous of his talent. I think he's just digging his own grave. He didn't have to kill the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he still did. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves. Many of them felt that it would be a pity if Duan Lingtian died just like that. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian display a powerful innate talent in martial Dao, but his innate talent in medicine refinement seemed to be extraordinary as well. He could be considered as an all-around monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius, was facing a certain death because he had killed the Lu clan's lineal disciple. You have 1 more breath of time left. Lu Yuan spoke again. His voice was even colder now. His gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was emotionless. Humph! Lu Gui snorted softly. His robe fluttered in the wind. Waves of energy were quietly brewing, rising, and accumulating in his body. He was ready to strike in a breath's time to kill the purple-clad young man standing on the ground in front of him. The martial monarch powerhouse was accumulating his energy. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched quietly. Young master! Xiong Quan clenched his fists tightly. Although he believed in Duan Lingtian, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian due to the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed like Lu Gui would make his move in a breath's time. Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly spreading out his hands with a calm expression, finally had a change in his expression. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that was difficult to detect, and nobody noticed it. Time's up. Finally, a breath's time was up. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Gui in unison. They wanted to see him make his move on Duan Lingtian. However, they noticed that Lu Gui was hovering in the air without making any move. Chapter 1068. For a moment, everyone who was looking at Lu Gui followed her gaze to the other side. There was a purple-clad young man standing there. It was Duan Lingtian, the person Lu Gui was about to kill. This, however, the people who followed Lu Gui's gaze to look at Duan Lingtian were just like Lu Gui. They were dumbstruck. It was as though they had seen something that shocked them. What's wrong with them? Xiong Quan, who was worried about Duan Lingtian, glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at the others. He realized, including Lu Bai, the 2nd young master of the Lu clan, other than him and Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin, everyone else looked at their young master in a daze. Could it be because of the flame that rose from young master's hand? Soon after, Xiong Quan seemed to have realized something. He stared at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. If there was anything different about his young master compared to before, it was just that there was a flame in his hand. Is that a pill fire? Xiong Quan could vaguely guess. However, he could not tell what grade the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Duan Lingtian, Lu Bai, who was standing in the distance, felt the force restraining him disappear along with Lu Gui. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. To be more precise, he was looking at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. As the 2nd young master of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, he could recognize the pill fire with just one glance. Purple pill fire with golden edges. Is that the violet gold pill fire? A grade 1 pill fire. Lu Bai's eyes narrowed. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. He did not expect this to happen even in his wildest dreams. Is that the violet gold pill fire? I think it's the violet gold pill fire. It's a grade 1 pill fire. An alchemist who can condense grade 1 pill fire is undoubtedly a grade 1 alchemist. This Duan Lingtian is a grade 1 alchemist. How is this possible? As Lu Bai came back to his senses, a small portion of the people present also came back to their senses one by one. Discussions broke out among them. Each and every one of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and awe. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. They were in awe of Duan Lingtian's identity. Grade 1 alchemist. High up in the sky, the anger on the faces of the two old men, who were originally filled with rage and itching to kill Duan Lingtian, had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, they hurriedly flew down and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, staring blankly at the wisp of flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. It really is the violet gold pill fire. Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. His round, chubby face trembled. His little eyes widened as he exclaimed. Grade 1 pill fire. Is he really a grade 1 alchemist? At this moment, Lu Gui, who was staring blankly at the purple flame with golden edges in Duan Lingtian's hand, muttered to himself. What? Elder Yuan and Elder Gui are worried that I'm faking it and pretending to be a grade 1 alchemist? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's words were like two giant hammers that slammed heavily on Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's chests. Their bodies trembled as they came back to their senses. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the Lu clan's two great guardian elders. They were at the martial monarch stage. Now that they had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different. There was less disdain and more respect. Greetings, master. Greetings, master. As the guardian elders of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, they were influenced by the Lu clan's environment. They had a completely different feeling toward a grade 1 alchemist compared to ordinary people. In their eyes, a grade 1 alchemist was someone they had to look up to. They were not qualified to offend, even if they were martial monarch powerhouses. On the Cloud Continent, any grade 1 alchemist had an extremely shocking influence. As long as a grade 1 alchemist was willing, they only needed to promise that they could customize a grade 1 spirit weapon for the person who killed them. That was enough to tempt many people who were stronger than them. At that time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism and even be annihilated. All in all, it was just one sentence. They could not afford to offend a grade 1 alchemist. Of course, they did not immediately admit defeat after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist. It was not because they were afraid of getting into trouble. They were more concerned about the Lu clan. The Lu clan was an alchemist family. If they offended a grade 1 alchemist, people would laugh their heads off and say that the Lu clan was as blind as a bat. If this grade 1 alchemist really wanted to make a fuss with the Lu clan, even if the Lu clan was protected by a first-rate force in the inner land and could survive, they would still be in chaos. Of course, they could choose to take the risk and kill this grade 1 alchemist who might not be as strong as them. However, they would have to face a crisis at any time. No matter how eccentric a grade 1 alchemist was, it was impossible for him not to have helped someone refine a grade 1 spirit weapon before. The network of connections developed by a grade 1 alchemist was enough to cause chaos in the Lu clan as well. Once that happened, the two of them would be dead for sure. Nobody knew the influence of a grade 1 alchemist better than the Lu clan. The Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years because of the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in history. What? You're not going to kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered. We dare not. We dare not. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two martial monarch powerhouses who were standing in the air and looking down at Duan Lingtian, as if he was an ant, were terrified when they faced Duan Lingtian. They were like mice that saw a cat. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist. Oh my god! How old is he? Previously, he killed the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage with just a single blow. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, his innate talent in the martial Dao can be considered as monstrous. The problem is, other than his talent in martial Dao, his talent in refining medicine is even more monstrous. He's already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. If I didn't know that it's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, I wouldn't believe he's a human like us. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Their hearts were filled with shock as they discussed among themselves. How's this possible? The green-clad middle-aged man standing next to Lu Zhao's body was stunned. Like his two companions, he could not believe what he had just seen. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist? If one were to ask who among the people present, it would be none other than Huang Chun. Huang Chun and Duan Lingtian could be considered as friends. They had a good time interacting with each other. However, due to his wrong decision, he had ruined his friendship with Duan Lingtian. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret. There was nothing more to it than this. At this moment, even if Huang Chun was filled with regret, it was too late. It was too late. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Grade 1 alchemist? Young master, is a grade 1 alchemist? Xiong Quan's eyes lit up. His face was filled with joy. No wonder young master said he would be fine. He's a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was one of the two types of people who could get away with killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked towards Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. You're actually a grade 1 alchemist. You've really kept this a secret from me for a long time. Lu Bai's tone was filled with resentment when he spoke. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Lu Bai. I don't think you asked me, right? If I knew you were a grade 1 alchemist, I wouldn't have to worry about you at all. Lu Bai smiled wryly. Earlier, his heart was in his mouth. He was worried that he would not be able to answer to his savior. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the person who saved his life. It was obvious the relationship between the two of them was not simple. That's right. I still remember. You told me earlier that the reason you came to our Lu clan this time is because you want to be a revered elder or an external elder in our Lu clan. Suddenly, Lu Bai seemed to have recalled something. He stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, who were standing not far away from Duan Lingtian, heard Lu Bai's words. Their eyes lit up immediately, and their faces were filled with joy. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. If this young man before them could become a revered elder or an interim elder of their Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be a blessing to the Lu clan. This was a grade 1 alchemist. In the history of the Lu clan, the last grade 1 alchemist could be traced back to almost 1,000 years ago. In the past few hundred years, there had never been a grade 1 alchemist. Now that I heard the Lu clan's second young master's words, I remember Duan Lingtian said he wanted to be a revered elder or an interim elder in the Lu clan. He did say that. I heard it too. However, at that time I thought he was just bragging. Me too. I thought he was just bragging. After all, to be a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan, one has to be a martial monarch powerhouse or a grade 2 alchemist or above. At that time, I didn't think he was qualified at all. Who would have thought that not only was he a grade 2 alchemist or above, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist? After being reminded by Lu Bai, many people recalled that Duan Lingtian had indeed said that. Master. Chapter 1069. Initially, when Duan Lingtian said he came to the Lu clan to become a revered elder or an interim advisor, Lu So, like the others, thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. When Duan Lingtian ignored his and the Lu clan's second young master's advice and resolutely killed the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, the first thought that rose in Lu So's mind was undoubtedly, Duan Lingtian is doomed. When the two Lu clan's guardian elders appeared and targeted Duan Lingtian for the death of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, and the second young master, Lu Bai, failed to plead for mercy, Lu So did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. When their Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui, was about to make his move to kill Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian condensed a wisp of pill fire in the nick of time. Violet gold pill fire. Grade 1 pill fire. He forcefully revealed his noble identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and completely turned the situation around. Not only did he survive, but he also gained the respect of everyone present. Grade 1 alchemist. Just this title alone was equivalent to a death exemption card in front of a second-rate force like the Lu clan. Now, this terrifyingly young Grade 1 alchemist had the intention to join the Lu clan and become their Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor. How could he not be excited and excited? Once this Grade 1 alchemist joined the Lu clan, he might be able to ask some questions about medicine refinement since he was on the second young master's side. Perhaps, he might be able to make a breakthrough and become a Grade 2 alchemist with the guidance of this Grade 1 alchemist. There were many Grade 3 alchemists in the Lu clan, but there were only a handful of Grade 2 alchemists. Once he became a Grade 2 alchemist, it would mean that he would soar to the sky. Lu So looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly, waiting for his response. Now, while he was feeling nervous, he kept praying. He could only hope that this first-grade medicine refinement master would not have any negative opinion of the Lu clan because of the unpleasant incident just now, and dispel the idea of becoming a guest elder of the Lu clan. Right now, Lu So wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. Everyone in the Lu clan, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders, felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai stared at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. After what happened earlier, I wonder if Master Duan Lingtian is still willing to join the Lu clan and become their interim advisor or revered elder. Everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. They were also filled with curiosity. Of course, most people's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. These people were very confident in their attainments in the medicine refinement Dao. They felt that they would definitely be able to pass the alchemist competition and join the Lu clan. Now, they subconsciously considered themselves as disciples of the Lu family with a different surname. In their opinion, if this first-grade medicine refinement master really became a guest elder of the Lu clan, perhaps they would have the opportunity to ask him some questions about the medicine refinement Dao in the future. Perhaps I should reconsider. Just now, those two wanted to take my life. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Bai, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui again. His eyes narrowed subconsciously, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Lu Bai's expression changed when he heard this. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui, I hope the two of you will apologize to Duan Lingtian. If the Lu clan loses a first-grade medicine refinement master because of your rudeness, you'll be the sinners of the Lu clan. Lu Bai looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui immediately and shouted at them, disregarding the situation. Currently, he had completely disregarded Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's high status in the Lu clan. All he knew was that he had to make Duan Lingtian stay and become a guest elder of the Lu clan. If it was any other time, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would definitely be displeased if Lu Bai shouted at them in public. However, they were not displeased at all today. Moreover, as soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui had already bowed to Duan Lingtian tacitly and said in unison, "Please forgive us, Master. If Master is willing to join our Lu clan, both of us will definitely do our best to fulfill your orders. Even if Master wants to punish us, we won't say a word." A first-grade medicine refinement master was too important to the Lu clan. Due to this reason, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, were willing to bow and apologize to Duan Lingtian, a first-grade medicine refinement master. It seems like the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history and strength is not entirely because of the protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land. It's really rare for the Lu clan to go this far for the sake of the Lu clan. That's right. As Lu clan's guardian elders and martial monarch powerhouses, They're willing to bow and scrape in order to get a first-grade medicine refinement master for the Lu clan. Not many forces martial monarch powerhouses can do this. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they praised the Lu clan's courage. At the same time, they stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. They wanted to know if Lu Yuan and Lu Gue would be willing to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor, since they were so sincere. Suddenly, the air in the distance stirred. Following that, a loud voice resonated in the air. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, together with guardian elder Lu Ji, and a group of elders, greets Master Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong and handsome middle-aged man in a green robe and an old man in a red robe walked side by side. They brought more than 10 old men and middle-aged men with them. In just a blink of an eye, they landed on the ground and stood next to Lu Yuan and Lu Gue. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. It's the clan leader of Lu clan. There's another guardian elder from Lu clan as well. Oh my God! The patriarch of the Lu clan and the 3 guardian elders had all arrived. It's rare to see such a scene. All of this is because of Master Duan Lingtian. A first-grade medicine refinement master means a lot to the Lu clan. The Lu clan will definitely fight for him at all costs. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Their words pushed Duan Lingtian's status as a first-grade medicine refinement master to a whole new level. Clan leader Lu, elder Lu Ji. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he greeted Lu Rue and Lu Ji. Then, he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders behind them and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the arrival of the group of Lu clan's senior officials. As soon as he revealed his grade 1 pill fire, he noticed the Lu clansman who had called Lu Yuan and Lu Ji over had left quietly. It was obvious that the group of senior officials led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was also called over by him. Master Duan is really a rare genius. Not only is his martial Dao cultivation base extraordinary, but he has also achieved great things in the medicine refinement Dao. He's already a grade 1 medicine refinement master. How admirable, Lu Rue praised. His words came from the bottom of his heart without any falsehood. Such a young man with extraordinary martial Dao cultivation base and a grade 1 medicine refinement master. Even though he was the clan leader of Lu clan, he could not help but feel shocked. Master Duan, please forgive the Lu clan's juniors for offending you. If Master Duan doesn't mind, please come to our Lu clan's estate for a chat. We'll definitely treat Master Duan as a VIP and offer you an apology gift. Lu Ji added. The moment Lu Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present knew the ins and outs of today's matter clearly. Duan Lingtian had first killed a Lu clan's elder, and then killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. It was fine if it was the former, but the latter was a noble lineal disciple of the Lu clan. He was not someone who could be killed just like that. Even if Duan Lingtian was in the right today, it was still not enough. It was precisely because of this that the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders had arrived and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian without asking for the reason. However, after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, there was an earth-shattering change in all of this. First, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders apologized sincerely. Then, the clan leader of Lu clan and another guardian elder led the group of Lu clan's elders to the scene. Guardian elder Lu Ji was the representative to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they even wanted to treat Duan Lingtian, the person who had killed their Lu clan's lineal disciple, as a VIP and offer him an apology gift. Everyone present felt like they could not keep up with the development of the situation. When they finally regained their senses, they were enlightened. They knew all this was because Duan Lingtian had revealed his identity after he had condensed a grade 1 pill fire. Grade 1 medicine refinement master. Clan leader, Elder Ji. At this moment, the Lu clan's 2nd young master, Lu Bai, walked up to Lu Rue and Lu Ji and whispered something. When he spoke, Lu Rue and Lu Ji's eyes lit up. They were pleasantly surprised. It seems like the Lu clan's 2nd young master has told the clan leader that Master Duan intends to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder or revered elder. That must be it. Many people speculated secretly. What happened next proved that they had guessed correctly. Master Duan, if you're willing to join our Lu clan, we're willing to make you the first foreign elder. In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, cupped his hands and bowed to Duan Lingtian as he said sincerely, Master Duan, please join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder. Then, the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Ji, led the group of Lu clan's elders and bowed respectfully. They invited Duan Lingtian to become the Lu clan's foreign elder with the highest position. At this moment, Lu Bai, Lu So, Lu Yuan, and Lu Gue bowed and said, Master Duan, please join the Lu clan. Everyone from the Lu clan bowed and sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lu clan. The scene fell into a dead silence again, for the people present. Chapter 1070. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s made the high-ranking officials of the Lu clan, one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountain land, bow to him. They only wanted to invite him to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's first interim advisor. Faced with the sincere invitation from the Lu clan's senior officials, Duan Lingtian remained calm. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It was as though he was not the one who was invited. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the words that the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, said earlier. If Master Duan needs anything in the future, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. Was this not the reason he came to the Lu clan? Since the clan leader of Lu clan and the elders are so sincere, and Lu Bai is my friend, it would be unreasonable for me to reject them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth slowly. Initially, he was just going with the flow, but now he was doing Lu Bai a favor. He agreed. As expected, the moment his words left his mouth, the Lu clan's high-ranking officials turned to look at Lu Bai, making him the center of attention. Lu Bai, you're very good. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, nodded slightly as he looked at Lu Bai. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a moment, Lu Bai could not help but feel a little terrified. Although he was the second young master of the Lu clan, he was only ranked second among the direct descendants of the Lu clan. In terms of relationship, the clan leader of Lu clan was only his uncle. The direct descendants of Lu clan were ranked according to their age. Up until now, they were already ranked in the 20s. Lu Bai was ranked second, the second young master of Lu clan. The next successor to the clan leader of Lu clan would be chosen from the 20 of them. Up until now, the people who had the highest chance of inheriting the Lu clan's business were none other than Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, and the first young master of Lu clan, Lu Song. Now that Lu Bai was praised by the clan leader of Lu clan, it meant he was one step closer to becoming the next clan leader. When the second young master was very young, I could already tell he was not as simple as he seemed. He was a talented general. It seems like I was right. This time, he can be considered to have won over a great benefactor for our Lu clan. With the relationship between second young master and Master Duan, if he were to inherit the position of patriarch in the future, why would our Lu family worry about not prospering? You're right. At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders began to flatter Lu Bai. The elder who was originally on Lu Bai's side took advantage of the opportunity and bluntly said that Lu Bai would bring benefits to the Lu clan if he became the next clan leader. As for the elders who stood on the side of the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song, they looked at each other and smiled wryly. If it was any other time, when they heard these sworn enemies flatter the second young master Lu Bai like this, they would definitely mock and ridicule him. But now they didn't dare to do so. Who knew if that great Master Duan would flick his sleeves and leave because of their lack of tact? After all, he was a friend of the second young master, Lu Bai, and they seemed to have a good relationship. They did not want to become the sinner of the Lu family, so they could only shut their mouths obediently. At the same time, Some of them broke out in cold sweat as they thought about whether they should abandon their old master and pledge their allegiance to the second young master, Lu Bai. After all, the current second young master, Lu Bai, had become a grade 1 alchemist. His status in the Lu clan was destined to rise. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders with the highest position in the Lu clan would pay more attention to him since he was in a weaker position in the past. When he heard the Lu clan's elders who were neutral in the past and did not stand on his side and Lu Song's side flattering him, it was obvious that they were going to pledge their allegiance. Lu Bai could not help but smile wryly to himself. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's words would be more useful than his 10 years of operation. He had only managed to get some of the Lu clan's elders to side with him after 10 years of operation. Lu Bai felt relieved when he thought about it again. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist after all. To the Lu clan, he was a high and mighty existence that could not be disrespected. One could imagine, if he was a grade 1 alchemist, he would not have to compete with Lu Song anymore. Even if he wanted the current clan leader to step down and become the clan leader immediately, no one in the Lu clan would have any objections, let alone the fact that he did not have to fight with Lu Song. In the Lu clan, no matter who it was, once they broke through and became a grade 1 alchemist, their status in the Lu clan would be above everyone else. If he said 1, no one in the Lu clan would dare to say 2. This included the clan leader and the other martial monarch powerhouses in the Lu clan. The Lu clan had been passed down for 10,000 years. The earliest rule passed down from their ancestors was this. A grade 1 alchemist, regardless of whether he was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, had a high status that was above everyone in the Lu clan. The descendants were not allowed to disobey. Perhaps it was because of this that the Lu clan's members reacted like a mouse that saw a cat when they saw a grade 1 alchemist. But I think I killed the 3rd young master of the Lu clan earlier. I don't think I'll be punished after I become the Lu clan's interim elder, right? Duan Lingtian's words came out of nowhere when the Lu clan's members were still excited. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on the Lu clan's members who were taking a hot bath. This caused them to tremble all over, and with a start they came back to their senses. Of course not. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was the first to snap back to reality. He shook his head and expressed his opinion. That kid, Lu Huai, has always been a troublemaker. I think if he didn't take the initiative to offend you, Elder Duan, you wouldn't have killed him. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, who was standing next to Lu Rue, chimed in. Lu Ji had already addressed Duan Lingtian as Elder Duan. From the moment Duan Lingtian agreed to become the Lu clan's interim elder, he was already an elder of the Lu clan with a high status. It was just as Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu clan, had said. He was the Lu clan's first interim elder. In terms of status, even Lu Rue had to be respectful to him and did not dare to slight him. With his current status in the Lu clan, to a certain extent, he was above everyone else. That's right. That kid, Lu Huai, didn't look like a good person in the past. Elder Duan, you did the right thing by killing him. You've gotten rid of a scourge for our Lu clan. Another guardian elder, Lu Yuan, chimed in. That's right, Elder Duan. We can't thank you enough for getting rid of the scourge for the Lu clan. How could we possibly punish you? Previously, Guardian Elder Lu Gue, who was still clamoring about personally attacking Duan Lingtian and killing him to avenge Lu Huai, had a completely different expression now. The speed at which he changed his expression stunned everyone present. However, no one dared to say a single word of gossip. What a joke! They were not like Duan Lingtian, who was a grade 1 alchemist. If they dared to gossip about the Lu clan's guardian elder, he might not be able to make a move on them due to his reputation. However, he would definitely not let them go once he had the chance. If the cloud continent is compared to the starry sky and the people on the cloud continent are compared to the stars in the starry sky, young master is undoubtedly the brightest star. Xiong Quan stood in the distance with a big smile on his face. He was proud to be able to follow such a young master. However, when he thought about it again, he could not help but feel a little discouraged when he thought about his insignificant strength. With his current strength, he could not help the young master at all. He could only drag him down. Hopefully, I'll be able to elevate my strength by relying on the Lu clan this time. According to young master, other than using spirit fruits to elevate my cultivation base, I can also elevate the sword concept that I've comprehended with the profound assimilation formation. At this moment, Xiongquan recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to him not long ago. This Lu clan must have spirit fruits and that profound assimilation formation or something, right? Xiongquan was a little anxious when he thought about this. That's good then. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the Lu clan's senior officials would not punish him after he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, he was still secretly pleased when he heard what they said. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect his identity as a grade 1 alchemist to be so useful. Of course, this is also because the Lu clan is an alchemist clan. If it was other clans like the Lu clan, they might not be so polite to me. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Elder Duan, you must be tired from the journey. Please go into the mansion to rest. Lu Rui greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically before he looked at Lu Bai. Let Lu Bai bring you there. There's no hurry. I still want to watch the alchemist competition. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although it was impossible for him to participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan, he was still very interested in watching from the side. This was the first time he had ever seen an alchemist competition in his life. He was curious and looking forward to it. He was curious about how the winner of the alchemist competition would be decided. He was also curious about the level of the alchemists from the foreign lands. He was looking forward to seeing the group of alchemists present. It was his first time seeing so many alchemists. Since you're so interested, Elder Duan will accompany you. Lu Rui smiled at Duan Lingtian. The Lu clan's senior officials nodded one by one. They did not have any objections, and they did not dare to have any objections. Clan leader, elders, I'm just looking around. All of you should go back and rest first. Duan Lingtian could not take it when he saw the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, leading the group of senior officials being so enthusiastic. Elder Duan, the reason why we want to stay is because we want to see you evaluate the level of these little fellows. I think since you're here, you'll be the main judge of the alchemist competition. Lu Ji smiled at Duan Lingtian. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the smile on his face seemed like the smile of an old fox. That's right, Elder Duan. We want to see you evaluate these little fellows. Chapter 1071. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the group of Lu clan's elders chimed in one after another before Duan Lingtian could even refuse. Duan Lingtian did not even have the chance to refuse. At the same time, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the other two Lu clan's guardian elders were also looking at him expectantly. How could he refuse? Of course, if he was really determined to refuse, he could still refuse. However, when he thought about the benefits he would receive from the Lu clan in the future, he dismissed the thought of refusing. I'll join in the fun then. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed to it. To him, being the main judge of the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan was not stressful at all. Moreover, he would be able to observe the alchemist's techniques up close. Although he had never seriously studied the medicine refinement Tao, the memory of refining medicine left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu was enough for him to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent. In fact, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was a royal grade alchemist who was superior to a grade 1 alchemist. As someone who had merged with the memory of a royal grade alchemist, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to evaluate the medicine refinement skills of a group of grade 5 and grade 6 alchemists. Duan Lingtian initially wanted to refuse because he was afraid of trouble. However, even if he was afraid of trouble, he had no choice but to accept it. As the saying went, when you eat from someone you have to admit it. Although he had not received any benefits from the Lu clan yet, he would definitely do so in the future. After all, that was the main reason he joined the Lu clan. Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he could not help but look at the person who had shouted, Lu Bai. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized the person who had shouted was the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. Lu Bai had shouted at the three middle-aged men who were sneaking away. When Duan Lingtian followed Lu Bai's gaze and saw the three people, he recognized them at a glance. These three people were none other than the three middle-aged men who had insulted Feng Tianwu lying in the ice coffin outside the Lu family. They had been injured by him at that time. In the end, the three of them wanted to seek revenge. The green-clad middle-aged man colluded with the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, to expel him from the alchemist competition. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. In the end, even Lu Zhao died at his hands. After that, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with the three of them. Naturally, it was also because he was busy dealing with the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, that he did not have the time to bother with them. Now that everything had come to an end, he had become the Lu clan's interim elder as he wished. The three middle-aged men clearly wanted to leave after seeing that he had gained the upper hand. However, was there such a good thing in the world? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at the three middle-aged men. His face darkened slightly. When Lu Bai shouted, everyone present, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the three of them. The three of them froze as though they had turned into statues. "Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian." Soon after, one of them turned around and knelt on the ground with a thud. He kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy. "Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. This has nothing to do with me." The other person kneeled and kowtowed as well. Now only the green-clad middle-aged man was left. He turned around and stood there, glaring at Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his uncle, with hatred. "Humph! Do you think you can stare at Elder Duan with your filthy eyes?" At that moment, a loud shout reverberated in the air. Then, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blowing past him. It was obvious that someone had brushed past him. The speed was so fast that he could not react in time. Boom! When he regained his senses, he immediately heard a loud explosion. Then, he saw a figure that resembled a bamboo pole where the green-clad middle-aged man was standing. It was none other than Lu Guei, one of the Lu clan's three great guardian elders. In the air not far from Lu Guei, the blood mist dispersed, and the green-clad middle-aged man disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the green-clad middle-aged man was dead. The green-clothed middle-aged man was already dead, killed by Lu Guei's power. The blood mist that filled the sky was left behind after his body exploded. Lu Guei, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. He had killed the green-clad middle-aged man effortlessly. He did not even have the time to use the heaven and earth energy before the green-clad middle-aged man was gone. He had completely disappeared from this world. "Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. Spare our lives, Lord Duan Lingtian. Spare our lives, Elder Guei. Spare our lives, Elder Guei." The remaining two middle-aged men were horrified when they saw their companion was gone. They kowtowed and begged for mercy with fear in their eyes. Soon their heads were bleeding. "Elder Duan, how should we deal with them?" Lu Guei turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian with a forced smile on his face. However, his face was so skinny that it looked worse when he smiled than when he cried. "Whatever." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said nonchalantly. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and did not look at the two middle-aged men anymore. He ignored them as though they were invisible. Lu Guei was stunned before he looked at the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Ruei. "Those who offended Elder Duan don't deserve to live in this world." Lu Ruei's tone was calm and emotionless. "No." The moment Lu Ruei's words left his mouth, the two middle-aged men who were kneeling on the ground trembled. They raised their heads abruptly, and their expressions changed drastically. Boom! Almost as soon as they raised their heads, a loud explosion reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they followed in the green-clad middle-aged man's footsteps and turned into a blood mist that filled the air. They completely disappeared from this world. Gasp! 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 For a moment, the group of alchemists who came to participate in the alchemist competition could not help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. After Elder Duan joined the Lu clan, his position in the Lu clan is even higher than the clan leader of Lu clan. Someone could not help but exclaim, "This is normal. After all, he's a grade 1 alchemist." Some people must be regretting it to death right now, right? Many people whispered among themselves. Some of them could not help but look at a middle-aged man who was standing nearby. The middle-aged man stood there with a grave expression on his face. I remember this person. He had a good chat with Duan Lingtian and became friends with him. However, when Duan Lingtian was targeted by the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, he avoided Duan Lingtian like he was the plague. I remember him too. At that time, he said he didn't know Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and rose to the top. If he didn't do that, he might have risen to the top along with Duan Lingtian. That's fate. Some people don't lack opportunities, but they can only watch and sigh in the end because they didn't seize them. More and more people began to discuss among themselves. There was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at the middle-aged man. Some of them even had a gloating expression on their faces. The middle-aged man was none other than Huang Chun. As Huang Chun stood there, the discussions around him pierced his ears like sharp needles, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. These discussions were undoubtedly tearing at his scars. His heart was already filled with regret. When he heard these people's mockery, it was like adding fuel to the fire, causing him to feel even more remorseful. Why did I do that? If I didn't do that, I might be able to join the Lu clan and become a Lu clan's disciple without participating in the alchemist competition. At the same time, his heart was filled with self-blame. Whoosh! In the end, he could no longer endure it. He soared into the air and disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was obvious he did not want to participate in the alchemist competition anymore. Duan Lingtian saw Huang Chun's departure, but he was not affected at all. He could understand why Huang Chun had abandoned him earlier to protect himself. However, Huang Chun later said he did not know him. When Huang Chun said those words, he acted as though he did not know Huang Chun at all. Therefore, he was not affected by Huang Chun's departure. The alchemist competition has begun. The people present on the scene snapped back to their senses and stopped discussing Huang Chun who had just left. It's about to begin. In the history of the Lu clan's alchemist competition, I don't think there has ever been a grade 1 alchemist referee. Even if I'm eliminated today, it's not a waste to come here today. Being eliminated by a tier 1 alchemist, even if news of this were to spread, it would be enough to make people jealous. The group of alchemists discussed excitedly. Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he heard the discussion. As for the Lu clan's high-ranking officials, they could understand this. Even if they were in the shoes of the alchemists who came to participate in the alchemist competition, they would also think the same. Soon after, the alchemist competition began. The alchemist competition was divided into the preliminary round, the semifinals, and the final round. Half of the people would be eliminated in the preliminary round. The remaining 30 people would be eliminated in the semifinals. They would be the ones who could join the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people, and they would be rewarded by the Lu clan. In the alchemist competition, regardless of whether it was the preliminary round, the semifinals, or the final round, a group of people would refine the same pills. In the end, the chief judge, Duan Lingtian, would personally examine the pills. In the past, the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan would only examine the purity of the pills. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, would not stop there. Apart from examining the purity of the pills refined by a group of people, he would also observe the profundity of their techniques and determine who was better. In the beginning, it was not a big deal for Duan Lingtian to do this during the preliminary round. However, when it came to the semifinals, there were people who were dissatisfied. Elder Duan, the purity of the pills he refined is obviously not as good as mine. Why did he advance while I was eliminated? Chapter 1072. The crowd was in an uproar when the alchemist questioned Duan Lingtian. Someone dared to question a grade 1 alchemist? Everyone, including Xiong Quan, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian before they shifted their attention to the identical pills on the table in front of the two alchemists. The purity of the pills he refined is indeed higher than that person. Why did Elder Duan eliminate him and allow the other person to advance? The group of alchemists participating in the competition was puzzled. What's going on? They were not the only ones who were puzzled. Even the group of Lu clan members led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was puzzled. Some of them were not alchemists, but they were from alchemist clans. Even if they were not alchemists, they could still distinguish the purity of the pills. They could tell. The purity of the medicinal pill refined by the alchemist who questioned Duan Lingtian was indeed higher. Elder Duan, I'm indeed not as good as him in terms of pill purity. The alchemist who was allowed to advance by Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on his face. The moment he said that, the alchemist who questioned Duan Lingtian became even more smug. Elder Duan, I know you're a grade 1 alchemist, and I'm not as good as you in terms of refining pills. However, your taste seems to be what? Before the alchemist could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. At the same time, he glanced at the alchemist nonchalantly. Do you think you're better than him in terms of refining pills just because you can refine pills with higher purity? Or perhaps, the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan is only a competition of pill purity and not a competition of refining pills? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at the group of Lu clan members led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. It was obvious he was asking them. Of course, refining pills of the same type would be judged based on purity. Otherwise, what else can we judge based on? The alchemist who was interrupted by Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, Do all of you think so as well? Duan Lingtian glanced at the participating alchemists before he shifted his gaze to the group of Lu clan members. Soon after, he received his answer. Whether it was the participating alchemists or the group of Lu clan members, all of them nodded. It was obvious they thought so as well. We're interested to know if Elder Duan has other methods to judge the level of refining pills. Perhaps, Elder Duan will surprise us. Lu Rue said loudly. The reason he said this was because he saw the confidence and fearlessness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He subconsciously believed that Duan Lingtian had other methods to judge the level of medicine refinement. As soon as Duan Lingtian immediately. Young. At this moment, even Xiong Quan was looking at Duan Lingtian in anticipation. He believed Duan Lingtian was Duan Dun Lingtian to Duan Lingtian said calmly as he withdrew his gaze from the crowd. If someone else had said this, they would have been torn to shreds as soon as they finished speaking. However, when these words came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth, they found it hard to believe. At the same time, they were anticipating what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. However, they soon realized Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. The two of you refine that medicinal pill again. This time, I will teach the two of you a little trick. This little trick can increase the purity of the pills you refine to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the two alchemists next to him. When you refine the pills, subsequently, Duan Lingtian revealed his little trick on the spot without any hesitation. His words were clearly heard by everyone present, as if he was not worried at all about revealing this secret in front of so many people. Press your palm on the cauldron, and when the cauldron produces the pills, the pill fire in your palm will form a barrier that allows the pills to pass through. This was the trick Duan Lingtian told them. This trick was normal to Duan Lingtian, but it was new to the other alchemists. All right, I'll refine according to Elder Duan's instructions. If the purity of the medicinal pill I refine this time surpasses his again, what will you say, Elder Duan? The alchemist who was not convinced asked Duan Lingtian. If you can defeat him again, he'll be eliminated, and you'll advance. Duan Lingtian said casually. His eyes were calm as though he did not think this alchemist would be able to defeat the other alchemist. Elder Duan, You have so much confidence in me? The other alchemist was greatly shaken. In an instant, his expression became incomparably solemn and serious. Then, he took a deep breath and said seriously to Duan Lingtian, "Elder Duan, I won't disappoint you. There's no need to be nervous. Just maintain your previous standard. Of course, remember to use the little trick I told you earlier. Although the purity of the pills won't increase by much, it won't be little either." "That's right," Duan Lingtian said. "Yes." The alchemist nodded seriously. "Let's begin," Duan Lingtian said again. The two alchemists immediately perked up and began to refine pills. This time, everyone was watching them refine pills. Not only did it increase the pressure on them, but they also wanted to defeat each other to advance to the next round. As long as they advanced, they would be able to join the Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. Time continued to pass by quietly. Soon, an hour had passed. Smack! The alchemist whose pill's purity was not as high as the other alchemist was the first to stop. He pressed his palm on the cauldron and sent the pill flying out of the cauldron. During this process, he remembered the little trick Duan Lingtian had told him earlier. Pill fire shot out from his palm and formed a barrier around the mouth of the cauldron. Whoosh! A pill flew out and passed through the pill fire on the mouth of the cauldron before he caught it in his hand. The pill was done. Smack! At this moment, the alchemist whose pill's purity was higher than the other alchemists and who was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's judgment also stopped and took out his pill. Two identical pills appeared in the air. However, when the two alchemists looked at the pills in their hands and then looked at the pills in the other's open palm, their eyes widened at the same time. An inexplicable shock appeared on their faces. "How's this possible? No, this is impossible." The alchemist who was dissatisfied earlier turned pale. He kept shaking his head, unwilling to believe what was happening before his eyes was real. All this was because he realized that the pill's purity had only increased by less than 5% compared to before. On the other hand, the pill in his opponent's hand had increased by almost 10%. Almost 10%. What kind of concept was that? Completely destroyed him. "This is too amazing." The other alchemist's eyes lit up. Disbelief was written all over his face. He felt that everything that was happening before his eyes was unbelievable. The same little trick, after he used it, actually increased the purity of the pill by nearly 10%. On the other hand, the pill's purity had only increased by less than 5%. "Impossible! You must have taught him some other trick. That must be it." The alchemist pointed at Duan Lingtian and said unwillingly, "I taught him some other trick?" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian laughed. It was a laugh without any warning. After laughing for a while, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Do you want to let the other alchemists give it a try?" In the end, the other alchemists who had advanced to the semifinals and had not been eliminated began to refine pills using the little trick Duan Lingtian had taught them. After they successfully refined the medicinal pill, they discovered a strange thing. Among these alchemists, a portion of them refined pills whose purity had only increased by 5% compared to before, while a portion of them refined pills whose purity had increased by more than 10% compared to before. "Now, do you still think that I taught him some other trick?" Duan Lingtian looked at the alchemist who was dissatisfied. His voice was calm and emotionless. The alchemist's face turned green when he heard this. However, he did not say anything. He knew that he was overthinking things. Why? In the end, the alchemist was still dissatisfied. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian was naturally very clear about what this alchemist wanted to ask. Everyone from the Lu clan, including the clan leader of the Lu clan, and the other alchemists around them were also looking at him with a puzzled expression. It was obvious that they wanted to know the answer as well. "It's because of the pill fire." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian gave his answer. It had to be said that his answer was beyond everyone's expectations. "The problem lies with the pill fire? That's not right. I'm a grade 5 alchemist, and the pill fire that I condensed is a grade 5 pill fire. However, the pills that I refined using the little trick only increased by less than 5%. Although I'm only a grade 6 alchemist, and the pill fire that I condensed is not as good as yours, however, I managed to increase the pill's purity by 10% through the little trick. What's going on? The group of alchemists was puzzled. Some grade 6 alchemists had a greater increase in purity than some grade 5 alchemists. There were also some grade 6 alchemists who did not improve as much as grade 5 alchemists. It's not because of the grade of the pill fire, but the purity of the pill fire itself. Usually, the pill fire that an alchemist who made it in one go would be coarser and less pure. On the other hand, the pill fire that an alchemist who made it in one go would be more refined and purer. Through the little trick that I mentioned earlier, the former can increase the pill's purity by 1 level. However, the latter is slightly weaker. Duan Lingtian patiently explained to the group of people who were looking at him curiously. The scene fell into a dead silence at once. Everyone began to ponder. Elder Duan is indeed a grade 1 alchemist. He can even figure out such a little trick. Chapter 1073. Now, do you have any more questions? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the alchemist who doubted him. If he did not use the pill fire to refine the pills, the purity of the pills refined by this alchemist was indeed higher than the other alchemist. However, the results were the opposite when the pill fire was used to refine the pills. From the beginning of the alchemist competition, Duan Lingtian did not use the purity of the pills to determine the level of the alchemists. Apart from the purity of the pills, he also looked at the purity of the pill fire. The higher the purity of the pill fire, the more potential an alchemist had. He knew this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. The alchemist who was unconvinced was ashamed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He nodded apologetically at Duan Lingtian before he flew away in disappointment. Thank you, Elder Duan. On the other hand, the other alchemist was excited. He did not think he would be able to pass the semifinals and advance to the finals. Moreover, he had become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. In the alchemist competition, those who could pass the semifinals and advance to the finals were bound to join the Lu clan. You don't have to thank me. It's because your refining skills are good. With your talent, as long as you continue to work hard, it won't be difficult for you to become a grade 3 alchemist in the future. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. Grade 3 alchemist? Can I really do that? The alchemist asked excitedly. He was only a grade 6 alchemist now. He did not even dare to think about whether he could become a grade 3 alchemist in the future. That will depend on your hard work. You may leave now and wait for the finals. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. The alchemist left respectfully when he heard this. At the same time, the surrounding gazes that were directed at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. This was a grade 1 alchemist. With just a few words, he had turned the tables on an alchemist who was originally in a disadvantageous position and advanced to the finals. No wonder it's written in the handbook left behind by the clan's ancestor. There's no mediocre grade 1 alchemist. It seems like it's true. One of the Lu clan's elders exclaimed. He was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian's method. Of course, people who can become grade 1 alchemists, which one of them isn't said to be a peerless talent in the Tao of alchemy. Another elder from the Lu clan said, no matter what, Duan Lingtian's actions earlier had won the admiration of the group of alchemists participating in the alchemist competition. At the same time, he had also intimidated the group of Lu clan's people, led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. After Duan Lingtian's performance, no one dared to question him anymore. The semifinals of the alchemist competition quickly came to an end. Only the 30 most outstanding alchemists remained. However, most of the alchemists that were eliminated didn't leave. Instead, they waited with great interest for the finals that was about to arrive. To them, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to learn. The scene of so many outstanding alchemists refining medicine together was not common. Perhaps they could get some inspiration from one of the alchemists and improve their attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. The finals began as scheduled. The 30 disciples of the Lu family who were not surnamed Lu left the stage one by one. As the main referee, Duan Lingtian was responsible for patrolling the stage. With Duan Lingtian, a grade 1 alchemist, holding the stage, the other referees, including Lu So, knew their place. They stood still and watched from afar, not daring to disturb Duan Lingtian. As time went by, the 30 alchemists began to refine the pills. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian commented on the pills that each alchemist refined. Regardless of the length of his comments, each alchemist was convinced. During the process of commenting, Duan Lingtian's knowledge in the Tao of medicine refinement shocked everyone once again. It seems like our Lu clan has really picked up a treasure this time. I'm afraid an ordinary grade 1 alchemist is not even worthy of carrying Elder Duan's shoes in terms of theory. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was a grade 2 alchemist. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's knowledge, he could not suppress his excitement. His whispers were clearly heard by the Lu clan members, causing them to be dumbstruck. Clan leader, do you mean even our Alchemist Guild's main guild in the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild is not as good as Elder Duan in terms of theory? Lu Yuan's small eyes widened, and a hint of shock could be seen on his chubby face. Guild leader Chung, I've visited him a few times, although he's also a grade 1 alchemist. His understanding of the Tao of medicine refinement is not as thorough as Elder Duan. This was the answer Lu Rui came to after comparing the two. At once, everyone in Lu clan fell into a dead silence. They naturally knew who the President Chung, that the clan head mentioned, was. He was the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. He was a noble grade 1 alchemist. Cloud Continent was divided into the inner land and the outer land with the Ruoshui River as the boundary. The northern mountain land where the Lu clan was located in the outer land to the south of Cloud Continent. This area was also known as the Southern Outer Land. Speaking of which, whether it was the Darkhan dynasty where Duan Lingtian was from or the Northern Desert Land, they were both part of the Southern Outer Land. In the past, I only knew that Guild Leader Chung was the only grade 1 alchemist in the Southern Outer Land. However, it seems like that's not the case. That's right. As it turns out, there's a monstrous grade 1 alchemist like Elder Duan in the Southern Outer Land. In terms of age, Elder Duan is much younger than Guild Leader Chung. He's young, but his medicine refinement skills are not weak. Moreover, even the clan leader who has spoken with Guild Leader Chung thinks that Guild Leader Chung is not as good as Elder Duan. The group of Lu clan's elders whispered among themselves. Soon after, their eyes landed on the purple figure in the distance in unison. That young man had become even more unfathomable in their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai had a wide smile on his face. Ever since Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, apart from being surprised, there was only a smile on his face. It did not cross his mind at all. Not long ago, he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be executed by the Lu clan. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had become the most popular person in the Lu clan. Clan leader, you have such a high opinion of Elder Duan. Are you confident that you can become a grade 1 alchemist with his guidance? Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, asked solemnly as he looked at Lu Rui. Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, had shown outstanding talent in medicine refinement since he was young. The Lu clan's patriarch thought that he had the highest chance of becoming a grade 1 alchemist in the past 100 years. There's a chance. Lu Rui's eyes flickered. A look of anticipation appeared on his face as his eyes sparkled. Gasp! 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 The moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, the sound of people inhaling sharply was heard. The group of Lu clan's high-ranking officials, including the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, inhaled sharply. Lu Rui's reply completely shocked them. Their eyes shone brightly when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though he was not a person but a peerless piece of art. It was easy for people to be mesmerized by him. However, Duan Lingtian was currently commenting on the alchemists who were participating in the alchemist competition's finals. He did not notice their gazes. Soon after, he listed the 30 alchemists' rankings. None of the 30 alchemists had any objections to the rankings. Elder Lu So, I'll leave the rest to you. After he was done, Duan Lingtian returned to Xiong Quan's side and told Lu South. Lu So immediately responded and did not dare to delay. He looked at the 30 alchemists and was ready to announce the rewards that the Lu clan had decided on previously. However, before Lu So could speak, someone could not help but ask, I wonder if the top 3 in the alchemist competition will be able to receive Elder Duan's guidance? According to the rewards that the Lu clan had decided on previously, the top 3 in the alchemist competition would be able to receive guidance from the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists. Today, the Lu clan had a new interim advisor. Moreover, he was a grade 1 alchemist who was knowledgeable in medicine refinement. This made the top 3 alchemists in the alchemist competition feel tempted. The person who asked the question was the person who ranked second in the alchemist competition. It's not a good thing to be too greedy. Lu So took a deep look at the alchemist. However, he did not give a decisive answer. Instead, he turned to look at the clan leader Lu Rue. Elder Duan must be tired from the journey. Lu Bai, bring Elder Duan and that brother to rest. Lu Rue did not seem to notice Lu So's gaze as he looked at Lu Bai. Yes. Lu Bai replied respectfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan before he brought the ice coffin with him and left with Lu Bai. Before he left, he glanced at the Lu clan's senior officials and nodded at them as a form of greeting. The Lu clan's senior officials, including the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders, responded with a smile. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a treasure. Elder Duan was a treasure that could help the Lu clan produce another grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian's departure disappointed the top 3 alchemists in the alchemist competition. Work hard after joining the Lu clan and strive to stand out in the Lu clan. At that time, you might be able to receive guidance from Elder Duan. At this moment, Lu Rue looked at the 30 Lu clan's foreign disciples and said nonchalantly. Lu Rue's words caused the 30 people's eyes to brighten immediately. Their faces were filled with anticipation. However, the Lu clan's senior officials were well aware of this. With Elder Duan's ability to guide their clan leader in medicine refinement, even the other grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan would fight for Elder Duan's guidance. Apart from the few grade 2 alchemists, the Lu clan also had a group of grade 3 alchemists. Chapter 1074. Lu Bai's eyes inadvertently swept past the ice coffin next to Duan Lingtian when he was about to enter the Lu clan's estate. It was his first time seeing the face of the woman lying in the ice coffin. The red-clad woman left a deep impression on him. She was the woman who was with Duan Lingtian and his benefactor when he was almost killed. At that time, he was shocked by the woman's peerless appearance. This was because even in the northern mountain land, he had never seen a woman with such an outstanding appearance. She's the daughter of the person who saved you. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu who was in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Benefactor's daughter? Lu Bai's expression changed slightly. She's? At this moment, Lu Bai began to carefully study Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin. Soon, he noticed the vitality in Feng Tianwu's body. She's in a deep sleep? Her soul is injured, so she's in a coma. Duan Lingtian sighed. Lu Bai nodded solemnly. He did not fully understand. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, said respectfully to Duan Lingtian, I heard you say that as long as we can find some rare heaven and earth treasure, we can wake Miss Tianwu up again. The Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Perhaps they have a heaven and earth treasure that can wake Miss Tianwu up. Xiong Quan stared at Lu Bai with a burning gaze after he finished speaking. Xiong Quan's words made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. That was right. Why did he not think of that? The Lu clan was a clan that had a history of 10,000 years. On Cloud Continent, apart from the 2 ancient clans that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, there were only a handful of forces that had a history of 10,000 years. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that the reason he did not think of this was because he had a preconceived notion. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, He knew that the treasures of heaven and earth were extremely rare. Even in the entire cloud continent, they were extremely rare. Even the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have them. It was precisely because of this that he subconsciously felt that it was impossible for the heavenly and earthly treasures that he might not even encounter in the inner land to appear in the outer land. Lu Bai, does your Lu family have the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Bai and asked urgently. Although he wasn't sure if the Lu family had these two treasures that could help Feng Tianwu recover her soul, he still decided to ask. He didn't want to miss any opportunity. No matter what, the Lu clan had a heritage of over 10,000 years. Perhaps they had these two kinds of heavenly treasures. Soul-stabilizing root, soul-stabilizing grass? However, Lu Bai shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. This is my first time hearing about these two things. How about this? I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. After you've rested, I'll go with you to look for the clan leader. Who knows, he might know something about it. Lu Bai suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. There was a hint of hope in his eyes. If the Lu clan really had the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass, he could concoct the medicinal liquid and help Tianwu recover her soul in one fell swoop. Now, I can only hope that my luck is really that good. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whether it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, they were extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth on the cloud continent. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had only seen them a few times. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan arrived at the buildings on the east side of the Lu clan's mansion under Lu Bai's lead. They arrived at an independent mansion within a mansion. Second young master. Outside the spacious mansion, a beautiful maid stood there and bowed respectfully to Lu Bai. All right. Lu Bai nodded at the maid and said solemnly, from today onward, Elder Duan will be staying here. I'll arrange for a few more people to come over later. All of you must serve Elder Duan well. If you displease Elder Duan and the clan leader blames you, even I won't be able to bear the consequences. Do you understand? One had to admit that Lu Bai's words shocked the maid standing at the mansion's entrance. Elder Duan? The maid's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan before it finally landed on Xiong Quan. In her opinion, this older person was more like an elder. Then I won't disturb your rest. Lu Bai nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan before he said, when both of you have rested, ask her to look for me at my mansion. All right. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan nodded. After Lu Bai left, the maid heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, she looked at Xiong Quan with a smile on her face. Nice to meet you, Elder Duan. My name is Xiao Yun. I'll be in charge of your daily life from now on. Xiong Quan was embarrassed and said awkwardly, Girl, you're mistaken. My young master is Elder Duan. As Xiong Quan spoke, he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Ah! Maid Xiao Yun was shocked. Only then did she reassess Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief as she muttered, You're really Elder Duan? Why, don't we look alike? Duan Lingtian was amused by maid Xiao Yun and asked jokingly, No, Elder Duan, I just find it unbelievable. Our Lu clan has never had an elder as young as you, maid Xiao Yun hurriedly replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she studied Duan Lingtian. It was as though she wanted to see what was so special about Duan Lingtian and how he could become an elder of their Lu clan at such a young age. Moreover, he was an elder with a different surname. Although she was only a servant girl, she still knew some things about the Lu family very well. It was impossible for a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan to become an elder with a different surname unless he was very capable. Elder Duan, please come in. Soon after, maid Xiao Yun returned to her senses and led Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind her. She arranged a spacious room for Duan Lingtian to stay in. The room was huge and it was fully furnished. It was the master bedroom of the mansion. Boom! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the ice coffin flew into the room and landed steadily on a table in the room. How beautiful! Maid Xiao Yun had long noticed the ice coffin following Duan Lingtian. It was only until now that she had the chance to study the ice coffin seriously. Soon after, she noticed the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. The red-robed woman lay there, her devastatingly beautiful face reflected in her eyes. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of her own inferiority. If there's nothing else, all of you can leave first. I want to rest, Duan Lingtian said. Yes, young master, Xiong Quan replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Maid Xiao Yun. Girl, we should leave now. Maid Xiao Yun snapped back to her senses and reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the red-clad lady in the ice coffin. She followed Xiong Quan out of the room. Xiong Quan helped Duan Lingtian close the door. Uncle, how should I address you? Maid Xiao Yun looked at Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan replied coolly. Uncle Xiong Quan, do you know who the lady lying in the ice coffin next to Elder Duan is? It's my first time seeing such a beautiful lady in my entire life. Maid Xiao Yun asked with curiosity in her eyes. She's young master's woman. Xiong Quan sighed. When he saw that Maid Xiao Yun was about to ask more questions, he quickly said, All right, girl, don't ask any more. Help me arrange your room as well. In the master bedroom, after Xiong Quan and Maid Xiao Yun left, Duan Lingtian walked up to the ice coffin and gently caressed the ice coffin. He looked at Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin with a gentle expression on his face. Tianwu, rest well. Big brother Duan will wake you up very soon. He won't make you wait too long. You won't wait for too long, Duan Lingtian said softly. His voice was as gentle as it could be. After a while, Duan Lingtian changed into a new set of clothes and lay on the bed to rest. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. It had been a long time since he had such a good sleep. On the other hand, Xiong Quan had also settled down under Maid Xiao Yun's arrangement. After settling down Xiong Quan, Maid Xiao Yun's face was filled with confusion. Where did that elder Duan come from? Judging by his age, he's not much older than me. That's not right. Soon after, Maid Xiao Yun seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. In our Lu clan, those who can become an elder with a different surname are either people with shocking abilities or extremely outstanding alchemists. If Elder Duan is a human, it's impossible for him to be so powerful at his age. It's even more impossible for him to be an alchemist who's qualified to become an elder with a different surname in our Lu clan. In other words, he's a demon, a powerful demon. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead when she thought of this. She had never come into contact with a demon in her life. I heard that demons have weird tempers. Some demons might even transform into their original forms to eat humans. Maid Xiao Yun's body trembled when she thought of this. Sister Xiao Yun. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like an oriole's came from outside the mansion. It made Maid Xiao Yun regain her senses. After wiping the cold sweat off her face, she walked out of the mansion. As soon as she walked out of the mansion, she saw 6 maids walking toward her side by side. All of you, did second young master arrange for all of you to be here? As Lu clan's maids, they knew each other. When Xiao Yun saw the 5 maids, her eyes widened in shock. As far as she knew in the Lu clan, there were at most 2 to 3 maids in the mansion of an ordinary elder. Even in the residence of the patriarch, there were only 5 maids. Now there were 6 maids on her side. Including her, there were 7 of them. 7 maids serving an elder with a different surname? That elder Duan. Who is he? At this moment, Maid Xiao Yun vaguely felt that something was amiss. Even if Elder Duan was a demon monarch powerhouse, he shouldn't be treated so well, right? Big sister Xiao Yun. You'll be our big sister from now on. You're really lucky to have encountered such a good job. The 6 maids looked at Maid Xiao Yun enviously. Chapter 1075. A cushy job? Servant Xiao Yun frowned and asked, Do all of you know something? Or perhaps, have you heard of that young elder Duan? It can't be. Sister Xiao Yun, you haven't heard of Elder Duan? The 6 servants looked at Xiao Yun as though they were looking at a monster. Is that strange? Seeing their reactions, Xiao Yun couldn't help but be stunned. Sister Xiao Yun, I'm afraid the entire Lu clan has already spread the news about Elder Duan. As the first person to serve Elder Duan, how could you not know about it? The 6 servants shook their heads and sighed. They thought Xiao Yun's news was outdated. Stop keeping me in suspense, you 6. Xiao Yun smiled wryly. Following that, the 6 maids no longer wasted any time and began to tell her everything they knew about Elder Duan, who had become an elder of the Lu clan as soon as he arrived at the Lu clan. Elder Duan killed Elder Lu Zhao as soon as he arrived at the Lu clan? He even killed the 3rd young master. When Xiao Yun heard about what the young Elder Duan had done, and how the 2 guardian elders of the Lu clan had shown up to kill him, she could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. However, she knew Elder Duan would be fine in the end. Otherwise, she would not have the chance to serve Elder Duan. Grade 1 alchemist? Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed when she heard the young Elder Duan had revealed his Grade 1 pill fire and his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist. An alchemist, a Grade 1 alchemist. Does this mean Elder Duan is not a demon? However, he's just a human. Apart from having the ability to kill Elder Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, he's also a noble Grade 1 alchemist. How's this possible? Xiao Yun muttered to herself. Although her voice was not loud, it still entered the ears of the other 6 servants. Sister Xiao Yun, we wouldn't believe such a human exists if it was in the past. However, the truth is right before our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. That's right, Sister Xiao Yun. Right now, the entire Lu clan is talking about Elder Duan. They're saying Elder Duan is a rare monster on Cloud Continent. Some people even say Elder Duan is a gift from God to the Lu clan. After almost 1,000 years, a Grade 1 alchemist has appeared in the Lu clan again. If this news spreads, the entire northern mountain land and half of the southern outer land will be shocked. The 6 maids spoke one after another. Their tone was mixed with a bit of excitement. Although they were only servants, they were still considered half of the Lu clan, half of the Lu clan. I can't believe Elder Duan. Duan? Recalling the purple-clothed young man who didn't put on any airs and how casual she was in front of him, the maidservant Xiao Yun felt a chill down her spine. It turned out that the purple-clothed youth was actually such an extraordinary existence. Not only was he, but he was also a Grade 1 alchemist as Sister Xiao Yun. How is that Elder Duan? Is he easy to get along? Very soon, the 6 new maidservants asked Xiao Yun all at once. Elder Duan is very nice and easygoing. Duan Lingtian gradually woke up after sleeping for an unknown amount of time. He got out of bed after glancing at the ice coffin on the table nearby. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, he walked out of his room. Elder Duan. Elder Duan. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, 2 voices that sounded like orioles resonated in his ears. Only then did he realize there were 2 servants standing on both sides of his door. Morning. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. However, he could not help but smile wryly in his heart. That fellow Lu Bai actually found a few more servants. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed there were a few servants busy in the mansion he was staying in. Elder Duan, I'll get someone to clean up your room for you. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw servant Xiao Yun walking towards him. After she greeted him, she brought the 2 servant girls with her and entered his room to clean up. Naturally, it was mainly to clean up the dust. After a while, the entire room was spotless when the 3 servants came out. Elder Duan, do you have any other orders? Servant Xiao Yun looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully after bringing the servants out. She waited for further instructions from Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed. Servant Xiao Yun's attitude towards him had undergone a drastic change compared to when he first arrived. She was no longer as casual as before. Instead, her every movement was reserved. Xiao Yun, you don't have to be so reserved in front of me. Just be as casual as you want. Duan Lingtian said. I dare not. Servant Xiao Yun lowered her head as she replied. What a joke. Previously, she did not know about Elder Duan's background. However, now that she knew, she would not dare to be as casual as before even if she was given 100 guts. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. However, he did not insist. Instead, he said calmly, Bring second young master here. Yes. Servant Xiao Yun responded and left. As for the other two servants, they returned to Duan Lingtian's room and stood there like statues. Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked out to look for Xiong Quan. As for the ice coffin in the room, he did not bring it out. In his opinion, this was the Northern Mountain's Lu family, one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain. Nobody would come here to look for trouble. Therefore, it was safe to leave it in the room temporarily. Moreover, he would not leave the Lu family anytime soon. Under the guidance of the servants, Duan Lingtian soon saw Xiong Quan in the backyard of the mansion. When he saw Xiong Quan, he was practicing his swordsmanship with all his might. He was sweating profusely. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he saw how hardworking Xiong Quan was. Naturally, he knew why Xiong Quan was so hardworking. He wanted to become stronger so that he could stay by his side to help him and not be a burden. Young master. Soon after, Xiong Quan stopped practicing and stood up. He noticed Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan, how much of the information contained in the word sword have you comprehended? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. The word sword that Duan Lingtian mentioned was, naturally, a carving left behind by a guy who called himself the Sword Saint in the depths of the mountain where Xiong Quan's hometown was located in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The word sword contained a shocking amount of sword Dao comprehension. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if he only comprehended 1% of the sword Dao comprehension contained in the word sword, he would be able to do whatever he wanted on the Cloud Continent. He had discovered this not too long ago. Not too long ago, he had a further comprehension of the word sword stored in his mind and raised his sword concept to the 8th level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. Although he did not have any improvements in other aspects, he had an additional strength of 300 ancient horn dragons due to the elevation of his sword concept. With the help of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he could wield the strength of 3,800 ancient horn dragons with his full strength. This was under the condition that he did not rely on the earth energy with his earth concept. It was precisely because of this that he was able to kill Lu Zhao, the Lu clan's elder who was at the 8th level void transformation stage. It was effortless from the beginning until the end. Young master, I'm slow-witted. I haven't made any progress. Xiong Quan shrugged and smiled wryly. Don't worry, a lot of things still depend on luck. Who knows, maybe you'll have a flash of inspiration in your mind, and you'll be able to comprehend them naturally. Duan Lingtian comforted him. However, looking at Xiong Quan's dejected expression, it was obvious his consolation was useless. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a loud and familiar voice sounded, breaking the slightly silent atmosphere. Lu Bai. The person who came was the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Lu Bai. I want to see the clan leader. I've already told the patriarch about the soul-fixing root and the soul-stabilizing grass that you told me a few days ago. You should be able to know the result when you meet the patriarch with me this time. Lu Bai knew the reason why Duan Lingtian wanted to see the clan leader of Lu clan, so he said bluntly, the two treasures you mentioned sound like medicinal herbs. Our Lu clan has countless rare medicinal herbs. Who knows, we might have what you're looking for. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, do you want to come with me? Young master, I'll pass. I want to cultivate for a while more. Besides, I can help take care of Miss Tianwu if I stay. Xiong Quan said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed Lu Bai to see Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, on his own. The mansion where Lu Rui lived was not far away from Duan Lingtian's mansion. Even Lu Bai's mansion was not far away. The area to the east of our Lu clan's mansion is where the clan's high-ranking officials and direct descendants live. The most magnificent mansion in front is where the clan leader lives. Lu Bai explained as he pointed to the front. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, an estate stood there. It was grand and tall, and it stood out amongst the surrounding estates, causing it to be especially conspicuous. After walking for a while, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He could clearly feel a gaze locked on him from afar. When he looked over, he saw a middle-aged young man walking toward him and Lu Bai. There was an old man following behind the young man. Humph! At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Lu Bai snort. It was obvious he was targeting the newcomer. Lu Bai, aren't you going to greet your big brother when you see him? At this moment, the gray-clad young man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai. His gaze had already shifted from Duan Lingtian to Lu Bai. Do I know you that well? Lu Bai glanced at the gray-clad young man coldly and said disdainfully, Lu Bai, is there a misunderstanding between us? The gray-clad young man still had a smile on his face even though Lu Bai did not treat him nicely. Chapter 1076. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something, and he raised an eyebrow. Big brother? This gray-clad young man addressed himself as Big Brother in front of Lu Bai. Lu Song. Soon after, Duan Lingtian reacted and guessed the gray-clad young man's identity. In the Lu clan, the only person who could address himself as Big Brother in front of Lu Bai was the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. He was also Lu Bai's sworn enemy and the stumbling block for Lu Bai to become the next clan leader of Lu clan. That was not all. The Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, whom I killed earlier, I heard that he was Lu Song's twin brother. Twin brother. He was Lu Huai's biological brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song with a hint of vigilance. You must be Elder Duan, right? Lu Song was not angry when he saw Lu Bai ignoring him. He quickly changed his target and looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. However, the bright smile on Lu Song's face was extremely dazzling in Duan Lingtian's eyes. This Lu Song, he doesn't have a good relationship with his twin brother, Lu Bai? Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Song and asked Lu Bai through voice transmission. Their parents died when they were young, so they supported each other. Naturally, they had a good relationship. To Lu Huai, apart from being an elder brother, Lu Song also played the role of a father. Lu Bai replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian instantly felt a chill in his heart. He did not believe that Lu Song did not know he killed Lu Huai. Even so, Lu Song was still smiling in front of him. This made him feel a chill down his spine. This Lu Song is an extremely dangerous person. Duan Lingtian was almost certain about this. It was not something an ordinary person could do to act as if nothing had happened in front of the person who killed his brother. Anyone who could do that would be a scheming person. If Lu Song had wanted to kill him, perhaps he would not have taken him seriously. However, Lu Song's behavior made him fearful from the bottom of his heart. An enemy in the open was not scary. An enemy in the dark was the most terrifying. And who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song and asked despite knowing the answer. I'm Lu Song. The smile on Lu Song's face remained unchanged as he politely responded to Duan Lingtian. Lu Song? The young master of the Lu family? Duan Lingtian pretended to be surprised. Yes. Lu Song nodded and continued to say, however, even though I'm the great young master of Lu clan, I'm nothing in front of you, Elder Duan. Elder Duan, you're a grade 1 alchemist. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders have to be respectful to you. As he spoke, Lu Song's face was filled with humility. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Lu Song's flattery. He looked deeply at Lu Song and asked with a smile, I heard, Lu Huai, the Lu clan's 3rd young master, is your biological brother? As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and locked onto Lu Song. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. At the same time, his mental power also extended out. Yes. Lu Song nodded. The smile on his face grew wider. He was not angry because Duan Lingtian mentioned Lu Huai. Do you know that I killed him? Duan Lingtian asked again. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, he was shocked in his heart. This was because he realized that when he mentioned Lu Huai, no matter if it was his eyes or his mental power, he did not notice any fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. Even if it was just a tiny bit. What did this mean? Either Lu Song did not care about the life and death of his biological brother, Lu Huai. Either that or Lu Song had perfectly hidden his emotions. If it was the former, then so be it. However, if it was the latter, then Lu Song was just too terrifying. Through the voice transmission that he asked Lu Song earlier, he could conclude that it was impossible for it to be the former. In that case, it could only be the latter. This caused a chill to rise in his heart. Currently, in his eyes, Lu Song was like a poisonous snake that could easily blend into its surroundings and hide perfectly. Such a poisonous snake was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and impossible to guard against. Once it went berserk, it would definitely kill without leaving a trace. Ha! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the mental power that he extended out tremble. Only then did he notice. Just as his words left his mouth, there was an obvious fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. The fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions was extremely faint and disappeared in a flash. However, his sharp mental power could still clearly sense it. The fluctuation in his emotions contained a bloodthirsty killing intent. I know. However, I still have to thank Elder Duan for cleaning up the house for my clan. With Lu Huai's temper, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. It's his good fortune that he died in your hands. Lu Song nodded. There was still a smile on his face. However, when his smile entered Duan Lingtian's eyes, it made Duan Lingtian's hair stand on end. It was also his mental power that noticed the fluctuation in Lu Song's emotions. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by Lu Song just by looking at it with his naked eyes. Then, I guess I've unintentionally planted a willow and the willow turns into a shade. However, you don't have to thank me. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Song nonchalantly and said calmly, "Boy, you're courting death." At this moment, a cold gleam flashed in the eyes of the old man behind Lu Song. His aura instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, he took a step forward, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! However, before the old man could make a move, he was stopped by Lu Song. "Elder Duan, I'm really sorry. Elder Guan and Lu Huai are very close. I hope Elder Duan can forgive him if he offended you in any way." Lu Song said apologetically to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not look at Lu Song. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the old man behind Lu Song. The old man had white hair and eyebrows, and he was glaring at him with hatred. At that moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. How interesting! Duan Lingtian looked at the old man deeply before he shifted his gaze away. He did not bother with Lu Song anymore. After calling out to Lu Bai, he left with Lu Bai. Only Lu Song and the old man behind him were left standing on the spot. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai's silhouettes as they left. "Young master, you shouldn't have stopped me. I was very confident that I could kill him just now to avenge little young master," the old man said in a deep voice as he stared at the purple silhouette in the distance. His face was filled with hatred. Then, at this moment, the smile on Lu Song's face had disappeared. It was replaced with indifference. Then, when the old man heard this, he did not know how to reply. "You won't be able to live if you kill him. Even if you manage to escape, you're destined to be a fugitive. At that time, where are you going to put me? Or do you want me to be a fugitive with you?" Lu Song enunciated each word clearly, leaving the old man speechless. That was right. He had killed Duan Lingtian. Faced with the enraged higher-ups of the Lu clan, he could escape to the ends of the earth. However, the young master would be dragged down by him. After all, his every move represented his young master, Lu Song. If you kill him, you can either die or run. As for me, even if I continue to stay in the Lu clan, I won't be able to become the patriarch of the Lu clan. The Lu clan will not allow someone who doesn't care about the clan's interests to be the patriarch. You should be very clear about this. Lu Song said in a deep voice. If he allowed the old man to kill Duan Lingtian, even if the Lu clan did not punish him, the higher-ups of the Lu clan would undoubtedly think that he did not care about the clan's interests at all. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist and the Lu clan's first honorary elder. If he was killed, the Lu clan's interests would be greatly affected. Young master, what about little young master's revenge? Are we not going to avenge it? The old man said with grief and indignation. Not avenge it? How is that possible? He's my younger brother. He's my younger brother whom I watched grow up. Lu Song's eyes gleamed coldly. However, he concealed it in just a blink of an eye. His slightly ferocious expression returned to its usual calmness. However, we can't be rash about this. We need to think about it carefully. The old man's eyes brightened when he heard this, and he replied respectfully. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai had also arrived near the mansion of the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Rui. They would arrive at the mansion in a dozen breaths' time. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful of Lu Song. That Lu Song is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He says one thing in the open and another in the dark. You killed his younger brother. There's no way he would be so magnanimous. He won't let this go so easily. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already noticed this without Lu Bai's reminder. Lu Bai, the old man behind Lu Song, do you know anything about him? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled the old man who was following behind Lu Song and wanted to attack him. I only know that the old man's surname is Guan, and people call him Elder Guan. As for his background, I heard he was a servant of Lu Song's grandfather when he was young. Due to his good innate talent, he became a collateral disciple of our Lu clan. Later on, after Lu Song's grandfather died, he followed Lu Song's father. After Lu Song's parents died, he followed Lu Song and Lu Huai and took care of them. It's said that the old man's strength has already entered the 9th level void transformation. He's not far from the peak of the void. His strength is much stronger than many of the elders in our Lu clan. Lu Bai told him everything he knew. 9th level void transformation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Lu Bai's words. He was shocked. That old man hid his strength really well. He's obviously a martial monarch powerhouse, but he actually told the public that he's only at the 9th level void transformation. Earlier, when the old man's aura had locked onto him and was about to attack him, he immediately extended his spiritual energy. He attempted to probe the old man's cultivation base by extending his spiritual energy. However, when his spiritual energy approached the old man, it seemed to have melted into a ball of cotton and disappeared without a trace. At that time, he knew. Chapter 1077. However, the old man was only at the 1st level martial monarch stage at most. Duan Lingtian could roughly deduce this through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lives. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lu Bai asked curiously when he saw Duan Lingtian suddenly stopping in his tracks. He seemed to be in a daze. Nothing. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses when he heard this and shook his head. He decided not to tell Lu Bai about his discovery. If Lu Bai knew there was a martial monarch following Lu Song all the time, he would definitely be in a bad mood. After all, if he wanted to become the next clan leader of Lu clan, he would have to get rid of Lu Song, the stepping stone. If he knew there was a martial monarch protecting Lu Song, he might feel hopeless. Although Lu Bai was puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian seem to have a lot on his mind, he did not continue to ask. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not want to say much. Therefore, he did not intend to force Duan Lingtian to say anything. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the grand and tall mansion under Lu Bai's lead and entered the main hall in the middle of the mansion. There was already someone waiting in the main hall. It was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. Clan leader. Duan Lingtian greeted Lu Rue with a smile when he saw him. He did not bow like Lu Bai did. If it was someone else, Lu Rue would definitely be displeased. However, this person was Duan Lingtian. Not only did he feel it was nothing, but he even responded with a smile. Elder Duan. Elder Duan, I've read some ancient books about the 2 medicinal herbs that you're looking for, and I finally found some records about them. I've been searching in the Lu clan's treasure vault for the past 2 days, and I finally found a few medicinal herbs with similar characteristics. I'm just not sure if they're the ones you're looking for. Lu Rue went straight to the point. A few? Hearing Lu Rue's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He asked eagerly, Master, can you take out those medicinal herbs for me to identify? Duan Lingtian's words were mixed with a bit of excitement. In his opinion, since there were several kinds of medicinal herbs for him to choose from, perhaps there would be something he wanted among them. Of course. Lu Rue raised his hand and took out 7 kinds of herbs. 3 of them were root-shaped medicinal herbs. They looked similar to ginseng, but there were many differences. As for the other 4 herbs, they were all leaf-shaped herbs. Elder Duan, look. None of them are? Just as Lu Rue was about to pass the 7 kinds of medicinal herbs to Duan Lingtian, he raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he saw Duan Lingtian's disappointed face as he let out a sigh. For a moment, he vaguely realized something. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and said with a wry smile on his face, the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that I want are not among these medicinal herbs. However, no matter what, thank you for helping me, Master. Duan Lingtian had a grateful expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. You're too kind, Elder Duan, Lu Rue said. My understanding of the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass is limited to the rough-written records in the ancient books. Even if I saw them, I might not be able to recognize them. In our Lu clan's treasure vault, there are some medicinal herbs that fit the description of these 2 heaven and earth treasures. However, I didn't take them out together. Why don't you come with me and take a look yourself, Elder Duan? Lu Rue suggested as he reached the end of his sentence. Then I'll thank the patriarch first. Duan Lingtian had undoubtedly agreed to go with Lu Rue to the Lu clan's treasure vault to take a look at the medicinal herbs and see if there was anything that he wanted. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Lu Rue and left the mansion. As for Lu Bai, he returned to his own mansion and did not follow them. The Lu clan's treasure vault was located in the north of the Lu clan's mansion. It was surrounded by 3 layers of protection. It was filled with inscription formations, and some of them were even powerful killing formations. The Lu clan's treasure vault was a palace surrounded by many inscription formations. There was only one entrance, and it was personally guarded by an old man. Elder Duan, Master. The old man was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Rue appearing together. However, he still greeted them warmly. Elder Ji. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile on his face. He was familiar with the old man in front of him. It was Lu Ji, one of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders whom he had met a few days ago. He was a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. Elder Ji, I'll bring Elder Duan in to look for some medicinal herbs, Lu Rue said to Elder Ji. Lu Ji nodded. With a lift of his hand, a gentle energy extended out and activated an inscription formation at the entrance of the Lu clan's treasure vault. Creak. At the same time, the treasure vault's door opened by itself. Duan Lingtian and Lu Rue walked into the treasure vault together. What entered their eyes was a 7-colored brilliance. It was a pile of jewelry that was as big as a mountain in front of them. Under the illumination of the light brought in by Duan Lingtian and Lu Rue, they emitted a gorgeous light. Some of the huge pearls that were still shining brightly after the light disappeared illuminated the entire treasure vault. It was even more eye-catching. Night luminescent pearls. Duan Lingtian raised his brow. Elder Duan, if you're interested in these things, feel free to take them. As though Lu Rue saw Duan Lingtian's eyes were attracted by the pile of jewelry, he said straightforwardly, to a clan like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, The jewelry that was piled up like mountains were just ordinary decorations. They had no value at all. I'm just looking. Duan Lingtian shook his head, indicating that he was not interested in those things. Master, where are the herbs? After looking around, Duan Lingtian did not see any herbs at all. At that moment, he could not help but look at Lu Rue in confusion and asked curiously, "The herbs are in there." Lu Rue led the way in front as he spoke. Apart from being one of the two most powerful clans in the northern mountain land, the Lu clan was also an alchemist clan. To an alchemist, apart from the cauldron, the most precious thing was none other than the herbs required to refine pills. Therefore, the herbs were the most precious treasure to the Lu clan, especially those rare and precious medicinal herbs. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had passed by a few other places, from the place where the jewelry was stored to the place where the herbs were stored. Those few places stored some ancient books, concept fragments, spirit weapons, and other treasures. It's here. As Lu Rue activated the mechanism, a stone door rose up in front of them. In the next second, Duan Lingtian smelled a rich medicinal fragrance coming from inside. Quickly entered his nostrils. At that moment, he felt light all over as though he had consumed some kind of spirit pill. He only returned to his senses after a while. "Elder Duan, please." Lu Rue gestured for Duan Lingtian to enter the spacious side hall behind the stone door. There were many herbs stored in the side hall. One could not take in all of them at a glance. Spirit heartgrass, dancing butterfly flower, traceless stem. There are so many rare herbs. Soon, Duan Lingtian was attracted by the many herbs in the side hall. He lost his composure and exclaimed softly. Although these herbs were not as good as the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that he desperately wanted, they were still rare herbs. Lu Rue stood at the side. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's loss of composure. He still remembered. When he first came here, he was much older than Elder Duan. However, his composure was not as good as Elder Duan's. At that time, he could not move his feet for a long time when he saw the pile of rare herbs. In the end, it was the former clan leader who slapped him that woke him up. "Clan leader, where are the herbs that you mentioned?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Lu Rue. There were so many herbs here. It would take him at least a few days to search through all of them. He had a headache when he thought of this. He could not help but ask Lu Rue. Now, he could only hope that Lu Rue would bring the herbs to the side for him to choose from. "I've asked someone to separate the herbs and put them over there." Lu Rue pointed to a corner of the side hall and said. Duan Lingtian was relieved when he heard this. He walked to the corner of the side hall and pulled the dustproof cloth that covered the pile of herbs. After the dustproof cloth was pulled away, Duan Lingtian's eyes opened up. There were dozens of different herbs. Duan Lingtian looked around. The herbs that he saw were more or less similar to the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that he was looking for. "Thank you for your effort, clan leader." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Lu Rue and said solemnly. The neat pile of herbs in front of him was obviously collected recently. It was enough to show Lu Rue's effort. It made Duan Lingtian feel warm from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a grade 1 alchemist, he had not refined a single pill for the Lu clan since he joined the Lu clan a few days ago. Could be said that he had not contributed anything to the Lu clan. Under such circumstances, Lu Rue's contribution on behalf of the Lu clan made him feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. "I hope Elder Duan can find what you're looking for," Lu Rue said with a smile. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and looked at the pile of herbs in front of him again. Soon, his eyes were fixed on one of the herbs. He could not move his eyes away. At the same time, the atmosphere in the side hall became heavy. Hiss! Hiss! All that could be heard was Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing. Lu Rue could not help but feel curious when he heard Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing. He took a step forward and arrived next to Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. He followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked over. At the same time, a root-shaped herb appeared before his eyes. All of the roots of this root-shaped medicinal herb were curled together and twisted into a ball. It looked extremely strange. This can't be the soul-fixing root, right? Lu Rui asked in shock. The root-shaped herb before his eyes was very different from the description of the soul-fixing root that he had read in the ancient books. The books did not mention that the roots of the soul-fixing root would curl up. Chapter 1078. It's not an ordinary soul-fixing root? A hint of confusion could be seen in Lu Rui's eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian had woken up from his stupor. He did not know what Duan Ling Tian meant at all. Yes, Duan Ling Tian, who was awakened by Lu Rui, had an excited expression on his face. An ordinary soul-fixing root has a straight root. However, once it has lived for more than 1,000 years, its root will begin to curl up. The longer it lives in this world, the more its root will curl up. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the soul-fixing root that was completely curled up in his hand. Excitement could be seen in his eyes. If that's the case, doesn't this mean that this soul-fixing root has existed for a very long time? Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Elder Duan, can you deduce how long it has lived in this world? Judging from the degree to which its roots have shrunk, it has lived in this world for at least 5,000 years. This soul-fixing root can be called a coiling dragon root, Duan Ling Tian said as he studied the soul-fixing root in his hand. Coiling dragon root. Lu Rui's eyes widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, he had heard of the coiling dragon root before. The coiling dragon root was not just a name for a root-shaped medicinal herb. Any rare root-shaped medicinal herb that had lived for more than 5,000 years could be called a coiling dragon root. I can't believe this soul-fixing root has transformed into a coiling dragon root. No wonder I missed it and didn't bring it away. Lu Rui exclaimed. It's a good thing Elder Duan is so knowledgeable that you recognized it with just a glance. Otherwise, even if it continued to stay in our Lu clan's treasure vault, I'm afraid it would only collect dust in the end. Congratulations, Elder Duan. After Lu Rui returned to his senses, he smiled and congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, clan leader. Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked him and put the soul-fixing root away in his spatial ring, as though he had just obtained a treasure. Even now, his surging emotions were still unable to calm down for a long time. No matter if it was the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass, they were both extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth in the entire cloud continent. Many people might not be able to see them in their entire lifetime. Before this, Duan Ling Tian would never have thought he would be able to obtain the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan. Although he had followed Lu Rui to the Lu clan's treasure vault, he had the intention of trying his luck here as a last resort. He never thought that he would be able to find the soul-fixing root or the soul-stabilizing grass here. Perhaps this is what they mean by unintentionally planting a willow and growing a shade. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. With this soul-fixing root, I can concoct a medicinal liquid for Tian Wu to consume and heal a part of her soul. I only hope that Tian Wu can wake up after the part of her soul is healed. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. In the end, his face was filled with apprehension. Elder Duan, continue looking. See if you can find the soul-stabilizing grass as well. Lu Rui said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded and began to look at the dozens of medicinal herbs in front of him. In the end, he found nothing. There's no soul-stabilizing grass here. Although there was no soul-stabilizing grass, Duan Ling Tian was very surprised to be able to obtain the soul-fixing root. Clan leader, I'd like to return first. Duan Ling Tian was eager to return. He only wanted to concoct the medicinal liquid for Feng Tianwu as soon as possible. He did not want to stay here for even a second longer. All right. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui was also a shrewd person. Naturally, he could hear the urgency in Duan Ling Tian's voice. Both of them left the side hall where the medicinal herbs were stored and walked out. They would return to where they came from. Clan leader, if the clan needs grade 1 pills, you can give me a list. As long as the medicinal herbs are here, I can refine the grade 1 pills for the clan. Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Rui solemnly. Putting aside the fact that he still needed to rely on the Lu clan in the future, He now owed the Lu clan a huge favor. Perhaps Lu Rui did not know the true value of the soul-fixing root, but he knew it very well. It was a treasure of heaven and earth that could repair one's soul. It was not something that ordinary rare medicinal herbs could compare to. Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. All right, I'll give you a list later and give you the medicinal herbs, Elder Duan. Grade 1 pills. Although the Lu clan had one as well, it was refined by the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outerland. Moreover, they had to pay a huge sum of money. That was not all. The Alchemist Guild's main guild had set a limit every time he refined grade 1 pills for the Lu clan. This made them feel helpless. They could not help but wonder why the clan could not produce another grade 1 alchemist. If the Lu clan could produce a grade 1 alchemist, why would they need to ask the Alchemist Guild's main guild for help? The Lu clan had only produced a grade 1 alchemist close to 1,000 years ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's appearance had given the Lu clan hope. This meant that the Lu clan would no longer have to look for other people if they wanted grade 1 pills in the future. This was one of the reasons why the Lu clan's people, including the clan leader Lu Rui, treated Duan Lingtian with respect when he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist and expressed his intention to join the Lu clan. The Lu clan urgently needed a grade 1 alchemist to carry the golden name of the Alchemist clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui left the Lu clan's treasure vault and returned to the east side of the Lu clan's mansion. Elder Duan, you don't have to worry about the soul-fixing herb. I'll get someone to spread the news and offer a reward for the soul-fixing herb. Before they parted ways, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said, however, before that, please draw a detailed picture of the soul-fixing herb for me. My understanding of the soul-fixing herb is limited to the rough records in the ancient books. I'm afraid other people might not be able to recognize the soul-fixing herb even if they see it. Lu Rui told him his plan. Reward. Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He took the pen and paper from Lu Rui and quickly drew the soul-fixing herb that he remembered the reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen a few times. He did not let go of any detail. After spending an entire 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally drew a complete soul-stabilizing grass. Good drawing. Lu Rui's eyes gleamed when he saw the lifelike herb on the drawing that Duan Lingtian handed to him. He smiled and said, we'll use this drawing as a blueprint and make tens of thousands of copies. We'll be able to mobilize the entire northern desert and even half of the people in the southern outer land to search for the soul-fixing herb. Clan leader, what kind of reward are you going to use? Duan Lingtian asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Rui muttered to himself, I'll have to think about the reward carefully. An ordinary reward isn't enough to mobilize all the martial artists who know about this matter to help search for the soul-fixing herb. Clan leader, I have a suggestion. A thought popped up in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. Please speak, Elder Duan. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian. How about this? The Lu clan has promised that the person who finds the soul-stabilizing grass will be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Duan Lingtian said bluntly, a grade 1 spirit weapon, 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, was taken aback. Regardless of whether it was a grade 1 spirit weapon or a grade 1 life recovery pill, they were extremely precious treasures even in the inner land, let alone in the outer land. If they appeared in the outer land, it was enough to make people fight over them. Elder Duan, grade 1 life recovery pills are still manageable. Our Lu clan still has more than 10 of them in stock. Even if we don't have enough, you can still refine them. Lu Rui took a deep breath to calm himself down before he continued. However, as for grade 1 spirit weapons, even our Lu clan only has 4 of them. 3 of them are in the hands of the 3 guardian elders, and 1 of them is in my hands. These 4 grade 1 spirit weapons were passed down from our Lu clan's ancestors. Lu Rui was interrupted as soon as he reached this part of his sentence. Clan leader, I think you've misunderstood. Duan Lingtian interrupted Lu Rue. He knew Lu Rue had misunderstood him. Misunderstood? Lu Rue was stunned. Clan leader, I didn't intend to ask the clan for the reward that I suggested earlier. I'm already very grateful that the clan is willing to announce the reward through its extensive network. Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, as for the grade 1 spirit weapon and the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills, I'll personally pay for them. Lu Rue sighed in relief when he heard this. I forgot that since you're a grade 1 alchemist, it's not difficult for you to obtain a grade 1 spirit weapon, Elder Duan. A grade 1 alchemist could refine grade 1 pills as long as they had sufficient medicinal herbs. A certain amount of grade 1 pills could be exchanged for a grade 1 spirit weapon refined by a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Naturally, this was just Lu Rue's idea. If Lu Rue knew that the purple-clad young man standing before him was not only a grade 1 alchemist, but also a grade 1 weapon craftsman, one could only imagine how he would react. Clan leader, I'll have to trouble you with this, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Don't worry, Elder Duan. Lu Rue nodded. I'll definitely handle this properly for you. With the reward that you promised, I believe even a martial monarch would be tempted to help you look for the soul-stabilizing herb personally. That's exactly what I want. Duan Lingtian smiled. After parting ways with Lu Rue, Duan Lingtian's body flashed like an arrow that was released from a bow, heading straight to the mansion that he was staying in. Tian Wu, elder brother Duan, has already found the soul-stabilizing root. With the 5,000-year medicinal efficacy of the soul-stabilizing root, it's enough to heal half of your soul injury. Chapter 1079. Whoosh! The door was tightly shut, and in the extremely quiet room, a soft sound came out of nowhere. A purple-clad young man stood in front of the bed. A flame appeared in his palm out of thin air. It was a flame that had solidified. The flame was different from an ordinary flame. This was because the flame was completely purple. Not only that, but around the purple flames, there was also a faint layer of golden edges. Purple gold pill fire. It was also a grade 1 pill fire. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had returned after parting with Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu Clan. Duan Lingtian returned to his room immediately after he returned. After he returned to his room, he carried Feng Tianwu, who was sleeping in the ice coffin, and placed her on the bed. Then he condensed a grade 1 pill fire. A soul-fixing root that has survived for 5,000 years can only be smelted by a pill fire of the first grade or above. Duan Lingtian's lips suddenly moved as he muttered to himself. If there was a second person who was sober and heard Duan Lingtian's words, he would definitely be baffled. Isn't a grade 1 pill fire the highest grade pill fire? How can there be a grade 1 pill fire or above? That person would definitely ask such a question. Naturally, that person did not know about the existence of quasi-royal grade alchemists and royal grade alchemists. Otherwise, he would not have said that. Royal grade alchemists were the real alchemists who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian casually took out a strange root-shaped medicinal herb. All the roots of the root-shaped medicinal herb were curled together. It looked extremely strange. It was the soul-fixing root. After a while, the soul-fixing root was led by Duan Lingtian to the top of the grade 1 pill fire and allowed the grade 1 pill fire to envelop it completely. After 15 minutes, there was still no change to the soul-fixing root. As expected of a soul-fixing root that has lived for 5,000 years, a grade 1 pill fire without the help of the cauldron is not enough to smelt it in 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim. Then, Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron and threw the soul-fixing root inside. With the help of the cauldron, Duan Lingtian quickly smelted the soul-fixing root and added some common herbs to successfully refine the medicinal liquid he needed. It wasn't that he didn't want to concoct a condensed pill, but the soul-fixing root after being smelted couldn't be condensed into a pill, so he could only use it to concoct medicinal liquid. Pa! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and slapped his palm on the cauldron. The grade 1 pill fire surrounded the cauldron's mouth and formed a faint barrier. Whoosh! Subsequently, A puddle of medicinal liquid that was as black as ink shot out like an arrow and pierced through the barrier formed by the grade 1 pill fire before stopping in midair. An invisible force shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand and guided the pool of medicinal liquid to roll in the air. After putting away the medicine cauldron, Duan Lingtian guided the medicinal liquid to the front of the bed. He used his other hand to help Feng Tianwu up from the bed so that she was half lying on the bed. At the same time, his hand slowly opened Feng Tianwu's slightly dry little mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, the medicinal liquid that Duan Lingtian guided arrived at Feng Tianwu's mouth. Drop by drop, it slowly seeped into her mouth and into her body. After a while, Duan Lingtian sent all the medicinal liquid into Feng Tianwu's body. Tianwu. After everything was done, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy to observe the direction of the medicinal liquid refined by the soul-fixing root. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense it with his spiritual energy. After the medicinal liquid seeped into Feng Tianwu's body, it went straight to her mind. After a while, it gathered in her mind and rushed to her damaged soul. Her soul was like a ball of flame that hung in the depths of her mind and flickered continuously. A corner of Feng Tianwu's soul was damaged. This was also the root cause of her unconsciousness. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Waves of medicinal effects gathered in Feng Tianwu's mind and swept out from all directions. In a short moment, they fused into her soul and gathered together. Feng Tianwu's soul was completely shrouded. She could only see the medicinal liquid rolling outside her soul. Logically speaking, if there's only the soul-fixing root, it's impossible for Tianwu's soul to fully recover. Even if it's a soul-fixing root that has lived in this world for 5,000 years, it's still impossible. Duan Lingtian was a little absent-minded. I wonder if Tianwu will be able to wake up. If she wakes up, I'm afraid there'll be some negative effects from the damage to her soul. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he prepared for the worst. I hope the clan leader can really reward me with the soul-fixing herb. In that case, Tianwu's soul will be completely healed. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anticipation. Time passed by quietly. Feng Tianwu's soul was still enveloped by the rolling medicinal liquid. It made it difficult for Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy to get close to her. He could only watch from afar. However, Duan Lingtian waited silently by the bed, waiting for the final result. He knew there would be two possible outcomes when the medicinal liquid completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul. One of the outcomes was none other than Feng Tianwu continuing to be unconscious, and she would only be able to wake up once she consumed the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-stabilizing grass. The other outcome was that Feng Tianwu would wake up, but her soul would still be in a damaged state. It would inevitably have some negative effects on her. Night gradually fell. It was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. However, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. The medicinal liquid was still rolling in her soul. Duan Lingtian's extended spiritual energy seemed to be constantly reporting the situation of Feng Tianwu's soul in the depths of her mind to him. He sat by the bed and waited patiently. At some point, the light of dawn shrouded the earth, and the entire room was bright again. It's done. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-fixing herb had completely seeped into Feng Tianwu's soul and healed part of the damage to Feng Tianwu's soul. Tianwu. After withdrawing his spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu anxiously. At the same time, he reached out and held her hand. Due to the stimulation of the cold air from lying in the ice coffin, Feng Tianwu's hand was very hot. Even though she had been out of the ice coffin for an entire day, her hand was still so hot. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. His eyes were firmly fixed on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. He only wanted to know if Feng Tianwu, whose soul had been partially healed, would wake up because of this. Time passed by quietly. Soon half an hour had passed. Feng Tianwu still did not show any signs of waking up. Sigh. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and muttered, "It seems like I'll have to wait until I find the soul-fixing herb to wake Tianwu up." At this moment, a soft sound pierced Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as if thunder had pierced his ears. It caused his pupils to shrink, and he stood up abruptly. His eyes swept out at lightning speed and once again locked onto the red-clad lady on the bed, Feng Tianwu. He saw Feng Tianwu's small mouth moving slightly. Her beautiful face also showed signs of movement. Subsequently, her pair of beautiful eyes that were like water opened, and the first thing she saw was Duan Lingtian, who was looking at her. However, there were no unusual emotions in her eyes at all. Unfamiliar. When Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she had never known Duan Lingtian. This gaze that was filled with unfamiliarity pierced Duan Lingtian to the point he felt a wave of heartache. "It seems like what I'm most worried about has happened," Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian could react, a red light flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, he realized that Feng Tianwu had left the bed and disappeared before his eyes. At the same time, he clearly felt a scorching aura behind him. "Tianwu." Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Feng Tianwu, who was floating in the air. Her red clothes were fluttering, and waves of scorching flames rose around her body. He realized that Feng Tianwu's gaze still did not contain any emotion. Moreover, it was extremely unfamiliar. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his restless emotions. He asked gently, "Tianwu, don't you recognize me? I'm elder brother Duan." "Elder brother Duan?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu, who was standing in the air, frowned. She seemed to be thinking about something. The red clothes on her body fluttered along with the scorching flames rolling around her body, making her look like a fire spirit, a lost fire spirit. "Yes, I'm elder brother Duan. Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian saw that Tianwu seemed to be thinking. He immediately seized the opportunity and tried to awaken her memory. "I don't know you." However, what he waited for was Feng Tianwu's cold shout. It wasn't just that. Along with Feng Tianwu's cold shout, her peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and even the flames that coiled around her body were unable to melt the frost. Whoosh! As Feng Tianwu raised her hand, a sword appeared in her hand. It was a 5-foot-long red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that Duan Lingtian had given her in the past. However, at this moment, she pointed the sword that Duan Lingtian had given her at Duan Lingtian and shouted, "Who are you?" "Young master. Young master." At this moment, a series of hurried voices came from outside the door. It was Xiong Quan who had rushed over when he heard from the servant that there was an unusual movement in Duan Lingtian's room. However, he did not receive any response. "Tianwu, I'm elder brother Duan. Have you forgotten? The sword in your hand was given to you by me not long ago. Have you forgotten all of this?" Even when Feng Tianwu pointed the sword at him, Duan Lingtian was not alarmed at all. He looked at Feng Tianwu and patiently tried to awaken Feng Tianwu's memory. "Elder brother Duan? You're the one who gave me this sword?" Feng Tianwu muttered as she looked at Duan Lingtian and the sword in her hand. "Yes. Do you remember now?" Duan Lingtian nodded and looked at Feng Tianwu with anticipation. Chapter 1080. However, just as Duan Lingtian was looking at Feng Tianwu expectantly, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu made her move. She actually stabbed her sword at him. It was extremely sudden and ferocious. At this moment, the flames on her body seemed to be filled with an extremely cold aura, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a chill in his heart. Feng Tianwu's speed was not considered fast in Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, he had no intention of dodging. He stood there quietly. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he stared at Feng Tianwu, who was stabbing her sword at him for no reason. At this moment, It was as though the only thing left in his world was the fiery red figure that was getting closer and closer. Even though the figure seemed to have transformed into a red giant beast in the blink of an eye and was about to devour him, his expression and gaze did not change at all. He was still as gentle as before. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu, whose face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, swept her sword at Duan Lingtian's heart. It was as though she wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with one strike. However, her speed slowed down when she realized that Duan Lingtian did not move. However, she was too close to Duan Lingtian. Even though her movements were slow, the sword in her hand was already not far from Duan Lingtian's chest in an instant. Why didn't he dodge? Why do I feel a pain in my heart when I attack him? Feng Tianwu, who seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in an instant, felt her heart tremble for no reason. At the same time, she felt a wave of panic in her heart. In a flash, her eyes happened to catch a glimpse of the sword that was just inches away from Duan Lingtian's heart. She hurriedly moved her sword away, wanting to retrieve it. Unfortunately, she was still too slow. The strong inertia continued to carry her forward and sent the sword in her hand into the purple-clad young man's chest. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere, splattering on her body and her hand. Looking at the blood on her hand, she felt her heart ache. It hurts. She let go of the sword in her hand and clutched her chest. She was in a daze, as if she had lost something in that instant. Helplessness and panic almost caused her to stop breathing. Why would my heart ache? Do I really know him? Why is his gaze so gentle? What is my relationship with him? Why didn't he dodge? Why? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was deathly pale. She lowered her head and muttered to herself in a daze. Bang! Until a loud sound rang out, causing her to regain her senses. Young master. After knocking open the door and seeing the scene in front of him, Xiong Quan's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly flew in and arrived in front of the swaying purple figure in an instant. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Xiong Quan pulled out the red soft sword from the chest of the purple-clothed young man and threw it on the ground. At the same time, he used his origin energy to help stop the bleeding. Fortunately, Xiong Quan heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the sword had missed the heart and that the life of the purple-robed young man was not in danger. Cough! Duan Lingtian, who had been staring blankly at Feng Tianwu as though he had lost his soul and did not feel anything when Feng Tianwu's sword pierced his chest, finally moved after Xiong Quan pulled out the sword. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the ground and formed a dazzling red rose. Young master? Who hurt you? Xiong Quan's face sank, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Someone who could hurt Duan Lingtian was not a reality that he could deal with. Soon, Xiong Quan obtained his answer. This answer made him dumbstruck. Why didn't you dodge? An emotionless voice sounded, causing Xiong Quan to shift his gaze to the woman in red who was not far away. Miss Tianwu, why you're awake? Xiong Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, why you've found the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing herb for Miss Tianwu? This Lu clan is pretty good. They even have the two extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth that you mentioned in Cloud Continent. Xiong Quan seemed to have guessed something, and a smile appeared on his face. However, his smile quickly froze. This was because he noticed the bloodstain on Feng Tianwu's hand. His expression changed immediately. Miss Tianwu, why you're the one who stabbed young master? If it was someone else, he would have risked his life to avenge his young master even if he knew he was no match for them. However, this person was Feng Tianwu. She was his young master's woman and the future young mistress. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Why should I dodge? Why you're really going to kill me? Duan Lingtian, whose face was pale due to the excessive blood loss, asked Feng Tianwu in return. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu fell silent. Looking at the man's pale face, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. It was as though her heart had been broken into two. She did not know why she felt that way. Could it be I really knew him in the past? But why can't I remember anything? No matter how hard Feng Tianwu racked her brains, she could not recall anything about the man before her. However, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart when the man before her was hurt. She had no choice but to believe that the man before her had a close relationship with her past self. At this moment, the enmity Feng Tianwu had towards Duan Ling Tian vanished without a trace. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized this. A heartfelt smile crept up the corner of his mouth. He knew he was right not to dodge earlier. At the very least, he had broken through Tian Wu's psychological barrier after she had temporarily lost her memory. This was the beginning of success. Tian Wu no longer rejected him after she had lost her memory. Perhaps she would be able to accept him completely soon. If he had dodged earlier, Feng Tianwu would definitely attack him even more crazily after she had lost her memory. Feng Tianwu would not reject him like she did now. "Young master, what's going on between you and Miss Tianwu?" Xiong Quan, who was standing at the side, was puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian was still smiling even though he was injured. "Xiong Quan, I only found the soul-fixing root in the Lu clan. I didn't find the soul-stabilizing grass." Although Tianwu woke up after consuming the medicinal liquid refined from the soul-fixing root, she seemed to have lost her memory of me. Duan Lingtian gave a simple explanation to Xiong Quan. "Lost her memory? I see." When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's words earlier, he felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. He only regained his senses after a while. At the same time, realization dawned on him. This would explain why Miss Tianwu, who was deeply in love with his young master, would hurt him. As it turned out, Miss Tianwu had lost her memory. "Young master, what should we do now?" Xiong Quan asked. "As long as we find the soul-stabilizing grass and refine the medicinal liquid for Tianwu to consume, her soul will be completely healed. At that time, she'll naturally remember everything that happened in the past." Duan Lingtian said. "That's good." Xiong Quan nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Miss Tianwu would not be able to recover that day. The conversation between Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan fell into Feng Tianwu's ears. Why did I lose my memory?" Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although her face was still covered with a layer of frost, she no longer rejected Duan Lingtian like before. This could be seen when she took the initiative to talk to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Feng Tianwu's question, he could not help but recall the past. To him, it was undoubtedly a painful past that he could not bear to look back on. However, in the face of Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory, he still told her everything. He mainly told her how Feng Tianwu had forcefully raised her fire profundity and even caused the fire spirit body's energy in her body to collapse because of him. Naturally, he also told her how he suppressed the violent fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body after he devilified, but her soul was still severely injured. Then he told her what happened after that. "So that's how it is. In the past, I was willing to sacrifice everything for you, including my own life?" Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Although Feng Tianwu learned about the past from Duan Lingtian, she had lost her memory after all. Listening to Duan Lingtian's recount of the past was more like listening to a story. It was impossible for her to be as close to Duan Lingtian as before. Although she was colder than before, she could still accept Duan Lingtian and no longer rejected Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with this. At the very least, he did not have to worry about Tianwu attacking him again. Now, all I have to do is wait for the soul-stabilizing herb to restore Tianwu's memory. Tianwu, who hasn't restored her memory, won't be able to revert to her previous self even if she knows about the past. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The current Feng Tianwu was as cold as ice. She was completely different from before. Apart from Duan Lingtian, she had a cold expression on her face when she faced everyone else. It was as though she owed her a lot of money. Duan Lingtian felt helpless about this. He tried to change her, but in the end, he realized there was nothing he could do. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to let her be. in a mansion on the east side of the Lu clan's estate. Whoosh! A swift figure descended from the sky like an eagle and landed steadily in the backyard of the mansion. In the backyard pavilion, a gray-clad young man sat in front of a stone table with a wooden sword in his hand. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking about. "Young master, are you thinking about little young master again?" The person who came was an old man. He saw the wooden sword in the gray-clad young man's hand as soon as he walked into the pavilion. "Elder Guan, do you still remember this wooden sword?" the gray-clad young man asked as he twirled the wooden sword in his hand. "Yes," the old man nodded and sighed. "This is the wooden sword that you personally made for the young master on his 5th birthday. Back then, the young master was very happy when he received this gift." "That's right. In the blink of an eye, almost 30 years have passed." Chapter 1081. Young Master, I've heard of something. When the old man saw that his young master was reminiscing about the past, he quickly changed the topic. "It has something to do with the Duan Lingtian?" The gray-clad young man was none other than Lu Song, the first young master of Lu clan. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the old man. "Yes," the old man nodded. "Speak," Lu Song said. "Today, the clan leader has issued a bounty to the entire northern mountain land and even the southern outer land," the old man said. "A bounty? However, what does the patriarch issuing a reward have to do with Duan Lingtian?" Lu Song asked with a frown. "What if the clan leader issued the bounty on behalf of the Duan Lingtian?" the old man asked. "Oh!" Lu Song's interest was piqued when he heard the old man's words. "What kind of bounty did the clan leader issue on behalf of the Duan Lingtian?" "He's looking for a rare medicinal herb called the soul-stabilizing grass." The old man told him what he had heard. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a painting appeared out of thin air in his hand. There was a lifelike grass on the painting. "This is the painting that the clan leader asked someone to copy and distribute. He's looking for this grass." The old man added, "I've never seen this grass before." Lu Song looked at the grass on the painting and shook his head with a frown. "Do you know why the Duan Lingtian wants this grass?" "I've never heard of it." The old man shook his head. "Although I don't know why he wants this grass, one thing's for sure. This grass is very important to him, and he's desperate to get his hands on it." "What do you mean?" Lu Song looked at the old man in confusion. "Young master, do you know what reward the Duan Lingtian promised to the person who finds this grass when he asked the clan leader to issue this bounty?" the old man asked. "Don't keep me in suspense. How would I know?" Lu Song said impatiently. "Hurry up and say it." The Duan Lingtian promised a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills for this bounty. The old man enunciated each word clearly. When he mentioned the grade 1 spirit weapon, his eyes gleamed with greed. Although he was a martial monarch, the best spirit weapon he had was only a grade 2 spirit weapon. Although the Lu clan had a few grade 1 spirit weapons, with his current status, he was destined to not be able to obtain them. Unless his young master became the clan leader of Lu clan one day, he might be able to benefit from it and obtain a grade 1 spirit weapon to further improve his strength. A first-grade spiritual weapon. Hearing the old man's words, Lu Song's pupils shrank. His hand trembled, and he accidentally broke the wooden sword in his hand. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He stared at the old man before him. "Are you sure it's a grade 1 spirit weapon?" "Yes." The old man nodded affirmatively. "For this reason, I have confirmed it over and over again. There are only 4 grade 1 spirit weapons in the clan. The clan leader is actually going to give up one of them for Duan Lingtian?" A cold gleam flashed in Lu Song's eyes, and a hint of jealousy appeared on his face. "The grade 1 spirit weapon that's on the bounty list is not the clan's grade 1 spirit weapon." The old man shook his head. "Not the clan's grade 1 spirit weapon?" Lu Song was stunned. Then he asked, "Don't tell me it's Duan Lingtian's grade 1 spirit weapon? I believe he can refine a grade 1 life recovery pill. However, in the entire southern outer land, Only the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild can refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon. A Grade 1 spirit weapon is extremely rare even in the entire southern outerland. Even many martial monarchs from second-rate forces might not even have a Grade 1 spirit weapon. Lu Song said. Based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to take out a Grade 1 spirit weapon. Young master, don't forget that Duan Lingtian is a Grade 1 alchemist. As long as he's willing, he can use a Grade 1 pill to exchange for a Grade 1 spirit weapon, the old man said. That's right. Now that you mention it, there's a possibility. Looks like Duan Lingtian has quite a few treasures on him. Lu Song nodded. His eyes gleamed with greed. Perhaps this is our chance. Lu Song muttered with a cold smile on his face. He seemed to have recalled something. Chance? The old man was puzzled. Yes, chance. A chance to kill Duan Lingtian. The moment Lu Song's words left his mouth, a cold gleam shot out of his eyes. It was only when his gaze inadvertently fell on the broken wooden sword in his hand that he calmed down again. Xiao Huai, don't worry. I'll avenge you. I'm not your big brother if I don't tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Lu Song said as he looked at the wooden sword. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Song's words. He knew his young master very well. If he wasn't completely confident, he would never have said those words that were filled with confidence. He was looking forward to it. Young master, what's your plan to kill Duan Lingtian? The old man could not help but ask. Lu Song did not hide anything from the old man. He told the old man the plan that had flashed in his mind earlier. After he finished speaking, Lu Song looked at the old man and asked, "What do you think of this plan? Your wise, young master?" A bright smile appeared on the old man's face when he heard the plan. It seems like not only will you avenge little young master, but you'll also be able to make a fortune. A smug smile appeared on Lu Song's face when he heard the old man's praise. Duan Lingtian, just you wait. Soon after, a purple figure appeared in his mind. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour his target. A huge net that was filled with conspiracies was closing in on Duan Lingtian. It was waiting for him to fall into it and be doomed eternally. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Due to the life recovery pill and a few days of recuperation, the injury that Tianwu left on Duan Lingtian had finally healed. However, there was still a scar on his chest. The life recovery pill could have completely removed the scar, but Duan Lingtian had purposely left it behind. Leaving it behind is also an unforgettable memory. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he touched the scar on his chest while he was bathing. After he finished bathing, he cleaned himself up before he sat on the bed and began to cultivate. At this moment, the only thing left in the room was the empty ice coffin. As for Tianwu, he asked the servant to arrange for her to stay in the room next door. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roaming Dragon Transformation. Duan Lingtian began to immerse himself in his cultivation before he knew it. He was holding 2 different concept fragments in his hand. He was comprehending the 2 different concepts as he cultivated. Why do I still feel like something's not right? Soon after, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. He had a confused expression on his face as though he had encountered something that puzzled him. This is not the first time. I didn't have this feeling when I comprehended 2 different concepts at the same time. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he closed his eyes again. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the 2 different concepts. Soon after, he opened his eyes again. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned. There was only confusion on his face. Ever since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he felt like something was not right every time he comprehended 2 different concepts through 2 different concept fragments at the same time. Every time he comprehended a concept, he would be slightly distracted. Sometimes he would be distracted when he comprehended one concept, and sometimes he would be distracted when he comprehended another concept. I must find the reason this time. Duan Lingtian was troubled by this. It greatly affected his efficiency in comprehending concepts. As time went by, Duan Lingtian experimented again and again. He wanted to find the reason why he was distracted when he comprehended concepts. After an hour, he finally found the reason. Is this even possible? After finding out the reason, Duan Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry. If there was a second person here and looked carefully at Duan Lingtian's hand, he would definitely notice that Duan Lingtian had a total of 3 concept fragments in his hand. 3 completely different concept fragments. Duan Lingtian had experimented earlier. Currently, he could comprehend 3 different concepts at the same time through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. Moreover, the speed at which he comprehended the 3 concepts was not slow at all. Most importantly, the feeling of being distracted was completely gone. As it turns out, the reason why I'm distracted is because another part of my consciousness has been separated. It must be the aftereffect of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the second time in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. He still remembered. The reason he could comprehend 2 different concepts through 2 different concept fragments at the same time was because of the aftereffect of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet for the first time. At that time, his consciousness was forcefully divided into 2. This time, a third part of his consciousness was forcefully divided, allowing him to comprehend 3 different concepts through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. All in all, this aftereffect is not a bad thing. It's completely different from the aftereffect of not being able to control my emotions. The latter will only harm me, but the former will help me. After figuring out the cause and effect of everything, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. It was better to know everything than to not know. I can't believe the thing that troubled me for so long was actually because my consciousness was divided into 3. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. Now that my consciousness has been divided into 3, I can comprehend 3 different concepts through 3 different concept fragments at the same time. My speed of comprehending concepts has doubled again. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was secretly delighted. At the same time, he closed his eyes and focused on cultivating again. Chapter 1082. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation. He was immersed in comprehending the concept. Comprehending 3 different concepts at the same time gave him a brand new feeling. It was a delightful feeling. This feeling was something he had never felt before. Although there was no substantial improvement in his strength after a night of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was still happy. He was happy that his consciousness was divided into 3. He was happy that he could comprehend 3 different concepts at the same time. Elder Duan. When the sun was high up in the sky, Duan Lingtian, who had just finished washing up, heard the maid's voice outside his door. Duan Lingtian saw a maid standing outside the door handing him a spatial ring as soon as he opened the door. She said, "Elder Duan, the clan leader asked me to pass this to you. The clan leader is here?" Upon hearing the maid's words, Duan Lingtian, who took the spatial ring, was a little surprised. Yes. The maid nodded. The clan leader came early in the morning. He left after leaving this spatial ring because he didn't want to disturb your rest, Elder Duan. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned the spatial ring in his hand for a while before returning to his room. After closing the door behind him, he pricked his finger and dripped his blood on the spatial ring to establish ownership. It seems like the clan leader is in a hurry. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he even had the time to check what was in the spatial ring. He could already guess why the clan leader of Lu clan was looking for him. Just as he had guessed, there were many herbs and a list in the spatial ring. There were a few grade 1 pills that he was asked to refine. However, the number of medicinal pills requested caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. Is he looking down on me? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he looked at the herbs that were piled up like a mountain in the spatial ring and the number of grade 1 pills on the list. According to the number of grade 1 pills required on the list, he would only need a 30% success rate to refine the pills using the mountain of medicinal herbs in his storage ring. I'll only need 30% of the medicinal herbs at most to refine the number of grade 1 pills stated on the list. Oh well, since the clan leader wants to give me the medicinal herbs, I can only accept it. After muttering to himself, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. If the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was here, he would definitely be speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, in Lu Rue's opinion, looking at the number of several types of grade 1 pills on the list, the pile of medicinal herbs he had prepared in his spatial ring was undoubtedly very tight. If it was just an ordinary grade 1 alchemist, it would be difficult for them to refine the number of grade 1 pills stated on the list even if they consumed all the herbs. This was because the success rate of a grade 1 alchemist was usually between 20% and 30%. It was rare for them to exceed 30%. Even the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland only had a success rate of 25% when refining grade 1 pills. In the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history, the only person who could refine grade 1 pills with a success rate of more than 30% was the ancestor who founded the Lu clan. Among the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in the later generations, the highest success rate when refining grade 1 pills was only 28%. The mission he gave Duan Lingtian required a success rate of 30% to be fulfilled. Naturally, he was not trying to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had used up all the medicinal materials in the spatial ring and still could not refine the number of grade 1 pills required on the list, he would not be dissatisfied at all. The reason he did this was because he wanted to test Duan Lingtian's medicine refining skills. After all, before this, he only knew Duan Lingtian could condense a grade 1 pill fire, was a grade 1 alchemist, and was knowledgeable in medicine refining. He knew nothing about Duan Lingtian's medicine refining skills. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know what Lu Rue was thinking. Otherwise, he would have scoffed at him. Lu Rue wanted to test his success rate of refining grade 1 pills to see if it was 30%. He was looking down on Lu Rue. After all, Lu Rue, who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's medicine refining skills and experience, was no different from the Reincarnation Emperor Wu when he refined pills. As long as he did not get distracted, his success rate would be 100%. 100% was equivalent to 100%. These medicinal herbs are all used to refine grade 1 pills. They're extremely valuable. However, 70% of them will belong to me after today. Before Duan Lingtian began to refine the few types of pills, he glanced at the mountain of medicinal herbs in his spatial ring. The smile on his face grew wider. After a while, he calmed down and began to refine the few grade 1 pills that Lu Rue requested on the list. The grade 1 life recovery pill was on the list. As for the other types, they were grade 1 pills that were as difficult to refine as the grade 1 life recovery pill. However, they were not as widely used as the grade 1 life recovery pill. It made sense when one thought about it. The grade 1 life recovery pill was a healing pill. It would be useful as long as someone was injured. As for the other types of pills, they were not as widely used. How much should I control the purity? Duan Lingtian, who took out his cauldron and was about to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list, suddenly thought of this problem. He was slightly troubled. With his medicine refining skills, it was undoubtedly a piece of cake for him to refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above. If I refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above, will it scare the clan leader? Duan Lingtian had no choice but to think about this problem. Forget it. I'll just suppress my strength a little and refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He only made this decision after taking into account that the Lu clan had helped him a lot. Naturally, the main reason was that he wanted to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 95% and above. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the few types of pills on the list were very basic and ordinary grade 1 pills. As long as he was willing, he could refine them into pills with a purity of 95% and above. I'm afraid pills with a purity of 90% and above are enough to scare the clan leader. If I refine pills with a purity of 95% and above, it'll be bad if the clan leader gets a heart attack. Apart from keeping a low profile, Duan Lingtian was also thinking for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. He decided not to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list with a purity of 95% and above. A purity of 90% and above would be good enough. After pondering for a long time, Duan Lingtian finally made up his mind to refine the few grade 1 pills on the list. The spacious central hall of the Lu clan's mansion was filled with people. The person sitting in the main seat was none other than Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu clan. Two old men, one fat and one skinny, sat below Lu Rue. Apart from being fat and skinny, the difference in height was huge as well. The fat one was short like a ball. The skinny one was tall like a bamboo pole. They were two of the Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gue. Both of them were martial monarch powerhouses. A group of Lu clan's elders, including Lu So, stood below Lu Yuan and Lu Gue. These Lu clan's elders had one thing in common. They were all elders who focused on the medicine refinement Dao. Apart from a few grade 2 alchemists, most of these elders were grade 3 alchemists. There was not a single grade 4 alchemist among them. In the Lu clan, one had to fulfill at least one of the 2 conditions to become an elder. 2 conditions. First, one had to be a non-alchemist who focused on the martial Dao and whose cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation stage or above. Second, one had to be a grade 3 alchemist or above. Therefore, unless one's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation stage or above, one would not be qualified to become an elder in the Lu clan. Currently, Lu Yuan and Lu Gue were the only ones who were not alchemists among the people present. According to them, today was the day. They were just here to join in the fun. Clan leader, which pills did you ask Elder Duan to refine? Lu Yuan narrowed his small eyes and asked Lu Rue. The moment Lu Yuan's words left his mouth, all the Lu clan's elders present on the scene narrowed their eyes and looked at Lu Rue in unison. They were curious about this as well. Lu Rue smiled faintly and told them the few grade 1 pills that he had asked Duan Lingtian to refine on the list. Initially, everyone felt that something was amiss. However, after Lu Rue told them the number of grade 1 pills he had listed on the list and the number of medicinal herbs he had stored in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, they all felt that something was amiss. Clan leader, if Elder Duan wants to refine the number of grade 1 pills you've listed on the list with the medicinal herbs you've prepared, he'll need at least a 30% success rate, right? Lu So asked after inhaling sharply. A 30% success rate. In the history of our Lu clan, it seems like only the old ancestor who founded our Lu clan can achieve that. Clan leader, you're making things difficult for Elder Duan. Elder Duan won't be displeased and leave the Lu clan in a fit of anger, right? The group of Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves. Most of them had a worried expression on their faces. They were worried that Duan Lingtian would fly into a rage and leave the Lu clan in a fit of anger because Lu Rue deliberately made things difficult for him. At that time, the Lu clan would be the one to suffer a loss. Clan leader, although I'm not an alchemist, I've been in the clan for many years. After being influenced by what I've seen and heard, I know that there are very few grade 1 alchemists who can refine grade 1 pills with a 30% success rate. Lu Gue said with a frown. Clan leader, if Elder Duan is really angry and leaves the Lu clan, it'll be a great loss for us. Why don't I send some medicinal herbs over? Lu Yuan said. Elders, don't worry. I only did that to test Elder Duan's ability. I didn't mean to make things difficult for him. Faced with the group of Lu clan's elders' worries, Lu Rue smiled disapprovingly. Moreover, based on my interactions with Elder Duan, he's definitely not that petty. Clan leader. Before Lu Rue could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud voice that resonated from outside. Elder Duan asked me to pass you the medicinal pills that you asked him to refine. Then, the voice continued to resonate. Chapter 1083. What? The smile on Lu Rue's face froze when he heard the words from outside. Shock and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. Crack. A soft sound resonated in the air. Lu Rue had unconsciously tightened his grip on the armrest of the chair and broke it. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. His expression was blank. Gulp. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were sitting next to Lu Rui, gulped almost at the same time before they turned to look at Lu Rui in unison. Clan leader, didn't you say you only sent the medicinal herbs and the list over early this morning to ask Elder Duan to refine the pills? Lu Yuan asked in a daze. That's right. How could Elder Duan have finished refining the pills in just one morning? Lu Gui chimed in. As for the remaining Lu clan's elders, they looked at Lu Rui in confusion after they regained their senses. They wanted to know what was going on. I've no idea as well. Lu Rui shook his head with a frown in the face of the Lu clan's elders' questioning gaze. After a moment of silence, Lu Rui seemed to have thought of something. His furrowed brows relaxed as he muttered. Perhaps Elder Duan already has a portion of the pills on the list that I gave him. That's why he asked someone to pass that portion of the pills to me first. Although Lu Rui's voice was not loud, it still entered the ears of the Lu clan's elders who were present. That must be it. That's the only possibility. The few grade 1 pills on the list that the clan leader gave Elder Duan would take at least 10 days to half a month to refine them. Elder Duan is a grade 1 alchemist. He must have a lot of grade 1 life recovery pills with him. Perhaps he asked someone to send the grade 1 life recovery pills he had on hand to the clan leader first. The Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves as they voiced their opinions. Come in. At this moment, Lu Rui called the Lu clan's disciple who had sent the pills in from outside the main hall. Clan leader. After the Lu clan's disciple entered, he handed the spatial ring in his hand to Lu Rui respectfully before he turned around and left. After the Lu clan's disciple left, everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. To be more precise, it landed on the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hand. Elder Duan is an erudite and knowledgeable grade 1 alchemist. I wonder what the purity of the grade 1 pills he refined is like. He should be stronger than the Alchemist Guild's Guild Master Chang from the southern outer continent. That might not necessarily be the case. You should know that the grade 1 pills refined by Guild Leader Chang can occasionally achieve a purity of 70% and above. The group of Lu clan's elders began to whisper again, but their eyes never left the spatial ring in Lu Rui's hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Rui pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the ring to establish ownership. In the next moment, with a thought, he looked into the space inside his storage ring. When he saw the neatly arranged and densely packed pill bottles in the storage ring, his pupils suddenly shrank. Why are there so many pill bottles? Could it be that Elder Duan has a habit of storing one pill in one pill bottle? On the Cloud Continent, there were some alchemists with strange temperaments who liked to use a medicinal pill bottle to store one medicinal pill. He had heard of it before. What a waste. Although Lu Rui felt that it was a waste to store one medicinal pill in a medicinal pill bottle, he still took out one of the medicinal pill bottles and opened the cork to look inside. He was mentally prepared and thought that there was only one medicinal pill in the medicinal pill bottle. When he saw what was inside the medicinal pill bottle, his pupils shrank again. 10 grade 1 life recovery pills? Lu Rui noticed that there were 10 medicinal pills in the medicinal pill bottle. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted out and assailed his nostrils. It made him feel relaxed and happy. If it was any other time, he would definitely be able to notice the difference in the grade 1 life recovery pills in the medicinal pill bottle from the rich medicinal fragrance. However, his mind was not on that at that moment. The other medicinal pill bottles. He hurriedly closed the medicinal pill bottle in his hand and looked at the other medicinal pill bottles. In the end, he noticed that there were 10 medicinal pills in each medicinal pill bottle. Most importantly, these medicinal pills were the medicinal pills that were marked on the list that he gave to Duan Lingtian. The types and quantity of the grade 1 medicinal pills were exactly the same as what he stated on the list. Lu Rui was dumbstruck after he confirmed this. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were sitting below him, were puzzled. The group of Lu clan's elders who were standing in the main hall were curious why the clan leader would lose his composure. Clan leader, is there something wrong? Lu Yuan and Lu Gui asked in unison. Lu Rui finally regained his senses when he heard Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's words. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd again, causing them to exchange glances with him. The few grade 1 medicinal pills that I stated on the list this morning, Elder Duan has completed all of them. No matter if it's the type or quantity, it's exactly the same. Lu Rui said solemnly with a complicated gaze as he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders. Boom! The moment Lu Rui's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck. All of the Lu clan's elders, including the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders, were stunned. Elder Duan had completed all of the medicinal pills that the clan leader stated on the list. No matter if it's the type or quantity, it's exactly the same. The group of Lu clan's elders could not regain their senses for a long time. When they finally regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. The entire Lu clan's main hall was in an uproar as though it had turned into a wet market. Elder Duan has refined all of the medicinal pills that the clan leader requested? That's impossible. How could he refine so many medicinal pills in just one morning? I think he already has those medicinal pills and the quantity is sufficient. That's why he asked someone to send them over. The group of Lu clan's elders discussed among themselves. The last person's speculation changed the topic. Other than this, I can't think of any other possibility. Even if Guild Master Chang of our Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild were to personally refine those pills, I'm afraid he'd need 10 days to half a month to refine all of them without any rest. He refined all of them in just one morning? That's impossible. The Lu clan's elders soon came to a conclusion. The grade 1 medicinal pills that the clan leader requested Elder Duan to refine happened to be in Elder Duan's possession. Not only that, but he also had enough of them, so he simply asked someone to send them over. If Elder Duan refined the medicinal herbs that the clan leader gave him, he might not be able to refine enough medicinal pills. One of the Lu clan's elders said. The others agreed with his words. After all, it required a 30% success rate. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, a horrified voice resonated in the air and drowned out the voices of the group of Lu clan's elders. At once, the group of Lu clan's elders turned to look at the source of the voice. The person who spoke was none other than the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Rui's hands moved as fast as lightning. Subsequently, medicinal pill bottles appeared in his hands one by one. He opened the stoppers on the medicinal pill bottles one by one, and the medicinal pills appeared in his hands one by one. At the same time, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire Lu clan's main hall, causing the group of Lu clan's elders to feel refreshed. Some of them even took a deep breath and closed their eyes in comfort, enjoying the medicinal fragrance that assailed their nostrils. Soon after, some of the Lu clan's elders regained their senses. Shock was written all over their faces. Such a medicinal fragrance. It can only be emitted by medicinal pills that have just been refined and left the cauldron less than a day ago. One of the Lu clan's elders could not help but exclaim in a low voice. He was one of the few grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan, so he was very familiar with some of the characteristics of medicinal pills. The medicinal fragrance of a medicinal pill that had just been refined for less than a day and a medicinal pill that had been refined for more than a day would be completely different. This was something that nothing, including the pill bottles and storage rings, could affect. All of the medicinal pills have this medicinal fragrance, Lu Rui said solemnly. Lu Rui said with a solemn face. His expression was still a little stiff, and he had not completely recovered from the shock. How's this possible? These medicinal pills are all medicinal pills that have been refined for less than a day. The medicinal fragrance won't lie. Soon after, the entire Lu clan's main hall was in an uproar. Each of the Lu clan's elders was dumbfounded. They could not believe all of this was real. In their opinion, this was something that was almost impossible to happen. In other words, all of these medicinal pills were refined by Elder Duan in just a day. Lu Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Rui with a stunned expression as he asked, "Although I can't believe all of this is real, the truth is right in front of my eyes. I have no choice but to believe it. Elder Duan is no ordinary grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui said slowly as he regained his senses. He inhaled sharply and enunciated each and every word slowly. Lu Rui's words fell into the ears of the stunned Lu clan's elders. They could not agree more. Then, not only is Elder Duan's refining speed heaven-defying, but his success rate is also more than 30%. That seems to be the case. Monster. The group of Lu clan's elders was in an uproar again. It was one thing for his refining speed to be fast, but his success rate was so high as well. How could they live with this? Most importantly, Elder Duan is only a young man in his 20s. I originally thought that since I was able to become a grade 2 alchemist, my innate talent in medicine refinement was already quite good. However, compared to Elder Duan, all these years of my life have been in vain. One of the Lu clan's elders sighed. He was also one of the few grade 2 alchemists in the Lu clan. His words made the other Lu clan's elders lower their heads in shame. They felt so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. How's this possible? Soon after, another exclamation resonated in the air, alarming all of the Lu clan's elders. They could tell it was the clan leader's voice again. For a moment, before they even looked up at Lu Rui, their hearts skipped a beat. Chapter 1084. Boom! When the group of Lu clan's elders turned to look at the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, in unison, a loud noise resonated in the air. It shocked them so much that their hearts skipped a beat. Lu Rui lost his composure and rose from his seat. His seat shattered and fell to the ground with a loud crash. What the hell is going on? The clan leader lost his composure. It must be something extraordinary for the clan leader to lose his composure like that. We have to be mentally prepared. I think so too. The group of Lu clan's elders whispered among themselves. However, their eyes never left Lu Rui. At the same time, they tried their best to remain alert and mentally prepared themselves to be shocked. Lu Rui stood at the head of the main hall. He was holding a pill that was shining faintly in his hand. He had already put away the other pills. At this moment, Lu Rui's eyes were glued to the pill in his hand. It was as though he was possessed. Is there something wrong with that pill? Many of the Lu clan's elders were confused. Subsequently, all of the Lu clan's elders shifted their attention to the pill in Lu Rui's hand. The pill was shining faintly and emitted a pleasant medicinal fragrance. A grade 1 life recovery pill. With just a glance, they recognized this medicinal pill. How's that possible? Soon after, one of the elderly Lu clan's elders narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with shock as though he had seen something unbelievable. This Lu clan's elder was one of the few grade 2 alchemists in Lu clan. He was the old man who mocked himself for living half his life like a dog. The purity of this grade 1 life recovery pill must be above 85%, right? Another Lu clan's elder, who was also one of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemists, muttered to himself with a shocked expression on his face. No, it's not just 85%. The purity of this grade 1 life recovery pill must be above 90%. Apart from the two old men and the clan leader of Lu clan, the last Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist elder spoke as well. His expression was extremely solemn. 90%. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of above 90%? As soon as the Lu clan's elder spoke, the entire Lu clan's main hall fell into a dead silence. Each of the Lu clan's elders was stunned. Apart from Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two guardian elders who majored in the martial Dao, the other Lu clan's elders were all grade 3 alchemists. Although they could tell the purity of the pill in the clan leader's hand was very high, they did not dare to determine how high it was. After all, it was a grade 1 medicinal pill. Now, when they heard the words of the second grade alchemist elder, they were shocked. Elders, please take a look. At this moment, Lu Rui, who was standing at the head of the table, came back to his senses. He raised his hand and threw the grade 1 life recovery pill to one of the grade 2 alchemists. Immediately, the other two grade 2 alchemists surrounded him. The purity is about 91%. After a few moments, the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders confirmed the purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill in their hands. 91%. The remaining group of Grade 3 alchemists and elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. I can't believe that not only is Elder Duan's refining speed fast and his success rate high, but the purity of the pills he refined is also so terrifying. Lu Yuan said with a shocked expression. Is Elder Duan really human? Lu Gui's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. If he's not human, could he be a demon? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone such a monstrous Grade 1 alchemist. Lu Yuan said. Clan leader, how's the purity of the other pills? The 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders looked at Lu Rue in unison with a burning gaze. Take a look for yourselves. Lu Rue took a deep breath and raised his hand. He threw 3 pill bottles at the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders. After the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders caught the pill bottles, they opened them eagerly and poured out the pills one by one. Their eyes were fixed on the pills that were poured out one by one. The purity of these pills seems to be very high as well. Yeah, it doesn't feel any lower than the Grade 1 life recovery pill. The group of Grade 3 alchemist elders around them whispered among themselves. These medicinal pills all have a purity of 91%. How's this possible? Soon after, one of the Grade 2 alchemist elders finished inspecting the 10 Grade 1 pills in his hand and said in disbelief. All of them are 91%? The surrounding Grade 3 alchemist elders were stunned. The purity of the 10 Grade 1 pills in this pill bottle is 91% as well. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another Rank 2 medicine refinement elder spoke up. Mine is the same as well. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder chimed in. Whoosh! As soon as the 3 Grade 2 alchemist elders finished speaking, an uproar broke out. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. How's this possible? At this moment, even Lu Yuan and Lu Gue, who were laymen, could not help but turn pale with fright. Isn't it difficult for an alchemist to control the purity of pills when refining pills? That's right. One of the Grade 2 alchemist elders nodded. We alchemists will more or less encounter some unexpected situations when refining pills. Therefore, it's very difficult to accurately refine pills with a fixed purity. Usually, we can only control it within a certain range. Another Grade 2 alchemist elder added. To be able to fix the purity of the medicinal pills at 91%. That Elder Duan is simply a monster among monsters. The last Grade 2 alchemist elder placed the 10 pills in his hand back into the pill bottle and continued. According to our Lu clan's ancestral handbook, even the old ancestor who established our Lu clan only refined Grade 1 pills with a purity of 82% at its peak. It's fine if it's high purity. The problem is that he can fix the purity of all the Grade 1 pills at 91%. It's unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that anyone can do this. Lu Rue took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. At this moment, even he, the clan leader of the Lu clan who was known as an alchemist clan, could not maintain his composure and completely lost his composure. This was because what he had encountered was just too shocking. I'm afraid it's hard to find another Grade 1 alchemist who's as terrifying as Elder Duan in the entire Cloud Continent. The other Grade 1 alchemists, including the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, are nothing compared to him. Lu Rue's breathing quickened, and his face was filled with excitement. I thought Elder Duan was just an ordinary Grade 1 alchemist. I can't believe he's such a terrifying Grade 1 alchemist. Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he also realized how terrifying the young Grade 1 alchemist was from the words of the alchemists present on the scene. Our Lu clan has Elder Duan. So why should we worry about our prosperity? Lu Gui's eyes lit up. Perhaps, it's time for me to talk to our honorable Elder Duan. Lu Rue gradually calmed down and muttered to himself. In the backyard of a spacious mansion on the eastern side of the Lu clan's mansion. Boom! A flame soared into the sky from the backyard, and its momentum was vast. The flame came from a red-clad lady who was hovering in the air. As the flame on the lady's body soared, her red dress fluttered as well, making her look like a fire elf. Whoosh! As the flame on the lady's body soared, the heaven and earth energy stirred above her head and gradually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually appeared. In just a blink of an eye, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes increased to thousands. However, it was very unstable. Sometimes it would increase to 800 to 900 silhouettes as though it was being restricted by something. Is it still not working? A purple-clad young man stood at the side and asked solemnly as he stared at the red-clad lady intently. The woman with a peerlessly beautiful face nodded her head without saying anything. If one looked closely, one would notice that beads of sweat were continuously forming on her forehead. More and more beads of sweat formed and eventually dripped down her beautiful face. Drip, drip. Droplets of sweat fell on the ground and bloomed into water droplets. It was a beautiful scene. Take a rest. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He said to the red-clad lady who was hovering in the air. The red-clad lady was Feng Tianwu. To be more precise, she was Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory. However, Feng Tianwu did not take a rest as Duan Lingtian had said. She allowed her fragrant sweat to drip down as she stubbornly continued to raise the flame that rose around her body. Boom! The flame soared into the sky as the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head rose to thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes. However, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes fell back to 800 to 900 silhouettes. Sigh! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. I can't believe that Tianwu can't even control her origin energy and profundity after losing her memory. To the current her, the power she mastered before is very unfamiliar. I'm afraid she'll need some time to fully master her power now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Feng Tianwu was no longer the fire spirit body. In other words, she was the former fire spirit body that had undergone nirvana rebirth. Previously, when the fire spirit body's power erupted in her body, it almost caused her to explode. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian, who had been devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, injected a mysterious black energy into her body to suppress the fire spirit body's power in her body. After the fire spirit body's power was suppressed, it completely dissipated and merged into her body for her use. Chapter 1085. First Level Void Transformation Stage. That was Feng Tianwu's current cultivation base. Back then, after the fire spirit body's energy had merged with her origin energy, it helped her to elevate her origin energy all the way to the first level void transformation stage. Apart from the first level void transformation stage origin energy, the concept fragment in Feng Tianwu's body had also completely transformed into a profundity fragment. Currently, she was a first-level void transformation stage martial artist who had mastered the fire profundity. Unfortunately, since she had lost her memory, she still could not fully control her strength. Of course, it was fortunate that it was so. Otherwise, the speed of her sword stabbing toward Duan Lingtian when she had just woken up from her deep slumber would have been many times faster. If that was the case, let alone Duan Lingtian, who could not react in time, even she might not be able to withdraw her sword in time to avoid Duan Lingtian's heart, which was his vital point. Could be said that it was fortunate that Feng Tianwu could not control her strength after she had lost her memory. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Other than Feng Tianwu, who was adapting to her strength, a series of ear-piercing sword, whistling sound resonated from nearby. It was Xiong Quan who was practicing his sword. Perhaps it's time to look for the clan leader. The spirit fruit and the profound assimilation formation are the things that Xiong Quan and I desperately need right now. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan and muttered to himself. Elder Duan. At this moment, a voice that sounded like an oriole's resonated from afar. Xiao Yun. Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he saw servant Xiao Yun, who had rushed into the backyard in a panic. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Elder Duan, the clan leader, is here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Servant Xiao Yun said respectfully. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Speak of the devil. Who's the devil? Servant Xiao Yun was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Only then did he remember that there was no Cao Cao in this world. Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He really didn't know how to explain it, so he just randomly made up a story. Cao Cao is the name of the family head in our hometown. Cao Cao is the head of the clan. You can call it that? The maid, Xiao Yun, was a little surprised. She then said, Elder Duan, you should hurry over. It's not good to let Cao Cao wait for too long. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. This girl's learning ability was really strong. He applied what he had just learned. There was a large hall in the middle of the mansion that Duan Lingtian resided in. However, Duan Lingtian had never been to this place before, because he had almost never had any guests here. Patriarch. Arriving outside the main hall, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure standing inside. It was the head of the Lu clan, Lu Rui. Elder Duan. Lu Rui's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and personally welcomed Duan Lingtian into the main hall. What's the matter, Patriarch? Although Duan Lingtian guessed that Lu Rui must have come for the grade 1 pills that he had asked someone to send to him in the afternoon, he still pretended to be ignorant and asked, Elder Duan, I really didn't expect your medicine refinement level to be so high. It's already at the level of being heaven-defying. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. Not only was this frighteningly young grade 1 alchemist in front of him had a shocking refining speed, but his success rate was also so high. Not only was his success rate high, but his purity was also ridiculously high. It was actually at the heaven-defying 90% purity. In his memory, this was what he knew. In the history of the Cloud Continent, it seemed like there was only one person who could refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. That person was a person from 10,000 years ago. The reason he knew there was such a person 10,000 years ago was because of the old ancestor who established the Lu clan. The Lu clan's old ancestor had left behind a handwritten letter that had been passed down until now. Only the clan leader of Lu clan could read the handwritten letter. Nobody else was qualified to read it. According to the handwritten letter, their old ancestor had received help and guidance from that person before he became an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. According to the old ancestor, the powerhouse whom he regarded as his teacher had a level of attainment in the medicine refinement Tao that far surpassed a grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui could not imagine what kind of person that person was. According to the handwritten letter left behind by the old ancestor, that person seemed to be an Emperor Wu powerhouse. Not only that, but he was also an Emperor Wu powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. People called him Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. The old ancestor said in the handwritten letter that reincarnation was the title of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. The reason why that martial emperor expert was given the title of reincarnation was because he had cultivated a heaven-defying cultivation method. Unlike ordinary people who can only live for one lifetime, that rebirth martial emperor through that cultivation technique can live for 3 lifetimes. When the old ancestor met him, he was going through his second life. Lu Rui seemed to have recalled something when he thought of this. He snapped back to reality and stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him with his eyes wide open. His body had begun to tremble uncontrollably. It was a tremor of excitement. According to the old ancestor's handwritten letter, that reincarnation Emperor Wu has to wait for 10,000 years every time he reincarnates. Judging by the time, it's about time that reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnates for the 3rd time. Lu Rui's breathing quickened unknowingly as he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Don't tell me, he's the 3rd reincarnation of reincarnation Emperor Wu? If that's the case, then his monstrous talent makes sense. The reincarnation Emperor Wu himself is a powerful alchemist. Since he reincarnated, he was born with all kinds of powerful alchemy techniques and rich experience in alchemy. Lu Rui was excited when he thought of this. Emperor Wu powerhouse. The young man standing in front of him might be the reincarnation of an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He was destined to become an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. In other words, the young man standing in front of him might be an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. Clan leader, are you all right? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown when he saw Lu Rui staring at him with gleaming eyes. Elder Duan. After Lu Rui was awakened by Duan Lingtian, he took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart. He stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes and asked, do you know the reincarnation Emperor Wu? The reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui's words were like a bolt of lightning. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his heart skipped a beat. The reincarnation Emperor Wu? How does he know about the reincarnation Emperor Wu? Why would he mention the reincarnation Emperor Wu in front of me? At this moment, while Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock, questions began to surface in his mind as well. However, he did not show it on his face. Who knew if this Lu Rui standing in front of him was the descendant of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's enemy? The Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. This means the Lu clan's old ancestor, who founded the Lu clan, was from 10,000 years ago. Who knows, he might really have something to do with the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, he must have left behind some notes. Otherwise, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, would not have known about the existence of the rebirth martial emperor 10,000 years later. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had a lot of thoughts in his mind. It was precisely because he was thinking too much that he didn't reveal his strange emotions on the surface. 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was a top powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Cloud Continent. It could be said that his name shocked the entire inner and outer continents of the Cloud Continent. In that era, even a 3-year-old child would be scared to tears upon hearing the words rebirth martial emperor. Based on this, one could see how famous the reincarnation Emperor Wu was during that era. The reincarnation Emperor Wu? The powerhouse Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be confused. I've never heard of him before. Although Duan Lingtian did not reveal any flaws on the surface, Lu Rui, as the clan leader of the Lu clan, was not someone to be trifled with. He did not believe Duan Lingtian just because of this. Lu Zheng. Lu Rui continued to stare into Duan Lingtian's eyes as he slowly spat out the 2 words. It was as though he wanted to confirm if Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Zheng was the old ancestor who founded the Lu clan 10,000 years ago. He was also an outstanding grade 1 alchemist. He believed if this young man was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would definitely know about the old ancestor of the Lu clan. Lu Zheng? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. When Lu Rui saw the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was slightly disappointed. It seems like I've guessed wrongly. Elder Duan shouldn't be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Zheng. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes. In the end, he really found memories related to this name. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2nd lifetime, he liked to wander outside. He had helped and guided many people based on his own interests. Among the few people who left a deep impression on him, one of them was called Lu Zheng. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, Lu Zheng was quite talented in the medicine refinement Dao. For this reason, he had specially guided him for a period of time. It could be said that they were master and disciple for a period of time. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not officially accept Lu Zheng as his disciple, Lu Zheng still addressed the reincarnation Emperor Wu as his teacher. 10,000 years ago, the reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique and the cultivation method of the 3 lives reincarnation technique. Lu Zheng was one of them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could guess many things, including why Lu Rui suddenly asked him if he knew about the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Lu Rui was undoubtedly guessing that he was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It seems like the person who founded the Lu clan that has a legacy of 10,000 years is Lu Zheng. Also, Lu Zheng left behind some notes and handwritten notes about the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the Lu clan. Chapter 1086. Otherwise, it's impossible for Lu Rui to know about the existence of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He wouldn't have guessed that I might be the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling entered his ears. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise his head to look. He saw a drop of blood shooting up into the sky, passing through the main hall and disappearing before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a voice entered his ears. I, Lu Rui, swear on my own blood that if I do anything that's detrimental to the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'll be struck to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. It was Lu Rui who swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder resonated in response to Lu Rui's oath. Clan leader, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Could it be that Lu Rui had confirmed that he was the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu? That was not right. He had been very careful from the beginning until the end. He was sure he did not reveal any flaws. It's nothing. I just wanted to prove something. However, I don't think you're the person I thought you were. Lu Rui shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. The reason he made such an oath was because he still had hope in his heart. He wanted to verify if Duan Lingtian was the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Even if he was not, he had already done what he had to do. He would not have any regrets. How do you know I'm not? However, Duan Lingtian asked as soon as Lu Rui finished speaking. Ha! Lu Rui was stunned at first. Then his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened again. Elder Duan, why you mean? You're really the reincarnation Emperor Wu? You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. As long as I, who reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique, cultivate to the Emperor Wu realm again and ascend to the peak of Cloud Continent, then I'll have the qualifications to be called the reincarnation Emperor Wu. 3 lives reincarnation technique. When Lu Rui heard Duan Lingtian mention the 3 lives reincarnation technique, he no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's identity. He was sure that Duan Lingtian was the reincarnation of Emperor Wu's 3rd life. After 10,000 years, the number of people on Cloud Continent who knew about reincarnation Emperor Wu was as few as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Not to mention the person who could tell the cultivation method of Samsara Emperor Wu. If he hadn't read the letter left behind by the ancestor of the Lu clan, he wouldn't have known about the reincarnation Emperor Wu, let alone the cultivation method that the reincarnation Emperor Wu practiced. He also wouldn't have known that the cultivation method required 3 reincarnations to master. Lu Rui greets Senior. I hope Senior can forgive my rudeness for not knowing Senior's identity. Lu Rui tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and bowed at Duan Lingtian. Just call me Elder Duan like you used to. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Yes. After finding out that Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor, Lu Rui obeyed Duan Lingtian's every word. He did not dare to hesitate or slack at all. This was because he knew this was a future Emperor Wu powerhouse. As long as he served this young man well, the Lu clan would be protected by an Emperor Wu powerhouse in the future. Perhaps he might even be able to obtain some other benefits. As the clan leader of Lu clan, he was farsighted. Also, do many people in the Lu clan know about reincarnation Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian asked. Not many. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lu Rui quickly replied, It's about your past, Elder Duan. Our Lu clan's old ancestor, Lu Zheng, has recorded everything in a handbook. Only the clan leader of Lu clan has the right to read it. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded and warned. It's enough for you to know my identity. Don't tell anyone else. Yes. Lu Rui replied respectfully. Also, I have something that I need your help with. Duan Lingtian remembered the matter that he wanted to talk to Lu Rui about earlier, so he went straight to the point. Please speak, Elder Duan. As long as it's something that the Lu clan and I can do, the Lu clan and I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, Lu Rui said solemnly. Judging from his attitude, he would not even frown even if he was asked to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. You don't have to go through water and tread on fire. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Rui and asked, Your Lu clan should have a profound assimilation formation, right? Yes. Lu Rui nodded. That's good then. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said bluntly, I need you to activate the profound assimilation formation with a large amount of concept fragments. I need to elevate my concept through it. No problem. Lu Rui responded immediately without any hesitation. Concept fragments were nothing to a second-rate force like the Lu clan that was close to a first-rate force. They could get as many as they wanted. Moreover, as long as the Lu clan's disciples were talented in martial Dao and had a shocking comprehension ability, they would be able to elevate their concept through the profound assimilation formation. Also, I need some spirit fruits. As long as it's a spirit fruit that a void stage martial artist can consume, I want it. Duan Lingtian continued. Void stage? Lu Rui was stunned for a moment before he reminded him. Elder Duan, the void stage is divided into. I know that the void stage is divided into 4 levels. What I need are spirit fruits that can be consumed by void prying stage, void initiation stage, void interpretation stage, and void transformation stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian interrupted Lu Rui's words and said, I only need 1 spirit fruit for each of the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists. As for the spirit fruits for void transformation stage martial artists, I want as many as you have. He wanted the spirit fruits for void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists to consume for Xiongquan. He wanted the spirit fruits for void transformation stage martial artists to consume for himself and Feng Tianwu. Of course, Xiongquan, who had elevated his cultivation base to the void transformation stage, would be able to use it soon as well. Xiongquan had already comprehended the advanced sword concept. As long as he had enough spirit fruits, he would be able to break through to the void transformation stage in a short time and become a void transformation stage martial artist. Yes. Although Lu Rui did not know why Duan Lingtian wanted those low-grade spirit fruits, he still agreed to it. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even if he was not, he would not reject Duan Lingtian's request with Duan Lingtian's medicine refining skills. Go and prepare. Also, don't forget about the soul-stabilizing herb. Duan Lingtian said again. Understood. Lu Rui replied respectfully and turned to leave. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lu Rui's departing figure. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This identity of the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu is quite useful. He knew that even if he did not pretend to be the 3rd reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Lu Rui would not reject his request. However, if that was the case, Lu Rui would definitely not be as attentive as he was now. Right now, in Lu Rui's eyes, I'm the future Emperor Wu powerhouse. If he fawns over me, not only will his Lu clan be protected by me in the future, but he'll also be able to obtain many benefits. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Lu Rui's thoughts. This was because he would think the same way if he were in Lu Rui's shoes. Who would not want to fawn over a powerhouse like the Emperor Wu? One had to admit that Lu Rui was very efficient. It only took him an hour before he came again. Elder Duan, these are the spirit fruits that our Lu clan currently has. They're mainly for the void prying stage, void initiation stage, and void interpretation stage martial artists. There's only 1 spirit fruit for the void transformation stage martial artists. Also, I plan to issue a bounty for the spirit fruits that void transformation stage martial artists consume. Lu Rui said respectfully to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he handed over an ownerless spatial ring. A bounty? That's not bad. Duan Lingtian took the spatial ring and nodded. He then asked, What are you going to use as a bounty for the spirit fruits that void transformation stage martial artists consume? You must know that those spirit fruits are very valuable. The higher the grade of the spirit fruit, the more valuable it was. The spirit fruits consumed by the void transformation stage martial artists were even more valuable. I'm going to use the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined as the bounty reward. With the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined, the medicinal effect is so shocking that it's enough to make everyone kill for it. Lu Rue revealed his plan. However, I might need you to refine more grade 1 life recovery pills in the future. That's not a problem. Duan Lingtian was very optimistic about Lu Rue's plan. There was no doubt that a grade 1 life recovery pill was something that every martial artist needed. During a critical moment, it might become a life-saving talisman that could save a martial artist's life. Especially the grade 1 life recovery pill that he refined that had a purity of more than 90%. Its medicinal effect was a few times stronger than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Such a medicinal effect might not be as good as reviving a dead person or regrowing flesh and bones, but it was not too far off. Elder Duan, when do you plan to enter the profound assimilation formation? I've already prepared all the concept fragments that the profound assimilation formation needs. Lu Rue asked again. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and performed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring that Lu Rue gave him earlier. Soon after, he saw the spirit fruit that was consumed by the void transformation stage martial artists in the spatial ring. He had never consumed this spirit fruit before, so he did not have to worry about its medicinal effect decreasing. I plan to consume the spirit fruit to cultivate first. I'll look for you to enter the profound assimilation formation after I've finished cultivating. Duan Lingtian told him his plan. Of course, part of the reason he made such a plan was for Xiongquan's sake. Xiongquan's current cultivation base was still too weak after all. If he were to enter the profound assimilation formation together with him, Xiongquan's soul would not be able to withstand the concept energy that filled the profound assimilation formation with his current cultivation base, let alone helping him improve his sword concept. All right. Right now, Lu Rue would do whatever Duan Lingtian told him to do. He would listen to whatever Duan Lingtian said. If that's the case, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore, Elder Duan. Lu Rue then left sensibly. After Lu Rue left, Duan Lingtian also left the main hall and went to the backyard. Chapter 1087. Spirit Fruits. Xiongquan was stunned when he took the spatial ring. However, his eyes lit up when he dripped his blood on the spatial ring to claim ownership of it and saw the pile of crystal-clear spirit fruits inside. He was like a hunter who saw his prey. Why, young master, are these spirit fruits for me? Xiongquan's breathing quickened as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. It was his first time seeing so many spirit fruits. Who else would I give them to if not you? Tianwu, and I don't need these spirit fruits anyway. Duan Lingtian said in annoyance. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Although he knew Duan Lingtian would say that, Xiongquan could not help but feel excited when he heard it. He hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian. Take the spirit fruits and go back to your room to cultivate. Duan Lingtian said. Yes. Xiongquan, who was eager to go back to his room to consume the spirit fruits to cultivate, responded respectfully and left when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With these spirit fruits, his cultivation base would be able to improve rapidly in a short period of time. I'll be able to help young master once my strength has improved. On the way back to his room, Xiongquan's heart was filled with excitement. If he did not want to continue being a burden behind the young master, he must quickly improve his cultivation base. After Xiongquan left, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who was still trying to control her own strength. Tianwu, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days. You'll stay in the mansion for the next few days and don't go out. The coldness on Feng Tianwu's face faded a little when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She nodded lightly. Tianwu, who has lost her memory, is completely clueless about how to control her own strength. I'm afraid she'll need some time to master her strength when she was at her peak. After getting Feng Tianwu's agreement, Duan Lingtian glanced at the flames rising on Feng Tianwu's body before he turned around and left. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian took out a crystal-clear spirit fruit. This spirit fruit was the only spirit fruit that was suitable for void transformation stage martial artists among the pile of spirit fruits that Lu Rui gave him. This spirit fruit seems to be called the red phosphorus fruit. After searching through Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian soon recognized the spirit fruit in his hand. It was shining with a crimson luster as if it was wrapped in a willow, the wisp. Among the many spirit fruits consumed by void transformation martial artists, the red phosphorus fruit can only be ranked in the middle. It's very difficult for an ordinary 6th level void transformation martial artist to break through to the 7th level void transformation after consuming it. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, after all, the gap between the 6th level void transformation and the 7th level void transformation is like a chasm that's extremely difficult to cross. However, that's only for an ordinary 6th level void transformation martial artist. For example, although I'm also a 6th level void transformation martial artist, after consuming this red phosphorus fruit, I can activate the domineering medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that's hidden in my body and help me to break through to the 7th level void transformation easily. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. On top of that, with the reward issued by the Lu clan, I think it won't take long for me to obtain enough spirit fruits to raise my cultivation base to the 9th level void transformation. As for concepts, as long as I have the profound assimilation formation and a large number of concept fragments, I'll be able to comprehend all of them to the 9th level advance. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It was as though he could already see the scene when his strength was raised to the peak of the void. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the 9th level void transformation, I'll be able to use the profundity fragment to help any concept to transform into a profundity when it reaches the 9th level advance. At that time, I'll only need to continue consuming spirit fruits and my cultivation base will break through to the martial monarch stage in one go. As soon as I break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill will be completely unleashed. At that time, my cultivation base will enter a period of rapid improvement. The more Duan Lingtian thought about this, the brighter his eyes shone. Even until now, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill was still limited. Most of it was hidden in his body and would occasionally extend a gush of medicinal efficacy to help him raise his cultivation base. However, during this process, although his advancement was faster than an ordinary void transformation martial artist, it was still extremely slow. As soon as his cultivation base broke through to the martial monarch stage, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill would enter a whole new period of explosive growth. At that time, he would only need to compare himself with other martial monarch powerhouses. It's time to start cultivating. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed his surging emotions and swallowed the red phosphorus fruit in his hand, allowing it to transform into medicinal efficacy that merged into his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill hidden in the depths of his dantian had a reaction. Soon, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit merged together and urged his origin energy to circulate at lightning speed around his meridians. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roving Dragon Form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian circulated his mental cultivation method and closed his eyes at the same time to meditate and cultivate. Unknowingly, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand. If there was another person here, he or she would definitely be shocked to see that the 3 concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand were 3 completely different concept fragments. Holding 3 different concept fragments at the same time and comprehending 3 different concepts without any pressure at all. If news of this were to spread out, it would be enough to shock all the martial artists on Cloud Continent. This was because in the long history of Cloud Continent, there had never been such a human or demon beast. Not to mention comprehending 3 different concepts with the help of 3 different concept fragments. Even in the history of Cloud Continent, There had never been a person who could comprehend two different concepts by relying on two different concept fragments. 3 different concepts. Duan Lingtian's mind was immersed in the 3 different concept fragments as he sensed their profundity to his heart's content. He intended to master them and improve the concept he comprehended. At the same time, the origin energy in his body was not idle. Under the dual effects of the rebirth pill and the red phosphorus fruit, it was improving at an extremely fast speed. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the entire Lu clan was in an uproar. No, it was not just the Lu clan. In the vast estate controlled by the Lu clan where the Lu clan's estate was located, a shocking piece of news spread out and shocked everyone who heard the news. After the Lu clan issued a bounty with a shocking reward last time, they issued another bounty with a shocking reward. There was a small village 1,000 miles north of the Lu clan's estate. Although the village was small, it was extremely lively. This was because this village was the only place within 10,000 miles north of the Lu clan's estate that had a restaurant. Although there was only one restaurant, it was packed with people all day long and was extremely lively. Hey, did you guys hear? The Lu clan issued another bounty with a shocking reward. A sturdy man who had just entered the restaurant and sat down at a table said with a grin, "Lu clan? Bounty?" His words immediately attracted many people's attention. Most of these eyes were filled with curiosity. What reward? What bounty? Soon, someone could not help but ask, "Hermf." Before the sturdy man could reply, someone snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Since the bounty the Lu clan issued this time has a shocking reward, in terms of difficulty it's definitely not inferior to the bounty they issued last time." I've heard about the bounty the Lu clan issued last time. It seems to be about finding a stalk of grass. However, the characteristics of that grass are extremely unique. I've never heard of anyone who has seen that grass before. For a mere stalk of grass, the Lu clan even promised a grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Many people in our northern mountain land have been alerted and are looking for that grass like crazy. Soon after, many people chimed in. I wonder if the Lu clan issued such a bounty on purpose to prank us. I know many people, and some of them are well-traveled people. However, all of them said they've never seen that grass before. A middle-aged man suddenly said, "Hermf, the Lu clan is one of the 2 most powerful clans in our northern mountain land. They're also a noble clan of alchemists. Why would they prank us for no reason?" Soon after, someone refuted the middle-aged man. The Lu clan has a good reputation in our northern mountain land since 10,000 years ago. It's impossible for them to prank us. Many people chimed in. What's the bounty the Lu clan issued this time? Someone asked the sturdy man who started the conversation. Ha! Speaking of which, the bounty the Lu clan issued this time is much simpler than the previous bounty. The sturdy man said as he drank. Oh? Many people's interest was piqued when they heard the sturdy man's words. They remembered the sturdy man had said that the reward for the Lu clan's bounty this time was shocking as well. A reward that could be described as shocking must be something good. It was enough to tempt them. This time, the Lu clan has issued a public bounty for void transformation stage martial artists. There's no limit to the number and type of spirit fruits. The sturdy man did not beat around the bush and said directly, "That's it?" The sturdy man's words stunned everyone present. They found it unbelievable. In their opinion, although the spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist was precious, it was not a rare item. In fact, some of them had consumed them before. That's right. That's it. The sturdy man nodded. What reward did the Lu clan offer? Everyone present was most concerned about this. The Lu clan announced that any martial artist who offers the Lu clan a spirit fruit consumed by void transformation stage martial artists will be rewarded with a grade 1 life recovery pill. The sturdy man said. The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the scene fell silent. Chapter 1088. A grade 1 life recovery pill? Soon after, someone said with a mocking smile, "What a Liu clan! What a wishful thinking. They want to exchange a mere grade 1 life recovery pill for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit?" Although a grade 1 life recovery pill was precious, its value was still far from the spirit fruit consumed by a void transformation stage martial artist. Everyone knew about this. The Liu clan actually issued such a bounty. Do they really think we're idiots? I'm afraid only idiots would use a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit to exchange for a mere grade 1 life recovery pill. If I bring a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit to the northern mountain city's black market, I can at least exchange it for 3 grade 1 life recovery pills. A commotion broke out in the restaurant. Everyone felt the northern mountains Liu clan was scamming them by issuing such a bounty. Big guy, is a mere grade 1 life recovery pill the shocking reward you're talking about? Someone looked at the sturdy man and mocked him. Although a grade 1 life recovery pill is precious, it can't be considered shocking. Another person looked at the sturdy man and said. At once, the sturdy man became everyone's target. Humph! The sturdy man snorted coldly in the face of the mockery and ridicule from the people in the restaurant. He said in disdain, "What do you know? If it's just an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill, would I say it's a shocking reward?" The sturdy man's voice overpowered the mockery and ridicule from the people in the restaurant. Everyone could not help but be stunned. What do you mean by that? That's right. What do you mean by an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? Don't tell me you're trying to say the grade 1 life recovery pill that the Northern Mountains Liu clan took out is not an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? Humph! Including the Northern Mountains Liu clan, all the grade 1 life recovery pills circulating in the entire southern outer land are made by Guild Master Cheng from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Many people voiced their opinions and refuted the sturdy man. All the grade 1 life recovery pills circulating in the southern outer land are made by the Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? The burly man smiled brightly. I say, isn't your news a little too outdated? Don't tell me you haven't heard that the Liu clan has a new grade 1 alchemist not long ago? I remember now. The Liu clan's first interim elder, who was the talk of the town not long ago, is a grade 1 alchemist. Now that the Liu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist, there's no need for them to look for Guildmaster Cheng to refine grade 1 pills. Soon after, someone regained his senses and recalled the Liu clan already had a grade 1 alchemist of their own. The Liu clan has a grade 1 alchemist? Immediately, some of the people who had just left home were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of this news. Humph! So what if the Liu clan had their own grade 1 alchemist? Don't tell me the grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is better than the one refined by Guildmaster Cheng from our Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? The grade 1 medicinal pills refined by Guildmaster Cheng often have a purity of 70% and above. It's not easy to refine medicinal pills that are better than the medicinal pills refined by him. That's right. Even if the Liu clan has their own grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be better than Guildmaster Cheng, let alone refine medicinal pills that are better than the medicinal pills refined by Guildmaster Cheng. Many people spoke up again. Based on their words, it was obvious that they were full of respect for Guildmaster Cheng from the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. What a frog in a well! The sturdy man glared coldly at the group of people who looked down on the Liu clan's grade 1 alchemist master and said slowly, enunciating each word clearly. His voice was loud and clear, easily suppressing the discussion of the crowd. At once, everyone shifted their attention to him again. Many people's eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. Frog in a well? Then I'd like to hear you tell me how we're frog in a well? A middle-aged man was so angry that he stood up from his seat. He glared at the sturdy man and said in a deep voice, "If you can't give me a good reason today, I'll make you bleed." The moment his words left his mouth, a domineering aura swept out from the middle-aged man's body, causing the people around him to feel pressured. A powerhouse at the peak of the void. Soon after, someone could not help but exclaim. At once, Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with dread in their eyes. They regarded him as a scourge, as though they were afraid he would swallow them whole. However, their eyes quickly shifted away from the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the void and landed on the sturdy man in unison. I'm afraid this fellow is going to be unlucky. If he can't give me a good reason today, this powerhouse at the peak of the void will definitely not let him go. How dare he say we're frog in a well and offend everyone the moment he opens his mouth? He's seeking death. I'd like to see what he has to say. The crowd discussed among themselves. They all thought the sturdy man was going to be unlucky. Through the aura emitted from the middle-aged man's body, the sturdy man could not help but feel dread when he sensed the middle-aged man was at the peak of the void. However, the dread in his eyes soon disappeared, and he became fearless. All of you are saying that Elder Duan from the Lu clan is inferior to Guild Master Chung. I wonder if any of you have witnessed Elder Duan refining pills with your own eyes, or have you obtained a Grade 1 pill refined by Elder Duan and compared it with Guild Master Cheng's Grade 1 pill? The sturdy man asked as he looked at the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound, although this was the first time many of them had heard of an Elder Duan from the Lu clan. However, it was easy for them to connect the Elder Duan mentioned by the sturdy man to the Grade 1 alchemist master from the Lu clan. Therefore, nobody thought it was strange. However, they collectively remained silent in the face of the sturdy man's question. None of them had seen the Grade 1 alchemist master from Lu clan before, let alone witnessing him refining pills with their own eyes. They had never come into contact with the Grade 1 pills refined by the other party, so they had no way of comparing them. What? You have nothing to say? The sturdy man sneered and mocked. You don't know anything, and yet you're talking nonsense about the Lu clan's Elder Duan? What a joke! The sturdy man's words caused everyone's faces to turn pale. Humph! Based on what you said, the Grade 1 alchemist master from the Lu clan must be very skilled in refining medicine. I'd like to hear how miraculous the Grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is to be praised so highly by you. That's right. As the saying goes, all talk and no action. If you're so capable, tell us how high the purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill refined by the Lu clan's elder is. Since the Lu clan dares to be so thick-skinned as to exchange it for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit, don't tell me the purity of the Grade 1 life recovery pill he refined is above 75%? Soon after, the crowd regained their senses and questioned the sturdy man, unwilling to be left behind. In their opinion, a Grade 1 life recovery pill that was worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit had to have a purity of at least 75%. This was because only a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above would have a better effect than a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 70% or below. Only a Grade 1 life recovery pill like that would be worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit. Moreover, they did not think the Lu clan's Grade 1 alchemist elder would be able to refine a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above. On Cloud Continent, let alone the outer land where they were, even in the inner land, a Grade 1 alchemist who could refine a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. A purity of 75% or above. Upon hearing the crowd's words, the sturdy man was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. He seemed to have lost control of his emotions and could not stop laughing for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Waves of laughter filled the restaurant, causing the faces of the people in the restaurant to turn even gloomier. Are you done laughing? Finally, the middle-aged man who was at the peak of the void asked coldly. His voice was as loud as thunder and suppressed the sturdy man's laughter. At this moment, the sturdy man finally stopped laughing. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. Of course, I'm laughing at them for being narrow-minded. The sturdy man glanced at the middle-aged man fearfully before he looked at the others and said rudely, Then, I'd like to hear how narrow-minded they are? The middle-aged man stared at the sturdy man and asked word by word while the crowd was furious. Do you think the Liu clan is taking out a grade 1 life recovery pill to exchange for a spirit fruit for a void transformation stage martial artist because the person who exchanged the spirit fruit will suffer a loss? Do all of you think only a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 75% or above is worth as much as a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit? The burly man looked around and asked 2 questions to the people in the restaurant. Although the crowd did not speak, their eyes undoubtedly acknowledged this point. Very good. Seeing that the crowd did not deny it, the sturdy man narrowed his eyes and told them everything he heard without holding back. Then, I'll tell all of you. According to the news from the Liu clan, the grade 1 life recovery pill that the Liu clan is exchanging for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit has a purity of 90% or above. 90%. The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the restaurant that had already quieted down fell into a dead silence. Even the powerhouse at the peak of the void, who was staring at the sturdy man, covetously stood rooted to the ground. He was stunned. Chapter 1089. 90%. 90%. The sturdy man's voice reverberated in the minds of the people in the restaurant. They were so shocked that they did not regain their senses for a long time. A grade 1 life recovery pill? 90% purity? Soon after, someone regained his senses. He looked at the sturdy man and snorted, "You're not bluffing, are you? A grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity? Even those grade 1 alchemists in the inner land might not be able to refine it. More than 90% purity? What a joke. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either." The people in the restaurant regained their senses and began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they did not believe the sturdy man's words. At this moment, the powerhouse at the peak of the void standing in front of the sturdy man was also glaring at him. His domineering aura swept out again and pressed down on the sturdy man's body. Barf. The sturdy man who was caught off guard was suppressed by the aura until his vital energy and blood surged in his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. However, although he was injured, he did not dare to show any signs of anger. Who knew if he would anger the powerhouse at the peak of the void in front of him? If the powerhouse killed him, he would have no one to complain about his injustice. "Is what you said true?" The powerhouse at the peak of the void asked in a deep voice. Of course it's true. Although the powerhouse had injured him, the sturdy man did not dare to ignore the powerhouse. He hastily said, "The reward came from the Liu clan. They're offering a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity in exchange for a void transformation stage martial artist's spirit fruit." The moment the sturdy man's words left his mouth, the people in the restaurant fell silent again. They could see it. The sturdy man did not seem like he was lying. The Liu clan is an ancient clan that has a history of 10,000 years in the northern mountain land. It's impossible for them to make a false promise. Someone muttered after a while. Indeed, an ancient clan like the Liu clan values their reputation the most. If they don't have a grade 1 life recovery pill with 90% purity or more, they wouldn't make such a promise. Many people nodded in agreement. In the northern mountain land, regardless of whether it was the alchemist clan, the Liu clan, or the weapons craftsman clan, the O clan, both of them were ancient clans that had existed for 10,000 years. The two great clans had always placed great importance on their reputation. Their reputation in the northern mountain land was very good. You're right. But isn't that grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 90% and above a little too exaggerated? Someone smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. As far as I know, even the grade 1 alchemist who founded the Liu clan 10,000 years ago, the person who's widely acknowledged as the most outstanding alchemist in the northern mountain land for the past 10,000 years, the grade 1 pills he refined only have 80% purity at most. I've heard of this before. That's what the rumors say. Everyone in the restaurant was in a heated discussion. Most of them still found it hard to believe. If the Liu clan can really produce a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity, then the person who refined such a grade 1 life recovery pill must be the grade 1 alchemist elder who joined the Liu clan not long ago. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but guess. I heard that the grade 1 alchemist is a young man who's not even 30 years old yet. Someone else said. However, the moment his words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? Not even 30 years old yet? A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old yet? The entire restaurant was in an uproar at once. Most of the people present had only heard that the Liu clan had a new grade 1 alchemist elder recently. They did not know that the grade 1 alchemist elder was a young man who was not even 30 years old yet. A grade 1 alchemist who was not even 30 years old was just like a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. It was enough to shock them from the bottom of their hearts. It's actually not difficult to verify the authenticity of this. All you have to do is bring a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to the Liu clan to exchange for it. Then everything will be clear. Soon after, someone suggested, "That's right." The others nodded in agreement. No matter if it was a donkey or a horse, they would only know after taking it out for a walk. In the Liu clan's estate, crackle, crackle. In the master bedroom of a spacious mansion in the east, the crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other suddenly resonated. The sound was exceptionally pleasant to the ears. A young man who had just gotten out of bed was stretching his arms and legs in front of the bed. The sound came from his body. The young man wore a purple robe. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, there was a faint smile on his handsome face. If there was a second person here, that person would definitely feel as though they were bathing in the spring breeze when they saw the smile on his face. The bottleneck to the 8th level void transformation stage is also out. All I need is a void transformation stage martial artist spirit fruit to successfully break through to the 8th level void transformation stage. After breaking through to the 8th level void transformation stage, I only need one spirit fruit to break through to the 9th level void transformation stage. The purple-clad young man raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. This purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had successfully broken through to the next level after consuming the red phosphorus fruit. However, my concept has not improved at all in these few days. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stretched out his hands and opened his palms. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's hands shook and clenched into fists. Boom! In an instant, a milky white flame soared up from his body. The flame was fierce and shot up into the sky as though it was going to pierce through the ceiling of the room above him. As the milky white flame soared up, waves of rolling airwaves swept out, causing the tables and cabinets in the room to shake as though there was an earthquake. Whoosh! At the same time, above Duan Lingtian's head, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. In the next moment, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They meandered down, looking lifelike. Just the origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the symbol of a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist. In the past, when I used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed my full strength, my strength was equivalent to the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian recalled. Not long ago, my sword concept rose from the 5th level advanced stage to the 8th level advanced stage. My strength rose along with it, and it was equivalent to the strength of 3,800 ancient horned dragons. Now, my cultivation base has broken through from the 6th level void transformation stage to the 7th level void transformation stage. Due to the fact that there's a divide between the two, my origin energy has increased by 200 ancient horned dragon strength after the transformation. Coupled with the doubled boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, now that I've unleashed all my techniques and unleashed my full strength, it's equivalent to the strength of 4,200 ancient horned dragons. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a whole new understanding of his strength. Now, I can even defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the void. Unknowingly, a confident and brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I wonder how Tianwu has mastered her own strength now. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He immediately walked out of the room and went to the backyard. Tianwu isn't here. When he arrived at the backyard, Duan Lingtian did not see Feng Tianwu. He only found out after asking the servant girl that Feng Tianwu had not come to the backyard since the day before yesterday. She had been staying in her room all this while. Elder Duan. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to leave the backyard, he noticed servant Xiao Yun was rushing towards him. Duan Lingtian looked at servant Xiao Yun in confusion. Elder Duan, Chao Chao. Chao Chao is waiting for you in the main hall. Servant Xiao Yun said while gasping for breath after she arrived near Duan Lingtian. Chao Chao? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he realized the Chao Chao that servant Xiao Yun mentioned was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Could it be that the clan leader has offered a reward for the spirit fruit that a void transformation stage martial artist consumes? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly left the backyard and rushed to the main hall. I wonder how many spirit fruits the patriarch has offered as a reward for void transformation stage martial artists. If the reward is 2 that I haven't consumed before, then that would be awesome. So long as I'm given a period of time, my cultivation will break through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way there. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the main hall and met the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue. Elder Duan. Lu Rue bowed respectfully when he met Duan Lingtian in private. He knew very well. As long as the young man in front of him did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a powerhouse like Emperor Wu in the future. Due to this reason, he did not dare to slight the young man. Clan leader, did you come to see me because you found the reward? Duan Lingtian asked while suppressing the excitement in his heart. Yes. Lu Rue nodded. How many? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He could no longer suppress his excitement and asked excitedly. How many? However, Lu Rue was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question. Didn't you say that you found the location of the spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned as well. Lu Rue finally understood why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Elder Duan, it's not that we found the location of the spirit fruit, but we found the reward that you asked me to send out earlier. The reward that you sent out earlier? Duan Lingtian did not realize it at first. However, he finally recalled it in a blink of an eye. He asked excitedly, Clan leader, you mean, we found the location of the soul-stabilizing grass? The soul-stabilizing grass. It was the heaven and earth treasure that could help Feng Tianwu recover her memory. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the soul-stabilizing grass was undoubtedly much more important than the spirit fruit that void transformation martial artists consumed. There were many of the latter on Cloud Continent. It was not difficult to find them. Chapter 1090. Yes. Lu Rue nodded. Someone came to visit our Lu clan today. He said he saw the soul-stabilizing grass in a remote mountain range. Did that person bring the soul-stabilizing grass? Where is he now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Rue's words. His breathing quickened involuntarily. That person didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him. Lu Rue shook his head in the face of Duan Lingtian's anticipation. His words were like a bucket of cold water that splashed Duan Lingtian's head. It made Duan Lingtian wake up completely. He didn't bring the soul-stabilizing grass with him? Duan Lingtian frowned in confusion. Yes. Lu Rue nodded. I heard from that person that there's a demon that can transform into a human guarding the soul-stabilizing grass in that remote mountain range. He's not a match for that demon, so he can't take the soul-stabilizing grass. Demon? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Is that demon very powerful? In the entire Cloud continent, the soul-stabilizing grass could be considered as an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was not strange that the place where it grew was guarded by a powerful demon. I heard from that person that the demon's strength is almost at the peak of the void, Lu Rue said nonchalantly. Lu Rue said nonchalantly. A demon at the peak of the void is nothing. I'm going to ask Elder Ji to follow him to the mountain range to retrieve the soul-stabilizing herb. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Elder Ji was. He was one of the 3 guardian elders of the Lu clan. In the past, when he had just arrived at the Lu clan, he had met Lu Ji once. However, he did not see him again after he joined the Lu clan. However, I haven't asked Elder Ji to follow that person to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. According to what I know, it's best to refine many herbs as soon as they're plucked. Only in that way can we fully display its medicinal properties. Lu Rue voiced his concerns. Elder Duan, is there a need to pay attention to the soul-stabilizing grass? If not, I will immediately go find Elder Ji and ask him to go with that person and retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. It's normal for you to have such concerns. However, you're only talking about ordinary herbs. Soul-stabilizing grass can't be compared to ordinary herbs. Duan Lingtian said. The soul-stabilizing grass and the immortal spirit grass he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure were not ordinary herbs. Of course, compared to the soul-stabilizing grass, the immortal spirit grass was much more precious. The immortal spirit grass was, after all, a legendary herb. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never seen one in his 2 lifetimes. As for the soul-stabilizing grass, reincarnation Emperor Wu had seen it a few times. In that case, I'll go find Elder Ji now. After Lu Rue finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Patriarch. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stopped Lu Rue. Is there anything else, Elder Duan? If it's about the soul-stabilizing grass, you can rest assured. If Elder Ji makes a move, it won't be difficult for him to obtain the soul-stabilizing grass. Lu Rue looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression before he reassured Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I don't doubt Elder Ji's strength. I just want to go with Elder Ji to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass. Duan Lingtian revealed his plan. He had been staying in the Lu clan's mansion recently. Coupled with the fact that he had been cultivating for the past few days, he wanted to go out and relax. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to see if there were any other heaven and earth treasures in the place where the soul-stabilizing grass grew. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the soul-stabilizing grass is an extremely rare herb. The place where the soul-stabilizing grass grows must have a good environment. That kind of environment is suitable for many heaven and earth treasures to grow. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. In his opinion, he had been very lucky ever since he came to the Lu clan. First, he obtained the soul-fixing root from the Lu clan. Then, he obtained news of the soul-stabilizing grass. This time, he was going to retrieve the soul-stabilizing grass with Lu Ji. Perhaps, he might really encounter other heaven and earth treasures. Elder Duan, you're going with us? Lu Rue was stunned. Why? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian asked. There's no problem. I'm just concerned about your safety, Elder Duan. Unfortunately, Elder Yuan and Elder Gue went out a few days ago. They'll only be back in half a month. When Lu Rue reached this part of the sentence, he said with a worried expression on his face, Isn't there still Elder Ji? Duan Lingtian felt warm in his heart. He shook his head and said with a smile, With Elder Ji around, are you still worried that something will happen to me? Besides, is there anyone who dares to offend the Lu clan in the northern mountain land? Duan Lingtian felt Lu Rue's concern had caused him to panic. However, he could understand why Lu Rue would do that. After all, in Lu Rue's eyes, not only was he a grade 1 alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity, but he was also a future martial monarch powerhouse. He could not afford to lose him. That's true. Lu Rui nodded awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He also realized he had caused himself to panic. In the northern mountain land, only the O clan was qualified to be compared to the Lu clan. The other second-rate forces were not even enough to fill the gaps between the Lu clan's teeth. Those second-rate forces only had one martial monarch powerhouse each. Their strength was not comparable to any of the three great guardian elders of the Lu clan. I'll go with you. When Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui walked out of the main hall together, a cold voice entered their ears. They could not help but shudder. When they turned their heads to look, they saw a silhouette that looked like a fire elf standing nearby. It was a red-clad lady with a face that could topple a nation. The only flaw was that her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Her entire body was emitting a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Even if it was just a short sentence, it seemed to be able to freeze the air around her. Tianwu. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the red-clad lady. He asked in surprise, "Why did you come out?" "I'll go with you." Feng Tianwu did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. She repeated what she said earlier. Her tone was still indifferent, but it was not as cold as before. "Let's go together if you want to." Duan Lingtian smiled. "All right." After receiving Duan Lingtian's consent, Feng Tianwu, who was emitting a cold aura, flew forward and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. "You must be Miss Tianwu, right? I'm Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan." Lu Rui greeted Feng Tianwu with a smile. Although he had seen Feng Tianwu in the past, Feng Tianwu was lying in the ice coffin. They did not have any interaction at all. Now that he saw Feng Tianwu in person, he did not dare to neglect her. This was because he had learned about Feng Tianwu from Duan Lingtian's servant girl. He knew that the soul-fixing root and soul-stabilizing grass that Elder Duan was looking for were for her. It was obvious that Elder Duan valued this lady a lot. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect her. This lady might become Emperor Wu's woman in the future. She was not someone he could offend. However, Feng Tianwu completely ignored Lu Rui when he took the initiative to greet her. She did not even raise her eyebrows. She completely ignored Lu Rui. Lu Rui felt a little awkward at that moment. "Elder Duan, let's go look for Elder Ji." In order to cover up the awkwardness, Lu Rui quickly greeted Duan Lingtian and led the way out of the mansion. "Tianwu, let's go as well." Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and followed Lu Rui. Feng Tianwu did not reply. She merely followed Duan Lingtian silently, as though she was Duan Lingtian's shadow. Soon after, Duan Lingtian met Lu Ji, one of the three Lu clan's guardian elders, under Lu Rui's lead. "Elder Duan." When Lu Ji saw Duan Lingtian again, he greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. There was a hint of respect in the depth of this old man's eyes. It was respect for Duan Lingtian. A few days ago, he had already found out that this Elder Duan could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 90% and above. Could be said that he was utterly impressed by him. "Elder Ji." Duan Lingtian also greeted Lu Ji with a smile on his face. "This must be Miss Tianwu, right?" Lu Ji's eyes quickly landed on Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He greeted Feng Tianwu with a smile. Upon seeing this, the corner of Lu Rui's mouth twitched slightly. A smirk appeared on his face. In his opinion, Feng Tianwu would ignore Elder Ji just like how she ignored him earlier. Elder Ji was destined to be defeated. However, the smile on his face soon froze. "You're very strong." He noticed that Feng Tianwu had spoken. She had spoken to Lu Ji. The scene before his eyes completely shattered the illusion in his heart. "Thank you for your compliment, Miss Tianwu." Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Lu Ji replied politely. It was obvious he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was close. "Elder Ji, you'll go with Elder Duan and Miss Tianwu this time." At this moment, Lu Rui looked at Lu Ji and told him everything that had happened. "No problem." Lu Ji agreed right away. He then looked at Duan Lingtian. "Congratulations, Elder Duan. You found what you want." "We haven't gotten the thing yet." Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly and said, We should depart as soon as possible. I'm afraid something might happen if we delay. I can depart now, Lu Ji said. All right, I'll bring you to that person and ask him to bring you to the soul-stabilizing herb. Upon hearing the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice, Lu Rui did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He brought the 3 Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to the place where the informant was placed. Soon after, a short, wretched-looking middle-aged man with a missing front tooth appeared before Duan Lingtian. 3rd level void transformation. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy immediately probed the wretched-looking middle-aged man's cultivation base. Wow! Beautiful! The wretched-looking middle-aged man's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Lu Rui, and Lu Ji before it landed on Feng Tianwu. He could no longer move his gaze away as he cried out loudly, "I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking." Chapter 1091. However, the wretched-looking middle-aged man did not seem to hear Feng Tianwu's words. He continued to look at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face without restraint. Just as Feng Tianwu's eyes turned cold and was about to make a move, bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tianwu only saw a flash before the wretched-looking middle-aged man's eyes before he was sent flying. A figure that looked like purple lightning followed closely behind. A moment later, the wretched-looking middle-aged man fell to the ground. He was struggling to stand up when his vision turned black. He could only see a foot stomping on his face. He did not have time to react at all. Boom! Duan Lingtian stomped on the wretched-looking middle-aged man's head to the ground. No matter how the wretched-looking middle-aged man struggled, he was still as steady as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian's face was covered in coldness just like Feng Tianwu's face, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. Ever since Feng Tianwu went berserk for him and was willing to activate the fire spirit body's energy in her body, he had completely accepted Feng Tianwu. He even treated Feng Tianwu as his woman. How could he tolerate someone profaning his woman now? If it was not for the fact that this person was still useful to him, he would have stomped on this person's head until it exploded. Feng Tianwu's heart trembled slightly when she saw the scene before her. A sense of happiness rose in her heart. Perhaps, my relationship with him in the past was really special. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Clan leader Lu, I want him dead. I want him dead. At this moment, the wretched-looking middle-aged man whose head was being stomped on by Duan Lingtian realized he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's grip. He looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance. If he doesn't die, I'll never tell you the whereabouts of the herb. The wretched-looking middle-aged man roared. A grade 1 spirit weapon and 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Now the grade 1 spirit weapon is gone. Duan Lingtian exerted force with his foot and stomped half of the wretched middle-aged man's head into the soil. He then said lightly. When the wretched middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned. This is Elder Duan. Our Lu clan was the one who posted the reward on his behalf. He was the one who gave the promised reward as well. Lu Rui looked at the wretched middle-aged man with pity and said slowly, if you don't give me a grade 1 spirit weapon, I won't bring you to look for that grass. The wretched middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a fierce light. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of sand that he had accidentally eaten, he threatened fiercely. When I used to kick a watermelon, I could break it with one kick. However, I have never kicked a person's head before. I don't know which one is harder than a watermelon. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stepped on the head of the wretched middle-aged man. No! No! Hearing Duan Lingtian's muttering, the wretched middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He shouted in horror, I'll take you there! I'll take you there! He was really afraid that this young man who was much more powerful than him would kick his head like a watermelon. With this young man's strength, he would definitely die with just one kick. Didn't you say that you won't take me there? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. There was a hint of coldness in his tone. It was bone-chilling. I was joking. That's right, I was joking. Sensing the coldness in Duan Lingtian's tone, the wretched middle-aged man panicked and explained hysterically. Humph, keep your eyes open. If you look where you shouldn't look again, I'll let you know how to write the word regret. Duan Lingtian retracted his foot and snorted coldly. Yes, yes, the wretched middle-aged man quickly responded. He did not dare to neglect or hesitate at all. After he struggled to stand up, he did not dare to look at Feng Tianwu anymore, even if it was just a glance. Upon seeing this, Lu Rui and Lu Ji, who were standing at the side, looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. It seemed like it was just as they had guessed. The relationship between Elder Duan and Feng Tianwu was not simple at all. Lead the way, Duan Lingtian shouted as he looked at the wretched middle-aged man. His eyes flashed fiercely. Yes, yes. The wretched middle-aged man was really afraid of Duan Lingtian now. Without any hesitation, he took the lead and rose into the air. He flew toward the east at an extremely fast speed. However, Duan Lingtian, who had already informed Lu Rui, followed the wretched middle-aged man at a leisurely pace even though he was flying with Feng Tianwu. Whoosh! A moment later, Lu Ji rose into the air and caught up with Duan Lingtian and the other two in just a blink of an eye. How did you find the soul-anchoring grass in that place? Duan Lingtian looked at the wretched middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly along the way. Soul-anchoring grass? The wretched middle-aged man was stunned. It's the grass that I put a bounty on, Duan Lingtian said. I discovered it by accident when I passed by that place. Fortunately, I ran away quickly that time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of that demon. A heartfelt fear appeared on the wretched middle-aged man's face when he recalled his previous experience. How far is it from here? Duan Lingtian asked again. With our current speed, we'll be there in a day and a night at most, the wretched middle-aged man said. A day and a night was not a long time for Duan Lingtian. Passed in the blink of an eye. When the dawn of the next day shrouded the land and shone on Duan Lingtian saw a continuous mountain range in the distance that was approaching them. It's there. At this moment, the wretched middle-aged man opened his mouth and said to Duan Lingtian and the other two. To be more precise, he was speaking to Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji. As for Feng Tianwu, he did not even dare to look at her. It was obvious he still remembered Duan Lingtian's warning. Whoosh! 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 With their speed, the continuous mountain range appeared before their eyes in just a short while. They flew until they were above the mountain range before they came to a halt. Elder Duan, the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. At this moment, the wretched middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated to speak. Humph! As long as you bring me to what I'm looking for, I'll naturally give you the 10 grade 1 life recovery pills. Where's the grass you saw? Lead the way. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Thank you, Elder Duan. After obtaining a definite answer from Duan Lingtian, the wretched middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and thanked Duan Lingtian happily. This way. Subsequently, he took the lead and led the way to the side of the mountain range. Soon after, they arrived at a narrow and long canyon. The canyon was shrouded in fog, and they could not see the situation inside at first glance. It's right in front. The wretched middle-aged man led the way forward. His footsteps were extremely fast, as though he was afraid he would not see the soul-stabilizing grass if he was too late. Although the wretched middle-aged man's footsteps were very fast, however, Duan Lingtian and the other two did not feel the slightest bit of pressure, and they easily followed him. In this canyon, the deeper they went, the thicker the fog was. It was impossible to see the situation in front of them. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Whoosh! Soon after, a flash appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. He realized Lu Ji had arrived in front of him and was following the wretched middle-aged man closely to lead the way. Elder Duan, follow me closely with Miss Tianwu. As long as you're not more than 10 meters away from me, even if that void stage peak demon attacks you, he won't be able to do anything to you. Lu Ji said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. His tone was filled with confidence in his own strength. Duan Lingtian did not comment on Lu Ji's words. After all, currently, as long as he did not encounter a void stage peak demon who had comprehended 3 types of 9th level void transformation concepts, he would be able to fight and even kill his opponent. Thank you, Elder Ji. Although he did not comment, he still expressed his sincere gratitude to Lu Ji for being so considerate of him. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side and followed closely behind Lu Ji. As for Lu Ji, he followed closely behind the wretched middle-aged man. The 4 of them went into the canyon one by one in order. After an unknown amount of time. Wait a minute. Lu Ji's silhouette disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes for the umpteenth time. However, this time, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face as he suddenly came to a halt. As Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Feng Tianwu came to a halt as well. Huh? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. There's an illusory formation that's fused with the concealment formation here. Duan Lingtian said with a grave expression. Elder Ji and that fellow entered the illusory formation when they were unprepared. They're trapped inside. Illusory formation. Feng Tianwu was confused. After losing her memory, she did not even remember what an illusory formation was. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was observing his surroundings, a familiar yet unfamiliar cold voice resonated from behind him and entered his ears clearly. Who's there? Although Duan Lingtian felt that the voice was slightly familiar, he could not recall whose voice it was, so he hurriedly turned around. With just a glance, he saw 2 figures. One was a middle-aged man dressed in gray, and the other was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. The gray-clad young man was the one who spoke. Lu Song. Duan Lingtian recognized the gray-clad young man. His face darkened, and his eyes gleamed coldly. It's you. How is it? Are you surprised? The gray-clad young man was the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. He was the elder brother of the Lu clan's 3rd young master, Lu Huai, whom Duan Lingtian had killed when he first arrived at the Lu clan. You're the one who set up the illusory formation that's fused with the concealment formation? However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Song's mocking question. His gaze landed on the old man next to Lu Song as he asked in a deep voice. He still remembered the old man's surname was Guan. That's right. The old man did not deny Duan Lingtian's question. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. However, I didn't expect you to be able to see through the illusory formation I set up. It's fused with the concealment formation. How did you discover it? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with dread. You're not the only inscription master on Cloud Continent. Chapter 1092. The concealment formation was an inscription formation that could conceal other inscription formations. Only an inscription master whose spiritual energy was at the martial monarch stage or above could inscribe and set it up. If Duan Lingtian was not an inscription master, he would not have noticed the illusory formation that was fused with the concealment formation. It was precisely because he was an inscription master and an outstanding one at that. Therefore, when Lu Ji and the wretched middle-aged man entered the illusory formation and triggered the concealment formation, his extended spiritual energy noticed something was amiss. Due to this reason, he managed to stop in time and did not fall into the illusory formation. You're an inscription master as well? The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the past, he had purposely tried to find out more about this purple-clad young man. Therefore, he knew the purple-clad young man had killed an 8th-level void transformation Lu clan's elder, and knew the purple-clad young man was very powerful. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist. He was so monstrous that he could not help but feel shocked. However, based on the purple-clad young man's words, he was an inscription master as well. Moreover, he was an inscription master who could discover the concealment formation. What do you think? Duan Lingtian asked back. Humph. Duan Lingtian, it doesn't matter if you're an inscription master or not. You're destined to die today. Lu Song, who was standing next to the old man, said. His voice was cold and chilling. When Lu Song spoke, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Lu Song. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lu Song. I'm curious. How did you know I'd come here? Moreover, you've set up an illusory formation beforehand. I think I have good eyesight. That guy is definitely not one of you. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man next to Lu Song when he reached this part of his sentence. The illusory array was set up by the old man. That illusory array was an illusory array that was fused with a concealment array. It was extremely troublesome to set up, and it would take at least a few hours to complete. The guy that Duan Lingtian mentioned was naturally the wretched middle-aged man who had brought him here. First of all, Duan Lingtian was certain. That wretched middle-aged man was not one of Lu Song's men. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not notice anything amiss. It was because of this that he found it strange. If that wretched middle-aged man was not Lu Song's man, how could Lu Song and the old man beside him arrive here before him? In fact, they had even arrived earlier than them. This could be seen from the illusory formation they had set up. That idiot? Naturally, he is not one of us. Lu Song glared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent on his face. He smirked and said, He's just a chess piece that I'm using. Also, don't tell me you really think that there's an herb here that you want? Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Lu Song's words. What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Elder Guan, you can tell him, let him die knowing the truth. However, we must hurry up so that Lu Ji won't break out of the formation. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. Lu Song said slowly to the old man beside him. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother. Today will be the day you die. I'll let you die in regret and despair. The killing intent in Lu Song's eyes intensified as he muttered to himself. Yes, young master. The old man replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Lingtian, as an inscription master, don't tell me you still haven't figured it out? There's nothing here that you want. The old man enunciated each word clearly. His voice was like a giant hammer that fell on Duan Lingtian's chest, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn extremely grave. There's no soul anchoring grass? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he who was originally unaware of the situation had a clear train of thought, and the thoughts in his mind abruptly changed. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes widened. Both of you, have you planned this from the beginning? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Lu Song and the old man. It was obvious that he had figured out something. Looks like you're not that stupid after all. Lu Song sneered. That fellow didn't see the soul anchoring grass at all. He didn't encounter the demon beast at the peak of the void that was guarding the soul anchoring grass. Everything he saw was a fake image in the illusory formation you set up, right? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the old man. That's right, the old man said expressionlessly. If he really encountered a demon beast at the peak of the void, do you think that piece of trash would be able to escape? The piece of trash the old man was referring to was the wretched middle-aged man who brought Duan Lingtian here. As expected, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave, and he could not help but laugh at himself. To think that he had thought that he was extremely lucky. First, he obtained the soul-fixing root that Tianwu needed. Then, he received news about the soul-stabilizing grass. As it turned out, there was no soul-anchoring grass at all. The soul-anchoring grass that the wretched middle-aged man saw was just a fake image in the illusory formation set up by the old man next to Lu Song. Even the demon beast at the peak of the void was fake. All of this was just Lu Song's scheme against him. Naturally, he could guess Lu Song's motive. It was to avenge Lu Huai. Lu Huai was Lu Song's younger brother. Although Lu Song did not show any hatred on his face when he saw him the last time, his spiritual energy could still detect the hatred that Lu Song deliberately concealed. The deeper the hatred was hidden, the more terrifying it would be when it was revealed. Today's incident had undoubtedly proven this point. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, to our surprise, you didn't enter the illusory formation. The old man continued. He was surprised. Initially, he and his young master planned to let Duan Lingtian enter the illusory formation before they killed Duan Lingtian. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover the illusory formation. It doesn't matter if he enters the illusory formation or not. The illusory formation wasn't prepared for him in the first place. Now that Lu Ji has entered the illusory formation that we prepared for him, he won't be able to come out anytime soon. At this moment, Lu Song opened his mouth. His voice was even colder than before. His eyes were filled with hatred. They gleamed coldly as they did not leave Duan Lingtian's side. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, was a martial monarch powerhouse. Although the old man next to him was also a martial monarch powerhouse, he did not have much confidence in defeating Lu Ji. However, now that Lu Ji was trapped in the illusory formation, he could no longer protect Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted to him. Duan Lingtian, now do you regret killing my brother Lu Huai? Lu Song asked coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to say, "It's useless no matter how much you regret it. Today, I'll let you die in a way that's worse than death, to comfort my brother's soul in heaven." When Lu Song reached the end of his sentence, his voice became colder and colder. Regret? Faced with Lu Song, who was blinded by hatred, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry. Perhaps I might regret other things. However, I've never regretted killing your brother, Lu Huai." Even now, Duan Lingtian's words were like a slap to Lu Song's face. "You're seeking death." Lu Song's eyes narrowed as he glared at Duan Lingtian. His voice was filled with killing intent. "What? Are you going to attack me?" Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Lu Song, who was glaring at him coldly. He looked at Lu Song with interest. When Lu Song heard this, his face darkened. He said coldly, "Of course I'll attack you, but not now." Huh? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what Lu Song meant. Soon after, he knew why Lu Song said that. "Elder Guan, destroy his dantian, but don't kill him. I want to torture him slowly and let him die in despair." Lu Song looked at the old man next to him and said through gritted teeth, "Yes, young master." The old man responded and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The origin energy on his body rose up. It was so powerful that it set off waves of terrifying airwaves that caused the wind to howl. For a moment, the flowers and plants in the canyon were blown away. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above the old man's head and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons descended in a meandering manner. Just the origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, this was not the end yet. Boom! The milky white flames on the old man's body suddenly changed color and turned into a fiery red. It soared into the sky, causing the white fog in the canyon to turn red as well. Whoosh! Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. First-level monarch stage fire profundity. At the same time, bolts of purple lightning that resembled electric snakes appeared in the flames around the old man's body. There were also gusts of green wind. Another 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. 9th level advanced thunder concept. 9th level advanced wind concept. Duan Lingtian, you didn't expect this, did you? Elder Guan is a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. It's easy for him to kill you. Lu Song laughed arrogantly. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must be in shock and despair right now. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm face, his arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. There was a hint of anger in his eyes, and his face turned pale. Elder Guan, do it! Lu Song bellowed in anger and humiliation. Boom! As Lu Song shouted, an explosion sounded in the air. Waves of scorching aura spread out in all directions. Chapter 1093. The old man next to Lu Song was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not react in time at all. In the blink of an eye, the world in front of Duan Lingtian turned fiery red. It was as though he was in an ocean of fire. The scorching aura that spread from the ground made his forehead and face covered in sweat. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Duan Lingtian noticed the fiery red ocean in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, it moved away from him like an arrow that was released from a bow, kept shrinking before his eyes. In the end, the fiery red ocean transformed into a person. It was an old man who was covered in flames from head to toe. However, the flames on the old man's body seemed to have withered and could not continue. Barf! At that moment, the old man whose face had turned extremely pale suddenly spasmed a few times before he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered all over the ground like dazzling red roses. You. The old man stood in the distance. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was looking at the lady in red who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until now, the lady in red had been standing next to Duan Lingtian quietly. She did not seem to exist. Whether it was the old man or Lu Song, they had taken her seriously since the beginning. This was because she was just too young. She was so young that they did not feel threatened by her. However, at that moment, all of their eyes were fixed on the lady in red without exception. Subsequently, they seemed to have noticed something and lifted their heads abruptly. The heaven and earth energy that had been stirring above the lady in red's head finally transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons rapidly formed. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. It was still increasing. In the end, the number of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons stopped at 8,000. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Fire profundity, sword profundity. Looking at the rising sword-shaped flames on the lady in red, the old man exclaimed in shock. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Demon lord? After a while, the old man took a deep breath and stared at the lady in red with fear in his eyes as he probed. In the old man's opinion, the beautiful woman in red looked to be in her early 20s. He had comprehended 2 monarch stage profundities at such a young age. The red-clad woman was clearly a monarch stage powerhouse like him. It was impossible for a human martial artist to become a monarch stage powerhouse at such a young age. Therefore, the red-clothed woman could only be a demon monarch powerhouse. The demon monarch, the monarch of the demon monarchs, was equally famous as the martial monarch of the human martial artists. You want to kill him? The red-clothed woman ignored the old man's question. Instead, she asked this question in a cold tone. If one looked closely, they would discover that the woman in red's beautiful face, which was originally covered with a layer of frost, had an additional layer of frost in an instant. The red-clothed woman stood there, her entire body enveloped by a scorching sword-shaped flame. However, the old man that she was staring at did not feel any heat. He only felt waves of bone-piercing cold air coming from all directions, causing him to feel an extreme chill that originated from his bones. The old man didn't answer the woman in red's question, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Those who want to kill him will have to die. The red-clothed woman's alluring red lips moved slightly as she spoke slowly. As soon as the word die left her mouth, she had already disappeared from Lu Song's sight. Watch out, Elder Guan. Horror dawned on Lu Song's face as he cried out in panic. However, just as he reacted and looked at the old man, he saw the old man's body tremble before he collapsed. He was no longer breathing. The old man's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out why there was a demon monarch powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side. The red-clothed woman stood in front of the old man's body. Her red dress fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. Elder Guan, Lu Song muttered to himself in a daze as he shifted his gaze from the old man's body to the red-clothed woman. His face turned extremely pale. If he had known that there was such a powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side apart from Lu Ji, he would not have dared to do anything to Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian had killed his own brother. Thud! Under Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze, Lu Song kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to the red-clothed woman in the distance. "Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. I won't kill you." The red-clothed woman glanced at Lu Song, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy indifferently, and said coldly, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." Lu Song hurriedly thanked her and kowtowed even louder. Soon his head was bleeding. Whoosh! The red-clothed woman moved like a fire elf and returned to Duan Lingtian's side in just a moment. She said softly, "I don't want to dirty my hands by killing him. Leave it to me." Duan Lingtian said with a smile. The red-clothed woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had lost her memory. Duan Lingtian only found out yesterday. After losing her memory, Feng Tianwu could completely control the energy in her body. Currently, she was a first-level void transformation martial artist who had mastered 2/3 level monarch stage profundities. Without using her origin energy, she could unleash an attack that was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons with just her profundities alone. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was fearless. He knew that as long as Tianwu was there, nothing would happen to him. In the end, Tianwu did not disappoint him. She killed the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song in just a blink of an eye. Her movements were smooth and clean. "Those who want to kill him will have to die." The words that Feng Tianwu said to the martial monarch powerhouse next to Lu Song still echoed in Duan Lingtian's ears. Her tone was indifferent, but there was a hint of anger in it. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. He knew that although Tianwu could not remember the past, she had already acknowledged him as a person from the bottom of her heart. This could be seen from the fact that she was angry because of him. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. It was getting further and further away. Before Duan Lingtian could make his move, Lu Song had already made his move and dashed out of the canyon in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Duan Lingtian had once killed an 8th level void transformation Lu clan's elder. Would it not be a piece of cake for him to kill a 5th level void transformation martial artist? Escape? Do you think you can escape? However, when Lu Song had fled several dozen meters away, he suddenly heard a mocking voice in front of him. When he raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, he saw a familiar figure waiting there. A purple-clad young man appeared before his eyes. "You? How can you be so fast?" Lu Song's eyes narrowed. As he came to a halt, he asked in horror, You're a powerhouse at the peak of the void? Looks like you're not stupid after all." Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Song in surprise. His current strength was indeed on par with a powerhouse at the peak of the void. Thud! When Lu Song realized it was impossible for him to escape from Duan Lingtian, he knelt on the ground again and kowtowed to beg for mercy. However, the person he was kowtowing to this time was someone else. It was Duan Lingtian. "Elder Duan, please spare my life. Elder Duan, please spare my life. As long as Elder Duan spares my worthless life, I promise I won't return to the Lu clan and fight with Lu Bai for the clan leader's position. Elder Duan, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Lu Song kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy hysterically. At this moment, He no longer looked like the great young master of the northern mountain lands Lu clan's lineal descendant. He looked more like a pitiful wretch with no dignity at all. How can a coward like you deserve to be the clan leader of Lu clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Song with disgust. He did not want to waste any more time on him. With a lift of his hand, he slammed his palm down and ended Lu Song's life. If Lu Song had given up his hatred for Duan Lingtian from the beginning, perhaps he could still be the Lu clan's great young master. However, he chose to seek revenge on Duan Lingtian and brought about his own destruction in the end. Where should I go now? At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Elder Ji? When he looked into the distance, he saw Lu Ji had broken out of the illusory formation. Although he was not surprised by this, he was still shocked. Based on his observation of the illusory formation with his spiritual energy, it would take an ordinary martial monarch at least half an hour to break out of it. However, Lu Ji only spent a quarter of an hour to come out. Elder Duan? When Lu Ji heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he could not help but sigh in relief. I'm finally out. 15 minutes ago, when he turned around and saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were nowhere to be seen, and when he saw the wretched middle-aged man walking in front of him was nowhere to be seen, he realized he might have fallen into the illusory formation. Subsequently, he began to look for a way out of the illusory formation. Finally, he left the illusory formation 15 minutes later. Soon after, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, his gaze landed on the old body on the ground. The familiar face made him frown. Isn't this Guan Li? As one of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, Lu Ji recognized most of the Lu clan's elders. Guan Li was one of them. Guan Li was the Lu clan's foreign elder who followed the Lu clan's great young master. All of a sudden, Lu Ji seemed to have noticed something. He lifted his head slightly and looked in the distance. Lu Song. With just a glance, he recognized the owner of the body that was dozens of meters away. His eyes narrowed slightly. Elder Duan, this is... After taking a deep breath, Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on his face. Elder Ji, don't you think it's strange that they're here? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile in the face of Lu Ji, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. It's a little strange. Lu Ji nodded. Actually, there's nothing here that I'm looking for. Duan Lingtian sighed as he spoke of the entire sequence of events without leaving out anything. What? Chapter 1094. Lu Ji took a deep breath to calm himself down. His gaze turned colder as he looked at the 2 bodies on the ground. Earlier, I've advised Lu Song to forget about the enmity between him and you, Elder Duan. He also promised me that he wouldn't seek revenge from you, Elder Duan. When Lu Ji reached this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. However, I didn't expect him to say one thing and do another. He actually came up with such a plan to lure you into his trap, Elder Duan. A hint of anger appeared on Lu Ji's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He was angry that Lu Song had lied to him. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had no reason to lie. The fact that Lu Song and the old man next to him were here explained many things. However, where did they find a martial monarch stage inscription master to set up this illusory formation that could confuse me? Soon after, Lu Ji frowned. His face was filled with confusion. The illusory formation that could trap him was undoubtedly set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master. He was certain of this. Naturally, the reason Lu Ji asked such a question was because when Duan Lingtian told him about the ins and outs of the matter, he did not mention that the illusory formation was set up by the old man next to Lu Ji. Therefore, in Lu Ji's opinion, the old man was only a martial artist at the peak of the void. When Lu Ji was thinking about this, Duan Lingtian walked up to the old man's body. Whoosh! Without warning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and consolidated origin energy into a sword. It whistled as it slashed toward the old man. The sound of the sword whistling in the air attracted Lu Ji's attention. Subsequently, Lu Ji saw Duan Lingtian's sword landing on the old man's body. Moreover, he took out 3 fragments from the old man's body. They were the fragments that were nurtured in the old man's body. Initially, he merely glanced at the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. He did not notice anything special. However, when he took a closer look, his eyes were completely focused on one of the 3 fragments in Duan Lingtian's hand. The fragment was surrounded by a burning red flame. Profundity fragment? After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ji came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already put away the 1st level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment and the 2 9th level Concept Fragments in his hand. A faint smile appeared on his face. To him, the harvest this time was not bad. He had obtained a Profundity Fragment. 1 Profundity Fragment was enough to represent a martial monarch powerhouse. Although it was only a 1st level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment, as long as it was given to a 9th level Void Transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 9th level Advanced Fire concept, he would definitely be able to comprehend the fire profundity and break through to become a martial monarch powerhouse. This Guan Li, when did he break through to the martial monarch stage? When Duan Lingtian put away the 3 fragments in his hand, Lu Ji came back to his senses. His gaze fell on the old man's corpse immediately, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was obvious Lu Ji did not know the old man next to Lu Song was a martial monarch powerhouse. At this moment, he could not help but sigh inwardly. What a pity! A martial emperor died just like that. In his opinion, as long as Guan Li was still alive, he would most likely become the 4th guardian elder in the Lu clan. At that time, the Lu clan's overall strength would rise to a whole new level. Wait a minute! Suddenly, Lu Ji seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes narrowed immediately. He remembered something of utmost importance. Since Guan Li was already a martial monarch powerhouse, the person who killed him was undoubtedly a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Moreover, the person must be a martial monarch powerhouse who was more powerful than Guan Li. Otherwise, how could he have killed Guan Li? Elder Duan, who killed Guan Li? Lu Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. What do you think? Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly as though he had expected Lu Ji to ask this question. Lu Ji was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe for a while before finally looking at the red-clad lady standing at the side. It was Feng Tianwu. It's impossible for this lady. She had to rely on Elder Duan's origin energy to carry her through the air when we came here. Lu Ji glanced at Feng Tianwu before he looked at Duan Lingtian again. If that's the case, the person who killed Guan Li is either Elder Duan himself or a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan to protect him at all times. Lu Ji speculated inwardly. He was more inclined to believe the latter was the case. It was not only because Duan Lingtian was too young, but it was also because Duan Lingtian was an outstanding Grade 1 alchemist. It would be ridiculous if such a young Grade 1 alchemist was also a martial monarch powerhouse at the same time. Due to this reason, he did not believe Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. Since we don't have what you want, Elder Duan, let's go back. When Lu Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. His tone that was already polite became even more polite. From the wounds on Guan Li's body, he could tell that Guan Li was killed with a single blow. Although he did not know Guan Li's exact cultivation base, if it were him, it would be impossible for him to kill Guan Li with a single blow even if Guan Li was only a 1st-level martial monarch martial artist. Due to this reason, he guessed the powerhouse hiding in the dark to protect Duan Lingtian was much more powerful than him. Due to this reason, his attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. All right. Duan Lingtian did not reject Lu Ji's suggestion. After calling out to Feng Tianwu, he left with Guan Li. After the 3 of them left, they went straight to the Lu clan's estate. Another day and night had passed, and they successfully returned to the Lu clan. Smack! A loud noise reverberated in the Lu clan's main hall. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, had raised his hand and slapped the new chair next to him, shattering it into pieces. Lu Song, you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, Lu Rui suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with rage. It was obvious he knew what Lu Song had done. After a while, Lu Rui took a deep breath and looked at the purple-clad young man with an apologetic expression. Elder Duan, it's our Lu clan's fault for not being considerate enough. I hope you don't blame us. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had rushed back. Since Lu Song is dead, let's put this matter behind us, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. He had no intention of pursuing the matter. Yes, Lu Rui replied respectfully. Huh? The old man standing next to the purple-clad young man, Lu Ji, suddenly frowned. He was the Lu clan's guardian elder. He had a feeling that there was a hint of fear in the clan leader's eyes when he looked at the young elder Duan earlier. It was as though he was afraid of something. Could it be that the clan leader knows there's a powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan? Moreover, even the clan leader is afraid of that powerhouse? Lu Ji speculated inwardly. Elder Duan, it's quite a coincidence. On the day you left, two people came one after another. Each of them took a void transformation martial artist spirit fruit in exchange for the grade 1 life recovery pill that you refined. At this moment, Lu Rui changed the topic and told Duan Lingtian about another reward. 2 people? 2 spirit fruits? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lu Ji to give him such a big surprise as soon as he returned. I hope I haven't consumed those 2 spirit fruits. If that's the case, my cultivation base will be able to break through to the 9th level void transformation in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian's heart raced. His body began to tremble uncontrollably due to his excitement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked curiously, Clan leader, how many grade 1 life recovery pills did you exchange for the spirit fruits? 1 grade 1 life recovery pill in exchange for 1 spirit fruit. Lu Rui replied truthfully. 1. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he heard that. Only 1? Did anyone exchange for it? In his opinion, the value of a void transformation martial artist spirit fruit was far from what a grade 1 life recovery pill could compare to. Naturally, nobody would exchange for an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. However, if you exchanged it with a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% that you refined, Elder Duan, they would benefit from it. Lu Rui shook his head and said, putting aside the fact that the value of a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, it's not only in its medicinal efficacy, just its medicinal efficacy alone is enough to make people scramble for it. In terms of medicinal efficacy and efficacy, a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% is 5 times more powerful than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70%. At a critical moment, a grade 1 life recovery pill like this can even save a life. Lu Rui was excited when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian finally understood what he meant. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who was eager to return to his room to cultivate and improve his cultivation base, took the 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui and brought Feng Tianwu back to his residence. Tianwu, take this red phosphorus fruit and use it to cultivate. Duan Lingtian handed the spirit fruit that seemed to be burning with a red phosphorus fire to Feng Tianwu and said bluntly, take it. Feng Tianwu was a woman of few words, but she was very direct. I've already consumed a red phosphorus fruit before, so it's useless for me to consume it again. Take it. Seeing that Feng Tianwu was unwilling to accept it, Duan Lingtian took out his trump card. Naturally, he was telling the truth. He had just obtained 2 spirit fruits from Lu Rui. One of the red phosphorus fruit was the spirit fruit that he had consumed some time ago. It was also given to him by Lu Rui. His current cultivation base was elevated because he had consumed the red phosphorus fruit. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu finally put the red phosphorus fruit away. Thank you. Feng Tianwu moved her red lips slightly and thanked Duan Lingtian directly. There's no need for thanks between us. After glancing at Feng Tianwu gently, Duan Lingtian bade her farewell and returned to his room to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, Feng Tianwu returned to her room as well. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Chapter 1095. The Cloud Continent was divided into the inner land and the outer land with the Ruoshui River as the boundary. The outer land was divided into the northern outer land, the southern outer land, the western outer land, and the eastern outer land. The northern mountain land was an area close to the Ruoshui River to the north of the southern outer land. To the left and right of the northern mountain land, there were two other areas that belonged to the southern outer land that were close to the Ruoshui River. The land of Beiki was located to the east of the northern mountain land. Although it was not as famous as the northern mountain land, it was still a place full of outstanding people. The reason why the northern mountains region was so famous was naturally because of the O clan and the Lu clan. The two families were ancient families that had been passed down for 10,000 years. They were also the two forces with the longest history in the entire southern outer land. No. There was no third force in the entire outer land that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. On the Cloud Continent, there might be forces that had been passed down for 10,000 years like the O family and the Lu family. However, all of them were located in the inner land on the other side of the Ruoshui River. In the outer land, only the O family and the Lu family had been passed down for 10,000 years. Due to this reason, even in the entire southern outer continent, the northern mountain land was a well-known place. At the border between the land of Beiki and the northern mountain land, there was a vast city. The city was bustling with people going in and out of the city. This city was called Alchemist City. In the center of Medicine Master City stood a tall tower. It was the city's landmark. Outside the tower, there were 5 square plaques hanging from the top to the bottom. Each plaque had a single word written on it. From top to bottom, it read Alchemist Guild. The people going in and out of the tower were like the people going in and out of Medicine Master City. If one looked closely, they would notice that most of the people going in and out of the tower had a badge pinned on their chest. It was the badge of an alchemist. Looking at the badge pinned on their chest, one could tell what grade of alchemist they were. The tower that stood in the center of Medicine Master City was the headquarters of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild. It was in charge of the Alchemist Guild in the entire Southern Outer Land. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure that was as fast as lightning flew from the horizon and reached the top of the tower in the blink of an eye. However, when this person reached the top of the tower, he stopped in midair. "I'm here to see the president. I have something to report." This was an old man in green. His eyes fell on the middle-aged man in green who was blocking his way, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It was as if this green-clothed middle-aged man was some kind of scourge. The green-robed middle-aged man stood there, neither happy nor angry. His entire being seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth, giving the green-robed old man a great deal of pressure. Unknowingly, cold sweat appeared on the green-robed old man's forehead and dripped down. "Let him in." At this moment, an aged voice came from the top of the tower. Although the voice was aged, it was extremely powerful. "Yes." Hearing the voice, the green-clothed middle-aged man who had been silent all this time responded respectfully. Almost as soon as the green-robed man finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air as if he had never appeared. As expected of the people sent by the Inland's Alchemist Guild, they are indeed powerful. In the southern outer continent, those that can defeat him are probably existences that are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. After taking a deep breath, the green-robed old man muttered in a low voice. After a short moment, he returned to his senses and flew to the top of the tower, arriving at a spacious room. At the side of the room, an old man in a silver robe sat at the table, quietly savoring the fragrant tea in the teacup in his hand. Even when the green-robed old man entered, it did not make him shift his gaze. "President." The green-robed old man bowed respectfully to the silver-robed old man. Why didn't you stay in the northern mountain land? Why did you come to Alchemist City? The silver-robed old man did not look at the green-robed old man and continued to savor the fragrant tea as he asked, President, I came to Alchemist City to look for you this time precisely because of this. With a raise of his hand, an exquisite little box appeared in the green-robed old man's hand. The box was completely made of jasper, and it looked to be of high quality. Unfortunately, the silver-robed old man still did not turn his head. He sat there and said indifferently, You should know that ordinary things can't enter my Chang-He's eyes. The silver-robed old man's calm tone was mixed with a sense of pride that came from his bones. The green-robed old man was not surprised when he heard the silver-robed old man's words. The silver-robed old man before him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. What had he not seen on a daily basis? It was true that ordinary things could not enter his eyes. However, the green-robed old man looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand. His face was filled with confidence as he continued to say, President, I think this thing will definitely enter your eyes. The moment the green-robed old man's words left his mouth, Chang-He finally turned his head and looked at the green-robed old man. Now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. Hand it over. Chang-He knew the green-robed old man before him very well. This was the person who used to follow him. Currently, he was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the northern mountain land. At the same time, he was also an outstanding grade 2 alchemist. It was precisely because of this that he knew the green-robed old man would not speak without thinking. Yes. The green-robed old man replied respectfully. He took a few steps forward and placed the exquisite jade box in his hand on the table in front of Chang-He. Pa! Chang-He swiftly opened the jade box. A pill that was extremely familiar to him appeared before his eyes. He could not help but frown when he saw it. What you wanted me to see is this. Chang-He's expression darkened when he thought the green-robed old man had tricked him. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. How's this possible? At this moment, Chang-He suddenly stood up and stared at the pill in the exquisite jade box on the table. It seems like I'll have to make a trip to the Liu clan to pay a visit to that alchemist with the surname Duan. Lord Guild Master, there's one more thing. Suddenly, the green-robed old man seemed to have recalled something. Huh? Chang-He looked at the green-robed old man with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The alchemist with the surname Duan from the Liu clan. I heard he's a young man who's not even 30 years old yet. Chapter 1096. What? Chang-He's eyes widened when he heard the green-clad old man's words. His calm face was filled with shock. A grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old? Are you sure? Chang-He's gaze was as sharp as a sword when he looked at the green-clad old man. I'm sure. The green-clad old man nodded. Many alchemists saw him when they participated in the alchemist competition organized by the Liu clan. He revealed his grade 1 pill fire and his identity as a grade 1 alchemist at that time and joined the Liu clan. The young old man said confidently, He's not even 30 years old. A grade 1 alchemist. Chang-He narrowed his eyes. Since he's a grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. However, if he's a human, how could he become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age? Moreover, he can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. The more Chang-He thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. In his opinion, it was already shocking for a human who was not even 30 years old to become a grade 1 alchemist. However, such a grade 1 alchemist could refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. It was unbelievable. Even the best alchemist on Cloud Continent, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, can only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% at most. It also depends on luck. The guild master became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 40 years old. He's widely acknowledged as a top genius among alchemists. However, he could only refine grade 1 pills with a purity of 80% after he was 100 years old. Even if the alchemist who joined the Lu clan is more talented than the guild master and became a grade 1 alchemist before he was 30 years old, it's still impossible for him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Chang He thought about many things in just a short while. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He must have a special refining technique. Even if it's not a refining technique, he must be hiding a great secret. Otherwise, it's impossible for a kid like him to refine pills with such a high purity. At some point in time, Chang He's eyes were filled with greed. You can go back first. Soon after, Chang He's expression returned to normal as he spoke to the green-robed old man. Yes, the green-robed old man didn't dare to tarry and left. After the green-clad old man left, Chang He looked at the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand again. Greed flashed in his eyes again. A moment later, Chang He flew out of the top floor of the tower. Follow me to the northern mountains Lu clan. Then Chang He said to the air. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Chang He finished speaking, the airflow in the air moved, and a green figure appeared out of thin air. It was the green-clothed middle-aged man who had stopped the green-clothed old man. Go! Chang He took the lead and flew out, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The green-robed middle-aged man moved as well. He caught up with Chang He in a moment and followed behind him like a shadow. Northern Mountains Lu family. In a spacious side hall there was a high platform. On the high platform, a purple-clothed youth and a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. The middle-aged man closed his eyes tightly. The purple-clothed youth looked at the other middle-aged man in front of the high platform and nodded. Master, let's begin. All right, the middle-aged man nodded. With a lift of his hand, a mist rose around the high platform and shrouded the purple-clothed youth and the middle-aged man in just a blink of an eye. If there was an inscription master here, he would be able to see that the mist that rose and shrouded the entire high platform was the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could refine concept fragments without restraint and merge them into concept energy. It would then help one to elevate one's concept quickly. Every time the profound assimilation formation was activated, it would consume a ridiculous amount of concept fragments. If one did not have a certain level of strength, they would not be able to afford such a consumption at all. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the mist rose, the middle-aged man standing outside raised his hand again. Concept fragments shot out from his hand and merged into the profound assimilation formation in just a second. If one looked closely, one would notice that there were only 4 types of concept fragments that the middle-aged man threw out. The wind concept fragment that was flashing with green energy, the earth concept fragment that was emitting an earthy yellow halo, the thunder concept fragment that was pulsating with purple energy, and the sword concept fragment that was resisting the sword-shaped energy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The concept fragments shot out from the middle-aged man's hand like he was throwing out trash. In just a blink of an eye, he had thrown thousands of concept fragments into the formation. From the beginning until the end, the middle-aged man had a calm expression on his face as though he did not feel any heartache at all. Is it worth it? Just when the middle-aged man had thrown almost 2,000 concept fragments into the formation, an old voice resonated in the air. At the same time, a skinny old man with white hair appeared next to the middle-aged man. The skinny old man wore a loose robe. He had white eyebrows and a white beard. His face was as clear as jade, and he looked like an immortal. He did not look like a mortal at all. Former clan leader. When the old man's voice resonated in the air, the middle-aged man had already stopped what he was doing. When the old man appeared, he even bowed respectfully to the old man with a respectful expression on his face. He did not dare to be negligent at all. The middle-aged man was none other than Lu Rue, the current clan leader of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As for the two people in the profound assimilation formation, their identities were obvious. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. It's worth it. After greeting the old man, Lu Rui nodded solemnly. He knew why the old man would ask such a question. The close to 2,000 concept fragments that he had thrown in earlier were almost all of the 4 types of concept fragments that the Lu clan had in stock. Even if the Lu clan was wealthy, they would still be affected to a certain extent. At the very least, the Lu clan's genius disciples who had comprehended the 4 types of concepts would not be able to enter the profound assimilation formation to comprehend the concepts for a period of time. By doing so, he had limited the growth of the Lu clan's disciples to a certain extent. This was the price he had to pay. However, he felt it was worth it. Oh! A Grade 1 alchemist who can refine Grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. A Grade 1 alchemist who's not even 30 years old. Not only that, but his ability is so good that he can kill an 8th-level void transformation martial artist. Lu Qiu muttered to himself as he continued to ponder. Sword concept, wind concept, thunder concept. Although he had also comprehended the fire concept, he did not need to elevate it intentionally. As long as his wind concept was elevated, his fire concept would naturally elevate as well. After all, the fire concept was born from the wind concept. In the beginning, he could not help Xiong Quan at all because he was absorbing the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragments. This was because Xiong Quan also needed to absorb the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment. Nobody knew how long had passed. It was only when Duan Lingtian's sword concept had successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level that he could finally begin to elevate Xiong Quan's sword concept. The concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment through the profound assimilation formation was 60% controlled by Duan Lingtian. He had only absorbed a little, not even 10%, and he had successfully completed the breakthrough. After all, his sword concept had already broken through to the 8th level advanced stage. He was only 1 level away from reaching the peak. Naturally, the reaching the peak referred to the peak of the concept. The profound assimilation formation refined the concept fragment. The concept energy that filled the profound assimilation formation could only elevate one's concept to the 9th advanced level. It was impossible to elevate it further. Whoosh! When the concept energy refined from the sword concept fragment was controlled by Duan Lingtian, it was like a sharp sword piercing through the air and arrived in front of Xiong Quan in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy, the concept energy merged into Xiong Quan's body smoothly. Xiong Quan, who was unaware of all this, quietly absorbed the concept energy that was delivered to his door. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the other 3 concept energies and elevating the other 3 concepts, Xiong Quan's sword concept was also elevating at an extremely fast speed. I can't believe Xiong Quan's cultivation base has reached the void interpretation stage in such a short period of time due to the spirit fruits. Given more time, it won't be difficult for him to step into the void transformation stage. While Duan Lingtian greedily absorbed the 3 types of concept energy, he diverted his attention to think about other things. I wonder how many concept fragments the clan leader has thrown in here. The amount of concept energy refined by the profound assimilation formation is too much. Just the amount that I'm controlling is enough to elevate my 3 concepts to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, because the clan leader sent another spirit fruit for void transformation stage martial artists, I finally made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage successfully. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's attention had shifted to his cultivation base. When he came back from the outside previously, he had consumed a spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 8th level void transformation stage. A few days ago, he had consumed another spirit fruit and successfully made a breakthrough to the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only a step away from the martial monarch stage. Now that I've comprehended the 9th advanced level sword concept, I can begin to comprehend the sword profundity through the sword profundity fragment. As long as I'm given time, I'll definitely make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was a little excited. He could not wait to take out the sword profundity fragment from his spatial ring and begin to comprehend the sword profundity. However, he managed to hold himself back in the end. The most important thing now is to elevate the other 3 concepts. If I can elevate all of them to the 9th advanced level, then I'll be able to comprehend the corresponding profundity through the corresponding profundity fragments. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with motivation. Absorb, absorb, absorb again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was greedily absorbing the 3 majestic concept energy. He could clearly feel that his wind concept, thunder concept, and earth concept were constantly elevating. Time continued to pass by quietly. Even Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All he knew was to absorb. He continued to absorb greedily. He knew nothing about what was happening outside. He also did not know that Chang He, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland, had arrived at the Lu clan and was waiting for him to appear. There were 2 figures standing outside the profound assimilation formation. One was a dignified middle-aged man, while the other was a sage-like old man. Former clan leader, what's going on? The middle-aged man, who was the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, could not help but frown. He asked the old man next to him anxiously, "It's been 2 months, why isn't Elder Duan out yet?" "Don't worry." The old man, who was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu, was not as anxious as Lu Rue. He said calmly, "Don't forget who created this profound assimilation formation." Lu Rue was stunned when he heard Lu Qiu's words. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "I almost forgot." According to the records in the handbook left behind by the old ancestor, the profound assimilation formation was created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu himself. As the reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Elder Duan knows the profound assimilation formation very well. He'll definitely be able to get the most out of it in there. Lu Rue calmed down when he thought of this. The longer one stays in the profound assimilation formation, the greater the improvement. "It seems like Elder Duan's going to soar this time," Lu Rue exclaimed. "It's our Lu clan's fortune to be able to meet Elder Duan. We must cherish this fortune." Lu Qiu said solemnly. "Understood." Lu Rue nodded. In fact, he understood this even without the former clan leader's reminder. "Clan leader." At this moment, an anxious voice resonated from outside. "Miss Tianwu is here." "Miss Tianwu?" Lu Rue was stunned at first before he smiled wryly. "It seems like even Miss Tianwu is getting impatient from waiting. Let her come in if she wants to." A moment later, a woman in red with a face that seemed to be covered by a layer of frost walked in. "Where's he?" Feng Tianwu looked at Lu Rue and asked coldly. Chapter 1098. Boom! Just as Lu Rue was looking at the profound assimilation formation, a burst of flame suddenly rose from Feng Tianwu's body. The flame rose and eventually formed the shape of a sword. The sword-shaped flame soared into the sky, and a scorching airwave rolled out in an imposing manner. For a moment, Lu Rue and Lu Qiu felt as though they were in a furnace, allowing the fire to burn them. Whoosh! Before they had time to react, they saw a woman in red with a peerless appearance and an extremely cold expression between her eyebrows make a move. The flame in her hand consolidated into a sword, and she slashed it at the profound assimilation formation. The 3-foot-long flame sword separated the airflow in its path, and a clear sword cry resonated in the air. However, although the sword contained an extremely powerful force, it was as though it had sunk into a ball of cotton when it landed on the profound assimilation formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Feng Tianwu, whose beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost, was not discouraged by the failure of her first attack. The flame sword in her hand continued to slash out as though she did not know the meaning of exhaustion. After slashing out countless times, Feng Tianwu finally slowed down, and the flame sword in her hand dissipated. Lu Rui and Lu Qiu, who were standing at the side, were dumbstruck. Their eyes were fixed on the sky above Feng Tianwu's head. Their 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were gradually disappearing. Soon they completely disappeared. The strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Lu Rui and Lu Qiu looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It was apparent that Feng Tianwu's strength had shocked them. Demon Monarch. In the next moment, the same thought popped up in both of their minds at the same time. They guessed that Feng Tianwu was a demon. Not only that, but she was also a demon monarch stage powerhouse. In their opinion, Feng Tianwu looked like she was only in her early 20s. If she was a human, it was impossible for her to be a martial monarch powerhouse. However, they did not know. Although Feng Tianwu could cast the monarch stage profundity, her cultivation base was only at the first level void transformation stage. Such a cultivation base was not worth mentioning in front of the two profundities she had mastered. It seems like the old fellow next to Lu Song wasn't killed by the powerhouse hiding behind Elder Duan, as Elder Ji said. He must have been killed by Miss Tian Wu. Unlike Lu Xuan, who was shocked, Lu Rui knew more and therefore thought more. Seeing that she could not break the profound assimilation formation, Feng Tianwu withdrew the two profundities that she was using to communicate and mobilize. She stood there quietly without moving at all. Time passed quietly, but Feng Tianwu still stood ramrod straight. From beginning to end, he did not move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. Lu Rui, do you know where she came from? Unknowingly, Lu Qiu was unable to restrain the curiosity in his heart and asked Lu Rui via voice transmission. I only know that she's Elder Duan's confidant. As for her exact background, I'm not sure either. Lu Rui replied through voice transmission. If I'm not mistaken, she must be a powerful demon monarch. Elder Duan is indeed the reincarnation of that person. He can even hook up with a demon monarch powerhouse and make her so loyal to him. Lu Qiu exclaimed as he communicated with Lu Rui through voice transmission. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. With the profound assimilation formation as the boundary, it was a completely different world inside and outside. In the outside world, there were people who were worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. In the inside world, Duan Lingtian was happily enjoying the baptism of the concept energy. Since he was in a semi-conscious state, he could feel the rapid elevation of his concept at every moment. The elevation of his concept also meant the elevation of his strength. Duan Lingtian enjoyed this feeling very much. While Duan Lingtian was absorbing the three types of concept energy to his heart's content, Xiongquan, who was sitting cross-legged nearby, was also enjoying the baptism of the concept energy that was refined from the sword concept fragments. His sword concept was also elevating at a terrifying speed. However, it was different from Duan Lingtian, who could clearly feel the elevation of his concept at every moment. Currently, Xiongquan was in a state of deep sleep. He was completely unaware of his elevation. He was passively absorbing the concept energy. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. All of a sudden, he shuddered and woke up from his stupor. My wind concept has also broken through to the 9th advanced level. Duan Lingtian did not open his eyes. As he lifted his hand gently, he could feel the aura of the wind surrounding his body. At this moment, the wind surrounding his body did not seem to be much different from the wind in nature. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was the sign that his wind concept had reached its limit. The next step would be to comprehend the wind profundity. The wind profundity was the closest to the wind in nature. Right now, I'm already a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself, Although his strength was not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the void before he entered the profound assimilation formation, that was only his strength. His cultivation base and the concept he had comprehended were far from a martial artist at the peak of the void. Right now, his cultivation base had entered the 9th level void transformation, and his two concepts had also broken through to the 9th advanced level. This was the symbol of a martial artist at the peak of the void. Although his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the void, it was only comparable. He could not be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. At this moment, he could be considered a true martial artist at the peak of the void. Unknowingly, the green wind surrounding Duan Lingtian's body began to spin rapidly. It was as though it had transformed into a green divine dragon that was swimming around Duan Lingtian. Boom! All of a sudden, the green divine dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out a fiery red flame. The flame was vast and raging as it transformed into a divine dragon in just a blink of an eye. This divine dragon was a fiery red divine dragon. Whether it was the size or the aura emitted from the fiery red divine dragon, it was on par with the green divine dragon. It was the divine dragon transformed from the 9th advanced level fire concept. Duan Lingtian did not need to comprehend his fire concept separately. As long as his wind concept improved, his fire concept would improve as well. Just like now, after Duan Lingtian comprehended the 9th advanced level wind concept, his fire concept that he had never deliberately comprehended had also successfully broken through to the 9th advanced level. His fire concept was born from the wind concept. It was closely connected to the wind concept and would change according to the changes in the wind concept. After a while, the two divine dragons dissipated. Duan Lingtian withdrew the two concepts. Continue. I'll try to elevate my thunder concept to the 9th advanced level as soon as possible. After that, it'll be the earth concept. Since his sword concept and wind concept had both broken through to the 9th advanced level, Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness, continued to absorb the other two concepts. They were also the last two concept energy. His thunder concept and earth concept rose rapidly, and they chased after his sword concept and wind concept, gradually getting closer and closer. The southern part of the Liu clan's mansion was the place where the Liu clan entertained their guests. There were many independent mansions and courtyards here that were much smaller than the mansions. Those who came to the Liu clan and stayed in the mansion were usually people with a high status. They were treated as VIPs by the Liu clan. As for ordinary guests, they could only stay in independent courtyards without any servants to serve them. At this moment, an old man was sitting in a pavilion in the front courtyard of an independent mansion in the southern part of the mansion. The old man wore a silver robe and sat in front of a stone table as he quietly savored some fragrant tea. That elder Duan of your Liu clan is really arrogant. It seems like he really intends to make me wait for 3 to 5 months. The silver-robed old man suddenly looked at the servant girl by the side and said nonchalantly. Before the servant girl could respond, whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air in the pavilion. It was so sudden that it shocked the two servant girls standing at the side of the pavilion. Shall I interrogate the clan leader of Liu clan? The person who appeared was a middle-aged man in green. The middle-aged man looked at the silver-robed old man and asked tentatively, "There's no need for that." The silver-robed old man shook his head lightly. "We're here to look for someone, not to look for trouble. As the host, as the guest, I can wait. Moreover, I have a strong feeling that the elder from the Liu clan will be here soon." The silver-robed old man muttered to himself in a low voice. When the silver-robed old man was muttering to himself, the green-robed middle-aged man disappeared into thin air again. The two servant girls' expressions changed again. Their delicate bodies began to tremble in fear. Soon after, another month went by. In a spacious side hall of the Liu clan's mansion, the clouds that had gathered gradually dissipated. Soon after, the only person guarding the side hall, who was sitting cross-legged at a low altitude and cultivating, slowly opened her eyes. It was a pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to charm all living things with just a glance. Apart from that, she had a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. However, her beautiful face was always covered with a layer of frost. She exuded a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. As the clouds and mist dispersed, a high platform and two figures clearly appeared before her eyes. She completely ignored one of the middle-aged men. Her eyes immediately landed on the purple-clad young man. After that, she could not move her eyes away. It was as though she had taken root and sprouted on the purple-clad young man. Whoosh! At this moment, the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform opened his eyes and sighed in relief. His eyes were as bright as the stars, like a bright lamp that illuminated the dark night. Ha 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 ha! Chapter 1099. The person who was laughing was none other than Xiong Quan. Before Xiong Quan entered the profound assimilation formation with Duan Lingtian, he had already learned from Duan Lingtian that the profound assimilation formation could elevate the concept of the martial artists who entered it. Now that he felt like he had been in a deep slumber for a long time, the first thing he did after waking up was to try to communicate and cast his sword concept. When he cast his sword concept, he looked at the swirling heaven and earth energy above his head. He witnessed the heaven and earth phenomenon solidifying into 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Just by relying on his sword concept, he was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. This was the sign of the 9th level advanced sword concept. How could Xiong Quan not be happy? Before he entered the profound assimilation formation, although he knew his sword concept would elevate, he did not expect it to elevate so much. It was directly elevated to the 9th level advanced stage, the peak of concept. The next step would be the sword profundity. Profundities were usually exclusive to martial monarchs. However, when Xiong Quan saw the fire profundity and sword profundity that Feng Tianwu cast, he realized something. It was only then that he realized. Profundities were not exclusive to martial monarchs. Take Feng Tianwu as an example. He was only a first-level void transformation martial artist, but he had already comprehended two profundities. Two monarch stage profundities, and they were not ordinary monarch stage profundities. What a joke! How could a monarch stage profundity that was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horn dragons be an ordinary monarch stage profundity? If one wanted to cast the strength of 4,000 ancient horn dragons with just one monarch stage profundity, one would have to comprehend it to the 3rd level. Feng Tianwu, a first-level void transformation martial artist, had comprehended the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity and the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity. Young master, my sword concept has broken through to the 9th level advanced stage. Soon, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly and shared his joy with Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. Not bad. Hearing Xiong Quan's words, Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't reveal too much surprise. This was because Xiong Quan's breakthrough was completely within his expectations. 9th level advanced sword concept? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised, but that didn't mean that Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised. Although Feng Tianwu's face was still as cold as ever, there was a hint of surprise in the depths of her expressionless eyes. They were surprised by Xiong Quan's breakthrough. In the past, Xiong Quan had frequently displayed his sword concept before her, so she was very clear about the level of Xiong Quan's sword concept. Yet now, Xiong Quan had soared into the sky and comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept. Young master, your comprehension ability is much better than Xiong Quan's. This time, your improvement must be much greater. Soon after, Xiong Quan calmed down a little and looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as Xiong Quan spoke, Feng Tianwu also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in her eyes. She was curious about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough in the profound assimilation formation. It's all right. Upon hearing Xiong Quan's words, Duan Lingtian only responded faintly before he looked at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, why are you here? I was waiting for you. Feng Tianwu replied. She was a woman of few words. Ever since Feng Tianwu had lost her memory, although she had heard Duanling Tian talk about her past, her character was still as cold as it was after she lost her memory. She was a person of few words. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard Feng Tianwu's short reply. Not only was he not surprised, but his heart could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. The two short words undoubtedly showed that Feng Tianwu had been waiting for him here for a long time. He could not help but feel touched as he muttered to himself, "Silly girl, let's go back." All of a sudden, Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something. A hint of anxiety could be seen on his face as he called out to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before he walked out of the side palace. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan could not help but be stunned when they saw Duanling Tian had disappeared. They did not know why Duanling Tian was in such a hurry all of a sudden. However, they still followed him with doubts in their hearts. After leaving the side palace, Duanling Tian flew all the way to the east of the Liu clan's estate. His residence was in that direction. At this moment, he was eager to return home. Naturally, his eagerness to return home did not mean he missed his temporary home. Instead, he was eager to go back and comprehend the profundity through the profundity fragment. His current cultivation base had not just entered the 9th level void transformation stage. With the help of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the spirit fruit that he had consumed earlier, his current cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 9th level void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. This half step was only missing the profundity. It could be said that everything was ready except for the final push. As long as he comprehended the profundity, his cultivation base would be able to successfully break through to the martial monarch stage. At that time, he would be able to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Not only did a martial monarch powerhouse possess strength that far surpassed ordinary martial artists, but they could also retain their youth forever. Retain their youth forever. What kind of concept was that? In other words, no matter how one looked when one broke through to the martial monarch stage, as long as one was willing, one could stay that way for the rest of one's life. A person who broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. As long as he was willing, even when he was about to die, his appearance would still be the same as when he broke through to the martial monarch stage in his youth. Of course, a powerhouse who had broken through to the martial monarch stage could also choose to let his appearance continue to age naturally. Many martial monarch powerhouses had indeed done so. On Cloud Continent, many martial artists broke through to the martial monarch stage in their middle age. As long as they were willing, they could still retain their appearance when they were about to die of old age. However, their lives did not only belong to them. When they saw their sons grow up and gradually become middle-aged and then old, their mentality would more or less change. Because of this, many people still chose to let their appearance age rapidly after breaking through to the martial monarch stage in order to match their descendants. Otherwise, what would it be like if they still had the appearance of a middle-aged man when their grandchildren were old? After all, no martial monarch powerhouse dared to guarantee that their sons and grandsons would break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse like them and retain their youth forever. Of course, there were also many martial monarch powerhouses who did not choose to retain their youth forever to match their wives. For example, if a martial monarch powerhouse saw his beloved wife grow old day by day, her teeth falling out, her hair turning white, and her face covered in wrinkles, he would still look like a middle-aged man. How would he feel then? Of course, every martial monarch powerhouse made a different choice. In the history of Cloud Continent, there had been some young martial monarch powerhouses who chose to retain their youthful appearance for the rest of their lives. They allowed their children who were over 70 years old to call them father, and allowed their grandchildren who seemed older than them to call them grandfather. They did not think there was anything wrong with this. In their opinion, seniority had nothing to do with external appearance. Martial monarch stage. Martial monarch stage. At this moment, Duanling Tian was anxious to return home. He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back. However, on the way back, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly conflicted and vexed. Now, the sword concept, wind concept, lightning concept, and earth concept that I've comprehended have all broken through to the 9th level advanced concept. I have the profundity fragments that correspond to the profundities of these 4 concepts in my possession as well. My consciousness has been divided into 3 due to the aftereffects of the Devil Seal tablet twice. For this reason, I can comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments at the same time. Which 3 concepts should I choose first and let them transform into profundities? Annoying. Truly annoying. Duan Lingtian was extremely vexed now, extremely vexed. Why do 4 concepts have to break through to the 9th level advanced concept at the same time? Looks like sometimes, comprehending too many 9th level advanced concepts might not be a good thing. Duan Lingtian sighed. He was truly vexed. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were known by another person, that person would surely give him a slap without hesitation before scolding him for not appreciating his good fortune and being shameless. Of the 3 concepts, the wind concept must occupy a spot. I must comprehend the wind profundity through the wind profundity fragment in one go. Of course, it was the monarch stage profundity fragment and the monarch stage profundity. Although he had the emperor stage wind profundity fragment in his possession, he had no use for it at the moment. To be more precise, the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment could only be used after he comprehended the 9th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity. However, other than the 2nd level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he still had an 8th level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment in his possession. The former was not useful to him now. The latter was useful to him. He planned to use the latter to comprehend the wind profundity in one go and break through to the martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse. The reason he listed the wind concept as one of the 3 concepts he had to comprehend first was because of the wind concept. After he comprehended the wind profundity would be able to give birth to the fire profundity of the same level. Choosing to list the wind concept as one of the 3 concepts he was about to break through was undoubtedly a wise choice. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to the mansion that he had been staying in for a while. After greeting Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, he immediately returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. Chapter 1100. There were 3 profundity fragments. To be exact, there were 3 monarch stage profundity fragments. One of them was undoubtedly the monarch stage wind profundity fragment. The 9th level advanced wind concept could help him comprehend the monarch stage wind profundity in a short time. The wind concept was the concept that Duan Lingtian wanted to improve the most. As long as he could transform the wind concept into the wind profundity, it would be equivalent to him comprehending 2 profundities at once. Wind profundity, fire profundity. As for the other 2 fragments, one of them was undoubtedly the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity fragment. Unlike the previous profundity fragment that he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, this profundity fragment was obtained by Duan Lingtian in the Sword Monarch's treasure. It was one of the 3 profundity fragments in the Tempest Sword Monarch's body. Duan Lingtian remembered. At that time, there were 2 other profundity fragments in the Tempest Sword Monarch's body. The 3rd level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity Fragment and the 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. He had traded the former for the 8th level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment in his possession. He had given the latter to the 5-element sect to repay the favor. This sword profundity fragment was also the only sword profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's possession. The reason he urgently wanted to complete the breakthrough of his sword concept and transform it into the sword profundity was because of the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He forcefully memorized part of the obscure information in the word sword, so he could comprehend it at any time. The word sword contained the sword Dao comprehension that could help him improve his sword concept and sword profundity. It was because of this that he chose to comprehend the sword profundity first. He had a strong instinct. As long as he comprehended the sword profundity and comprehended the sword Dao comprehension in the word sword, in the future, his sword profundity would improve by leaps and bounds. The last fragment that Duan Lingtian chose was the 8th level Monarch Stage Earth Profundity fragment. The profound meaning of Earth was the same as the concept of Earth. As long as one was close to the ground, one could communicate with the Earth and borrow its power. The Earth power he had borrowed was half of the Earth power Upanishad. Choosing the Earth Upanishad fragment was logical. The Thunder Upanishad fragment was temporarily abandoned by Duan Lingtian. I'll comprehend these 3 profundities first. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes gently. While he was meditating, he comprehended 3 different profundities through the 3 different profundity fragments. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 9th level void transformation, and he had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. Among the group of martial artists at the peak of the void stage on Cloud Continent, he was undoubtedly an anomaly. Once the 5 9th level void transformation concepts exerted pressure on each other, it was easy for Duan Lingtian to comprehend a profundity on his own. However, compared to using the profundity fragment to comprehend the profundity, it was still slightly inferior. The most important thing was, Duan Lingtian could comprehend 3 different profundities through 3 different profundity fragments at the same time. The speed at which he comprehended the profundity was much faster than the former. Elder Duan. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to comprehend the 3 profundities in one go, a hurried voice resonated from outside the room. The clan leader is here. He's waiting for you in the main hall. Clan leader? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and frowned. Then he relaxed. Why did he have to come at this time? Although Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he still put away the 3 profundity fragments and stopped comprehending. He got off the bed and walked out of the room. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the main hall. Elder Duan, you've finally come out of the profound assimilation formation after 3 months. I'm sure Elder Duan has gained a lot this time, right? The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Gained a lot? Of course. After the baptism of the profound assimilation formation, he had successfully raised the 4 concepts that he had comprehended to the peak, which was the 9th level advanced concept. Moreover, since his wind concept could give birth to the fire concept at the same level, it was equivalent to him mastering 5 9th level advanced concepts at the same time. 5 9th level advanced concepts were equivalent to 5 9th level void transformation concepts. What kind of concept was that? In other words, even if he did not use his origin energy, did not consider borrowing the earth energy with his earth concept, and did not consider borrowing the wind concept from the fire concept. Once the 5 9th level void transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the earth energy and the wind concept from the fire concept, it was even more terrifying. Right now, I should be invincible among those below the martial monarch realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Duan, I shouldn't have disturbed you since you've just come out of the profound assimilation formation. Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly. When he spoke up to this point, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully, giving him a knowing look. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly as he paused for a moment. However, I really have no choice this time. President Chung, I've been waiting for you for 3 months. Lu Rui continued. At the same time, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. President Chung, you've been waiting for me for 3 months? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Who's that? Why did you wait for me for so long? President Chung is the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land. Just like you, he's also a grade 1 alchemist. Lu Rui answered Duan Lingtian's question. The president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land? Why is he looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. His tone was filled with displeasure. He was supposed to be comprehending 3 types of profundities through the 3 profundity fragments. However, the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild had interrupted him and ruined his plans. For a moment, he had a bad impression of the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild, whom he had never met before. He didn't say. However, I'm sure it has something to do with the grade 1 pill that has more than 90% purity that you refined, Elder Duan. Lu Rui speculated. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only possibility after he thought about it. Go and tell him I'm not interested in seeing him no matter what kind of president he is. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with indifference. Let alone the president of the Southern Outer Lands Alchemist Guild's main guild. He would not even bother with the president of the Inlands Alchemist Guild's main guild. Haha, I've come all the way here just to have a chat with you, Elder Duan, and share my experience in refining medicine. Why must you reject me, Elder Duan? Before Lu Rui could speak, a loud laughter resonated from outside the main hall. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Lu Rui saw 2 figures walking into the main hall. The person in the lead was an old man in a silver robe. Following behind him was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Unlike the old man who had a bright smile on his face, the middle-aged man in green had a cold expression on his face. The voice earlier was obviously from the silver-robed old man. Lu Rui's face turned grave when he saw the sudden appearance of the 2 people. Although this was Elder Duan's temporary residence, it was still the Lu clan's territory no matter what. The 2 of them had entered without Elder Duan's permission. Not only was it disrespectful to Elder Duan, but it was also a slap to the Lu clan's face. Elder Duan, my name is Chung He. I'm the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the Southern Outer Land. After a while, the silver-robed old man arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and introduced himself. As for this man behind me, he's a guard assigned to me by the Alchemist Guild in the Inner Land. His name is Lung Chi Chong. He did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gradually darkening expression. After introducing himself, he continued to introduce the middle-aged man in green. Lung Chi. When Lung Chi heard Chang He's introduction, he lifted his head slightly and nodded at Duan Lingtian calmly as a greeting. Elder Duan, please don't blame Lung Chi for his character. Chang He looked at Duan Lingtian, and the smile on his face grew wider. What does his character have to do with me? You, on the other hand, have barged into my main hall without my permission. Duan Lingtian looked at Chang He coldly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment before he continued. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu Rui, who was standing next to him, was completely petrified. Although he could see that Elder Duan was furious, he did not expect Elder Duan to be so rude. The old man in front of him was the president of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the Southern Outer Land. He was the best grade 1 alchemist in the entire Southern Outer Land. Of course, this was before Elder Duan appeared. However, Elder Duan was a distinguished grade 1 alchemist after all. Elder Duan's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face. When Lu Rui thought about it, he felt relieved. Only then did he recall that Elder Duan was not an ordinary person. In front of Elder Duan's past life when he was at his peak 10,000 years ago, someone like Chang He was not even fit to carry Elder Duan's shoes. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the smile on Chang He's face froze instantly. His expression turned grave. As for the middle-aged man in green behind Chang He, his eyes gleamed coldly when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. An intimidating aura extended from his body. It was as sharp as a sword as it charged at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the aura passed, the air seemed to condense. As for Duan Lingtian, his expression did not change at all. He did not treat this as a big deal at all. However, although Duan Lingtian did not treat this as a big deal, it did not mean that others would not treat it as a big deal as well. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Lu Rui moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! The majestic aura pressed on Lu Rui's body, causing his face to turn red. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1101. Boom! Lu Rui was injured by Lung Qi's aura and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lung Qi's aura swept out again and landed on him, forcing him to take a few steps back. Barf! Barf! Every time Lu Rui took a step back, he would spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. At the same time, his face became extremely pale, without any color to speak of. Boom! Lu Rui's eyes were filled with despair when he saw Lung Qi's third wave of aura sweeping out. Although he was a martial artist at the peak of the void, he was nothing in front of a martial monarch powerhouse whose strength was even stronger than the three great guardian elders of the Lu clan. Perhaps, in the eyes of a martial monarch powerhouse like this, he was just an ant that could be easily killed. Not only that, but Lung Qi's aura was enough to suppress him to the point of suffocation and even kill him. If this happened a few more times, it was not impossible for Lung Qi to kill him with just his aura alone. Humph! Just when Lu Rui thought he was going to die, he felt a gust of wind coming from the side. At the same time, a purple figure stood in front of him and shielded him. Elder Duan. Horror dawned on Lu Rui when he saw the familiar figure. The only reason he had stood up for Elder Duan was to help him. And now, seeing that everything he did just now was useless, he immediately became anxious. However, in the next moment the shock on his face froze. God! What did he just see? The purple-clad young man stood in front of him and allowed Lung Qi's aura to land on him. He was not affected at all. He stood there motionless like a mountain. Elder Duan is so strong? Lu Rui was in disbelief. Although he knew Elder Duan's background, and he knew Elder Duan had killed an 8th-level Void Transformation Stage Elder from the Lu clan some time ago, and his strength was extraordinary. In his opinion, Elder Duan's cultivation base was on par with his at the peak of the Void at most. However, the scene today had undoubtedly overturned his opinion of Elder Duan. As expected of the third reincarnation of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, he's already at the martial monarch stage at such a young age. Since Duan Lingtian could withstand Lung Qi's aura head-on, Lu Rui guessed that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. If he found out that Duan Lingtian was not a martial monarch powerhouse, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. On the other side, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be affected by Lung Qi's aura. Chang He, who had maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, was startled at first. Then his expression turned solemn. Who is he? Not only is he a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age, but he's also able to withstand Lung Qi's aura. At this moment, Chang He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian. When Lung Qi realized that his aura couldn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, there was a slight change in his expression. All of a sudden, Lung Qi took a step forward and extended his hand at lightning speed toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 At that moment, the heaven and earth energy above Lung Qi stirred and set off a series of thunderous explosions. It was as though it was telling the world how powerful his strength was. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he saw Lung Qi's hand reaching toward him. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Currently, his strength had increased tremendously. Although he was facing a martial monarch powerhouse like Lung Qi, his heart was as calm as still water. However, although Duan Lingtian's mood was calm, his expression was extremely solemn. He could tell. This Lung Qi was no ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to fight against an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse with his current strength. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to retreat, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling entered his ears. He could not help but be stunned when he felt that the sword whistling sound was somewhat familiar. In the next moment, he saw a sword-shaped flame charging toward Lung Qi in a menacing manner. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the sword-shaped flame. He recognized the person. It was Feng Tianwu. To be more precise, it was Feng Tianwu who had lost her memory. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. However, he did not charge toward Leng Qi, nor did he chase after Feng Tianwu, who was charging toward Leng Qi with her sword. His target was Chang He, who was standing quietly at the side and watching the show. Whirlwind. In an instant, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he charged toward Chang He. He did not hold back at all as he unleashed all of his strength. When the 5 9th level void transformation concepts were unleashed, it was equivalent to the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. Among them, the 9th level advanced earth concept borrowed the earth energy to increase the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. Fire with wind. As the 9th level advanced wind concept merged with the 9th level advanced fire concept, the latter skyrocketed. Its aura was vast, and it increased the strength of an additional 500 ancient horned dragons. In other words, Duan Lingtian unleashed all of the concepts that he had comprehended. It was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons, coupled with the 9th level void transformation origin energy that was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. The speed that Duan Lingtian displayed was equivalent to the strength of 7,200 ancient horned dragons. Whoosh! Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Chang He, whose cultivation base was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, could not react in time. An ordinary first-level martial monarch stage martial artist. His origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. A first-level monarch stage profundity was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. 2 9th level void transformation concepts were equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. In total, it was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. Chang He was exactly this kind of person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than Chang He's speed when he was propelled by the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was already close to Chang He. On the other hand, in the face of Feng Tianwu's ferocious sword, Leng Qi, who initially wanted to kill Feng Tianwu, had a drastic change of expression when he realized Chang He was in a predicament. His heart was burning with anxiety. In the next instant, the anxious Leng Qi hurriedly slapped his palm out to meet the ferocious sword in Feng Tianwu's hand. As the palm print shot out, Chang He quickly dashed to the other side. His sharp gaze shifted from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian. Boom! The palm print that shot out collided with the sword in Feng Tianwu's hand that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Not only did it annihilate the energy in Feng Tianwu's sword, but it also forced Feng Tianwu to take a few steps back. For a moment, Feng Tianwu's face turned pale. Her body was shaking. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious internal injury. Don't kill him. At this moment, a hurried voice resonated in the air. It caused Feng Tianwu and Lu Rui's expressions to change drastically. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, causing Feng Tianwu's heart to tremble. Panic filled her eyes. In the distance, the purple-clad young man who had resolutely chosen to pounce on Chang He, when he saw that Feng Tianwu was in a dangerous situation, was sent flying by Leng Qi's palm strike. Ouch! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying backward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring as blood spurted out of his mouth. All he could feel was a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. It was a terrible feeling. Initially, it was his chest that was injured. Then, it was his internal organs. In the end, it spread to his entire body. Ouch! Unbearable! That was the only thought in Duan Lingtian's mind at that moment. In the end, Duan Lingtian, who could not mobilize his origin energy due to his injury, was sent flying by the energy that surged into his body from Leng Qi's palm strike. He flew all the way until he finally fell hard on the ground. Whoosh! A figure that looked like a flame immediately pounced on Duan Lingtian. Although the red-clothed woman did not say anything, the anxiety between her brows undoubtedly betrayed her current mood. Elder Duan. Horror dawned on Lu Rui's face as he hurriedly followed up. When he flew toward Duan Lingtian, who had fallen on the ground due to his injury, a strange bead appeared in his hand. He crushed the bead as soon as it appeared. If Duan Lingtian saw the bead, he would definitely recognize it at first glance. It was a bead that was inscribed with a detection inscription. As long as he crushed it, someone would immediately notice it and rush over. There were only a few people in the entire Lu clan who could make Lu Rue crush the bead to summon them. Moreover, they were all at the martial monarch stage or above. I am fine. After consuming the grade 1 life recovery pill that he had personally refined, Duan Lingtian, who was originally lying limp on the ground like a pile of mud, was miraculously able to stand up. As expected of a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity, Chang He's eyes lit up when he saw that. His breathing quickened involuntarily. One could imagine, if he could obtain the method to refine grade 1 pills with such high purity, his position in the Alchemist Guild on Cloud Continent would definitely rise. In the future, it would not be impossible for him to become the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's highest headquarters on Cloud Continent and be worshipped by countless alchemists. I'm determined to obtain the method to refine high-purity pills. Chang He's eyes gradually became determined. This was the reason why he had asked Leng Qi not to kill Duan Lingtian earlier. He wanted to pry the method to refine high-purity pills out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If Duan Lingtian died, his trip here would be in vain. As for Duan Lingtian, it was precisely because he had seen through Chang He's thoughts that he risked his life and used the strategy of attacking Wei to rescue Zhao to rescue Feng Tianwu. If he had not done that, Feng Tianwu would definitely die. He did not doubt that at all. He had undoubtedly risked his life by doing that. However, he had wanted to gamble that Chang He would stop Leng Qi from killing him. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Duan Lingtian, since you don't want the respect I've shown you, don't blame me for falling out with you. Chapter 1102. Chang He finally tore off his last disguise and revealed his purpose of coming to the Lu clan to look for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had already guessed Chang He's purpose, so he was not surprised. Lu Rue, who was standing at the side, had a strange expression on his face when he heard Chang He's words. Others might not know how Duan Lingtian could become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age and refine grade 1 pills with more than 90% purity. However, Lu Rue knew about it very well. Duan Lingtian was a powerful alchemist who had cultivated the medicine refinement Dao to its peak in his previous life. Now that he had reincarnated with his memories, he did not have to start over on the medicine refinement Dao. In this life, he was a born medicine refinement master. As long as his cultivation base was sufficient, he could condense pill fire of any grade at any time and become an alchemist of any grade. This Chang He seems to think Elder Duan has some special method to refine pills with more than 90% purity at such a young age. As the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue had a clear and wise mind. It was easy for him to guess Chang He's thoughts. He knew that Chang He was simply wasting his efforts. This was because it was almost impossible for anyone to replicate Elder Duan's method of refining pills with more than 90% purity. It was an achievement achieved by a powerful person in the past who had spent his entire life. If I don't tell you the method of refining pills with more than 90% purity, don't tell me you're going to kill me to silence me? Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard Chang He's words. Instead, he asked calmly, I will first kill everyone around you that you care about. Then I will slowly torture you. When you have a mental breakdown, I will kill you. Chang He said coldly as his eyes gleamed coldly. When Chang He said this, he looked at Feng Tianwu meaningfully. Duan Lingtian's expression changed immediately. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Duan Lingtian's reverse scale was none other than the people he cared about around him. If someone wanted to kill him and he was no match for them, he would accept it without a second thought. However, he would never allow anyone to kill the people he cared about around him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He stared at Chang He coldly and said word by word, "Chang He, you're playing with fire. Playing with fire. Playing with fire would burn oneself." There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian's words meant this. Playing with fire? Chang He smiled brightly. "I don't know about other things, but I'm pretty sure I know how to play with fire. I can even control a first-grade elixir fire, let alone an ordinary fire." When Chang He reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. It was as though he was laughing at Duan Ling Tian's words. Have you made your decision?" Chang He's eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian again as his voice gradually turned cold. "Arrogant. You're just a piece of trash who's trying to intimidate others." Duan Ling Tian said word by word as he glanced at Chang He in disdain. His face was filled with disdain. Every word he said was merciless. "That won't work on me." However, Chang He did not seem to mind Duan Ling Tian calling him a piece of trash. Instead, he stared at Duan Ling Tian with gleaming eyes. "You're just trying to infuriate me so that I'll fight with you, although I don't know how you're so strong at such a young age. I know that I'm not as good as you, so I won't be so stupid as to fall for your trick." Chang He said unhurriedly with an expression that said, "I've seen through you long ago." Duan Lingtian's expression did not look too good after Chang He saw through him. However, he seemed to have noticed something. He raised an eyebrow before he recovered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 gusts of wind blew into the main hall. 3 old figures appeared next to Lu Rui and Duan Lingtian. They were 3 old men. One was as round as a ball, one was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the last one had a medium build. Duan Lingtian was familiar with the 3 old men. They were the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders. Lu Yuan, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji. All 3 of them were at the martial monarch stage. They were the pillars of the Lu clan. Clan leader, Elder Duan, Miss Tian Wu. After the 3 of them appeared, they greeted Lu Rui, Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu one after another. Then, they looked at Chang He and Leng Qi who were standing opposite them vigilantly. They had rushed over as soon as they saw the clan leader of Lu clan crushing the bead that was inscribed with the induction inscription. As the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders, they knew the current clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, very well. They knew that if Lu Rui hadn't met with some serious or urgent matter, he definitely wouldn't have crushed that pearl on his own accord. Due to this reason, they rushed over as soon as they could without any hesitation. Whoosh! Soon, another gust of wind blew into the hall. Following that, an aged figure appeared. It was an old man with white hair and brows, and he seemed to have a sage-like demeanor. The sage-like old man stood next to Lu Rui. His face was calm like an ancient well. Former clan leader. When the old man appeared, whether it was the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, or the other 3 guardian elders of Lu clan, all of them bowed at him respectfully. The old man was the previous clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. Former clan leader? The previous clan leader of Lu clan? Duan Lingtian stood at the side. He was slightly shocked. He did not expect the previous clan leader of Lu clan to still be alive. Moreover, he was staying in the Lu clan. The people from the Alchemist Guild are really arrogant. I can't believe they came to our Lu clan to behave atrociously. After Lu Qiu nodded at Lu Rui and the others, he shifted his gaze and glanced at Chang He and Leng Qi indifferently. There was a hint of anger in his voice. I've long heard that the former clan leader is the strongest person in Lu clan. Now that I've seen you in person, I can see how impressive you are. Chang He forced a smile on his face and greeted Lu Qiu. However, Lu Qiu ignored him. Instead, he looked at the green-clad middle-aged man, Leng Qi, who was standing next to him. Whoosh! Without warning, Lu Qiu made his move. He moved without any warning. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball that had just left the barrel as he charged toward Leng Qi. Whoosh! When Lu Qiu made his move, Leng Qi moved as well. It was as though he had transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Lu Qiu fearlessly. At the same time, both of their figures disappeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian and the others saw Lu Qiu and Leng Qi separated. Both of them took 5 steps back before they regained their footing and stared at each other fiercely. At the instant the two of them separated, waves of vast airwaves swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into gusts of violent winds that blew Duan Lingtian and the others' robes, causing them to flutter loudly. The heaven and earth energy that had yet to gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the air dissipated without a trace. Everyone present knew very well what had happened. Although the incident happened in just a blink of an eye, it was obvious that Lu Qiu and Leng Qi had exchanged blows, and it was a draw. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously in our Lu clan. So you're actually so powerful, Lu Qiu said as he looked at Leng Qi deeply. You're not bad yourself. Leng Qi's expression was still as cold as ever. However, when he looked at Lu Qiu, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. The brief exchange between Lu Qiu and Leng Qi ended in a draw. At this moment, the smile on Chang He's face completely froze. Although he knew Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan, was the strongest person in the Lu clan, he did not expect Lu Qiu to be so powerful. His strength was on par with Leng Qi. Damn this Lu Qiu. Chang He cursed in his heart. Just a little bit more, and his 3 months of waiting would have been for nothing. All of this was because of the appearance of the former clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. If it was not for Lu Qiu, he might have succeeded. The former clan leader is indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the Lu clan. His reputation is well-deserved. Chang He is impressed. Although Chang He was cursing Lu Qiu in his heart, he said something else with a fake smile on his face from the beginning until the end. After Lu Qiu appeared, Chang He realized that he had lost the upper hand. He didn't stay any longer and left with Leng Qi. Thank you, former clan leader. Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he saw Chang He and old man Leng Qi leaving so quickly. He immediately looked at Lu Qiu and thanked him with a smile. You're welcome, Elder Duan. When Duan Lingtian thanked Lu Qiu felt slightly flattered. Ha! In the beginning, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss with the way Lu Qiu looked at him. When he saw the flattered expression on Lu Qiu's face, he was even more certain of his discovery. Don't tell me he knows my true identity as well? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. That's not right. The clan leader once swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that he would never reveal my true identity. If that's the case, how did the former clan leader find out? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could not help but ask Lu Rui through voice transmission. He learned many things from Lu Rui, including the fact that the former clan leader had guessed his true identity. I see. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. The confusion in his heart gradually disappeared. In the sky above the Lu clan's estate, 2 figures left one after another. It was as though they had transformed into 2 short-lived bolts of lightning. They were none other than Chang He and Leng Qi, who had just left the Lu clan's estate. However, the direction they were flying in was not the direction of the Alchemist Guild. Lu clan. Lu Qiu. I'll never let this matter rest. Chang He muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. Let's go. We'll go to the O clan. After that, we'll make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild headquarters in the southern Outerland. Chapter 1103. Are you feeling better? After the Lu clan's upper echelons left, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu, who had just consumed the Grade 1 life recovery pill, with concern. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. At this moment, the frost on her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation melted a little, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Why did you do that earlier? In next to no time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted as she looked straight at Duan Lingtian. What do you mean, why did I do that? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what Feng Tianwu was asking. Just now, if you didn't make a move on that old man in time, that person wouldn't have shown mercy to me. Feng Tianwu said. As the person involved, she knew very well what had happened earlier. Duan Lingtian had done that to save her. Naturally, she could tell that it was very risky for him to do that. It was very likely that he would be killed after saving her. I won't let anything happen to you. Duan Lingtian's answer was very simple and straightforward. I won't let anything happen to you. This short sentence caused Feng Tianwu's heart to tremble violently for a moment. Following that, she felt a strong sense of happiness. At that moment, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentler gaze. Moreover, you only made a move on him because you wanted to save me. If anything happens to you because of this, I won't be able to explain it to Uncle Feng, and I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Feng Tianwu lightly nodded, and when she faced Duan Lingtian now, there wasn't much coldness left on her peerlessly beautiful face. Young master, what's going on? However, when a loud and clear voice came from outside, it was Xiong Quan who had arrived late. The frost on Feng Tianwu's face rose once again, emitting an ice-cold aura. It was obvious that she only accepted Duan Lingtian. She did not accept anyone else other than Duan Lingtian. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Small matter. Xiong Quan frowned when he saw the blood all over the ground in the main hall. How could it be a small matter when there was so much blood? Young master, are you hurt? Xiong Quan asked anxiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a concerned expression. That's someone else's blood, Duan Lingtian said. Of course, he added in his heart. Most of it is someone else's blood. Someone else's blood was Lu Rui's blood. As for the rest, it was the blood he spat out after being injured by Leng Qi in order not to worry Xiong Quan. He did not explain in detail. Xiong Quan heaved a sigh of relief. I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Feng Tianwu left after bidding her farewells to Duan Lingtian, and she left in a hurry. Young master, I'm going back to my room to cultivate as well. After Xiong Quan confirmed that Duan Lingtian was fine, he was also in a hurry to return to his room to cultivate. He only hoped that he could raise his cultivation as soon as possible so that he could help his young master better. Go! Duan Lingtian nodded. After Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan left, Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the main hall. Cheng He, Leng Qi. Duan Lingtian's face darkened instantly. His eyes flashed with a cold light as if he was about to devour someone. If he could, he wanted to kill the two of them with his own hands. From the moment Cheng He used the people around him to threaten him and touched his reverse scale, he had already treated Cheng He as a dead man. If he had the chance, he would not let Cheng He live. As for Leng Qi, although he was just a lackey, he would not let him go since he dared to hurt Tianwu. Strength? My strength is still too weak. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only hate himself for being too weak. If he had the strength to defeat Leng Qi today, none of this would have happened. I'll continue to comprehend the profundity through the profundity fragments. As long as I can comprehend the wind profundity, sword profundity, and earth profundity, my strength will be raised to another level. At that time, my origin energy will transform, and my cultivation base will officially enter the martial monarch stage. As long as I enter the martial monarch stage, the overbearing medicinal effect of the rebirth pill hidden in the depths of my dantian will erupt. At that time, my cultivation base will be raised at a tremendous speed. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. In the end, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he left the main hall and returned to his room. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the 3 profundity fragments and comprehended 3 different profundities at the same time. Once the 3 concepts complete their transformation and become profundities, and I step into the first level martial monarch stage, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. Duan Lingtian was 100% sure about this. He was preparing to elevate the 3 concepts. Even if it was only the first-level monarch stage profundity, he would have an additional strength of 1,000 ancient horn dragons if he upgraded any of them to profundity. Compared to before he broke through, it was twice as much. 3 profundities would give him an additional strength of 3,000 ancient horn dragons. Moreover, as long as he comprehended the first-level monarch stage wind profundity, he would be able to cultivate the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. It was equivalent to elevating 4 concepts to profundities at the same time. 4 ninth-level void transformation concepts compared to 4 first-level monarch stage profundities. The former was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horn dragons, while the latter was equivalent to 8,000 ancient horn dragons. They were completely different. If the latter was combined with the earth energy from the first-level monarch stage earth profundity, and the additional strength from the first-level monarch stage fire profundity due to the wind profundity, it would be equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient horn dragons. All of this was just the strength of the profundity. Once the origin energy of a first-level martial monarch stage was unleashed, it would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons. If the quasi-royal grade spirit sword doubled the strength, it would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horn dragons. At that time, in addition to the 9th-level advanced thunder concept, Duan Ling Tian would be able to exert the strength of 15,000 ancient horn dragons if he unleashed his full strength. Of course, the heaven and earth phenomenon would also undergo earth-shattering changes. Just like how one ancient horn dragon silhouette replaced 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, a new heaven and earth phenomenon would also appear to replace the 10,000 ancient horn dragon silhouettes. The strength of 15,000 ancient horn dragons. It should be enough to fight Leng Qi. However, it's still not enough to defeat him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Although he couldn't detect Leng Qi's exact cultivation base with his psychic power, he could roughly tell how strong Leng Qi was from Leng Qi's attacks one after another. Leng Qi and the former clan leader didn't use any spirit weapons when they fought. However, I can roughly estimate that their strength is more than 10,000 ancient horn dragons. Their cultivation base should be around the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian speculated. At that time, Leng Qi and Lu Qiu fought with all their might. Their strength was short-lived. The turbulent heaven and earth energy did not have time to gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon. For this reason, they did not reveal their actual strength. All of this was just Duan Ling Tian's judgment. However, Duan Ling Tian had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories after all. His judgment was not far from the truth. Days went by. Duan Ling Tian's mansion seemed to have regained its peace. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, would visit occasionally and deliver spirit fruits that were meant for void transformation stage martial artists. Most of these spirit fruits were in Feng Tianwu's hands. As for the spirit fruits that Feng Tianwu had consumed before, they were in Xiong Quan's hands. Naturally, Xiong Quan's cultivation base had yet to break through to the void transformation stage, so he did not need these spirit fruits for the time being. Currently, Xiong Quan was working hard to break through to the void interpretation stage. Currently, he had already comprehended the 9th-level advanced sword concept. The next step would be the sword profundity. Without the help of the profundity fragment, it was almost impossible for him to break through. Due to this reason, he was currently focused on improving his cultivation base and using the spirit fruits to further improve his cultivation base. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan's strength continued to improve. As for Duan Ling Tian, ever since Chang He and Leng Qi left that day, he had locked himself in his room and only went out once. When he went out that time, he ordered the servant girl to pass the spirit fruits that Lu Rui would deliver to Feng Tianwu. After that, he did not go out again. Elder Duan is still in closed-door cultivation? Many of the Lu clan's elders who came to ask Duan Ling Tian for advice on the medicine refinement Dao came in high spirits. However, when they left, they were all disappointed. In the beginning, many of the Lu clan's elders thought Duan Ling Tian would only be in closed-door cultivation for a few days. However, in the next 3 months, they did not see Duan Ling Tian at all. In the end, they were certain that Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. Immediately, The group of Lu clan's medicine refinement masters and elders no longer came to visit. Instead, they stayed at home and waited for news. They had already bribed the few servant girls in Duan Lingtian's mansion. As soon as Duan Lingtian came out of closed-door cultivation, the servant girls would inform them immediately. Elder Duan is still in closed-door cultivation? Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, who came to Duan Lingtian's mansion again, could not help but smile wryly when he found out that Duan Lingtian was still in closed-door cultivation. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. I'm afraid I can't continue with that bounty anymore. The grade 1 life recovery pills that Elder Duan refined earlier are almost used up. Lu Rui, who had just walked out of the mansion, sighed. He asked me to give it to you. At this moment, a cold voice entered Lu Rui's ears. Then, Lu Rui heard an ear-piercing wind whistling behind him. It sounded as though something was flying toward him. He turned around hastily and raised his hand in the air. Lu Rui caught the thing that was flying toward him and realized it was a spatial ring. It was a spatial ring that did not have an owner. It's her. From the corner of his eyes, Lu Rui happened to see a fiery red figure disappearing into the depths of the mansion. This figure was not unfamiliar to him. It was Feng Tianwu. Chapter 1104. This, Elder Duan gave it to me? Soon after, Lu Rui's gaze returned to the spatial ring in his hand. He realized the he that Feng Tianwu mentioned was their Lu clan's first interim elder, Duan Lingtian. Lu Rui pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership of the spatial ring before he looked inside. 10 pill bottles were neatly arranged there. Opening the pill bottle, he could see many pills inside. These pills were flickering with a faint light. They were all pills that he was very familiar with. Grade 1 life recovery pills. It seems like Elder Duan is already prepared. Lu Rui shook his head and smiled before he turned around and left. In the northern mountain land, above the vast sky, 5 figures flew across the sky as fast as lightning. They were 5 travel-worn people who had come from afar. 3 of them were leading the group while a green-clad middle-aged man and a blue-clad old man followed closely behind 2 of them as though they were their shadows. The 2 old men who were following them were having a conversation. Cheng He, it won't take long for you to become a grade 1 alchemist who can refine pills with a purity of 90% and above. One of the old men in golden robes said to the other old man in silver robes. Although I don't know what method that kid used to refine pills with a purity of 90% and above, I'll still accept your blessing, Cheng He said with a faint smile. Cheng He smiled faintly as he spoke. In the depths of his gaze, there seemed to be a trace of ferocity and greed mixed within. Guild Master Cheng, I'll help you this time. I hope you'll fulfill your promise. The person standing next to the 2 old men was also a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright. He was holding a sheathed long saber in his hand. As he stood there, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an incomparably sharp saber. At this moment, he was also looking at Cheng He. Don't worry, clan leader Cheng He will never go back on my promise. Cheng He said solemnly. That's good. The saber-like middle-aged man nodded faintly and did not say anything else. Cheng He, you said the target this time, the Lu clan's grade 1 alchemist, is a young man who doesn't seem to be more than 30 years old? The golden-clad old man asked suddenly. Yes. Cheng He nodded solemnly. Not only is he a grade 1 alchemist, but his cultivation base is even more shocking. I guess his strength should be at the 2nd level martial monarch stage. Grade 1 alchemist. LV2 martial royal realm. A young man under the age of 30? For a time, except for the green-clothed middle-aged man who seemed to have known about it, the other 3 people's expressions changed. Even the middle-aged man who stood at the side like a blade was no exception. He was similarly shocked because this was truly inconceivable. A human martial artist who could become a grade 1 alchemist before the age of 30 could be considered a monstrous genius who was favored by the heavens. However, this alchemist was not only a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist, but he was also a second-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Chang He, are you sure you're not playing with us? The golden-robed old man's face darkened slightly as he looked at Chang He solemnly. The other blade-like middle-aged man also looked at Chang He. His eyes were unusually sharp, as if they had turned into two blades that floated above Chang He's head, ready to fall at any moment. Playing with you? Chang He glanced at the golden-robed old man as though he was looking at an idiot. He said in a slightly speechless manner, "Why would I play with you? Playing with you for no reason, offending both of you at once?" Upon hearing Chang He's words, both the golden-robed old man and the blade-like middle-aged man immediately retracted their sharp gazes. Chapter 1105. Oh! The golden-clad old man's interest was piqued when he heard Chang He's words. What do you mean? Whether it was O Lai, the clan leader of O Clan, or the green-clad old man behind the golden-clad old man, all of them looked at Chang He curiously. It was obvious they were interested in this as well. Last time, Lung Chi was so close to killing that woman. At that critical moment, he actually attacked me and attracted Lung Chi's attention. Chang He said, although he managed to save that woman, he was targeted by Lung Chi. If I didn't ask Lung Chi to spare him, he would have died in Lung Chi's hands. Chang He finished his sentence in one breath. This otherworldling is different from most of the otherworldlings in the rumors. Rumor has it that most of the otherworldlings are cold-blooded and rarely reveal their true feelings, let alone use their own lives to save the lives of others. The golden-clad old man sighed. It doesn't matter if he's different from the other variants. This time, I'll definitely be able to pry the secret out of his mouth. Chang He's eyes gleamed coldly. His face was filled with confidence. A day's time passed very quickly. On the second day, a group of buildings appeared in front of Chang He and the other four. We've arrived at the Lu clan, the golden-clad old man said. As the guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland, this was not his first time coming to the Lu clan. However, whenever he visited the Lu clan in the past, he would always be a guest of honor in the Lu clan and would always be warmly welcomed by the Lu clan. This was his first time coming to the Lu clan to snatch someone away. Initially, he did not want to offend the Lu clan. However, he was tempted by the things Chang He promised him. Driven by the benefits, he decided to help Chang He, even if he would fall out with the Lu clan because of this. Over there. After arriving in the sky above the Lu clan's estate, Chang He immediately looked at the east side of the Lu clan's estate. At the same time, he flew out and arrived in the sky above the area in just a blink of an eye. O Lai and the golden-clad old man followed closely behind Chang He. Behind them were Lung Chi and the blue-clad old man. The blue-clad old man was like Lung Chi. If Lung Chi was Chang He's shadow, then the blue-clad old man would be the golden-clad old man's shadow. As the only grade 1 alchemist in the southern Outerland and the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern Outerland, the golden-robed old man was highly valued by the Weapons Craftsman Guild in the Innerland. For this reason, the Inland Craftsman Guild sent out a blue-robed old man to follow him closely and be responsible for his safety at all times. After a short while, Chang He and the other four arrived in the sky above a spacious mansion. Duan Lingtian, get out here. Suddenly, Chang He opened his mouth and shouted. His voice was filled with Yuan energy and swept out. It spread throughout the entire Lu clan mansion and even the Lu clan's base. For a moment, the entire Lu clan's residence was in an uproar. Someone is looking for Elder Duan? To ask Elder Duan to scram as soon as he opens his mouth It seems like he doesn't have good intentions. Many of the Lu clan's disciples discussed animatedly. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. He was the only grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan. Although there were now people targeting Duan Lingtian, and they did not come with good intentions. However, not many people were worried about Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, their Lu clan was one of the 2 most powerful clans in the northern mountain land. They were completely capable of protecting Elder Duan. However, compared to the optimism of the Lu clan's disciples, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, had a grave expression on his face. Damn it! It's that Chang He again. Previously, Chang He had left with his tail between his legs. He had returned after 3 months, and he did not come with good intentions. It seems like Chang He has found someone to help him. After a short while, Lu Rue and the 3 great guardian elders of Lu clan gathered together and rose into the air. They looked at the 5 figures in the distance. Due to the distance, they could not see the faces of the 5 people clearly. However, they knew Chang He was among them. They guessed Leng Qi, who was always by Chang He's side to protect him, must be there as well. Let's go over and have a look. Let's see what kind of help Chang He has found to make him so confident that he dares to make a comeback. Lu Yuan, who was as fat as a ball, took the lead and flew out with his small eyes. Lu Rue, Lu Gue, and Lu Ji followed closely behind. After a short while, the 4 of them arrived at the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate. In the sky above the east side of the Lu clan's estate, 2 people were already confronting Chang He and the other 4 people. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Lu Rue and the other 3 people were familiar with the 2 people. They recognized the 2 of them. They were none other than Elder Duan's confidant and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. They were none other than Elder Duan's lover and the middle-aged man who was always at Elder Duan's beck and call. It seems like Duan Lingtian is planning to be a coward today. To think he actually sent a woman like you here. However, other than Duan Lingtian, my target this time is you as well. Chang He looked at the red-clothed woman standing nearby. His eyes flashed as he spoke unhurriedly. Why you dare to humiliate him? As soon as Chang He's words left his mouth, the flames on the devastatingly beautiful woman's body surged and turned into a sword-shaped flame. Her voice was cold, and she looked at Chang He as though she was looking at a dead man. Just as she spoke and before Chang He could respond, she moved. Whoosh! Her 5-foot-long sword shot out as she followed closely behind. The tip of the sword-shaped flame locked onto Chang He. It was as though she had transformed into a fiery red lightning bolt. Her speed was so fast that it made Chang He's face turn pale. It's only been 3 months. How did her strength improve so much? That was the only thought in Chang He's mind. At the same time, the sword-shaped flames arrived near Chang He. They were so fast that Chang He was unable to dodge them. They were simply too fast, so fast that he was unable to dodge them. Humph! Chang He's heart was in his mouth when a cold snort resonated in the air. In the next moment, a green figure appeared before Chang He's eyes. When Chang He saw the green figure, he sighed in relief. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that he was no longer in danger since the person before him had made his move. Boom! As soon as Chang He's thoughts changed, the green figure charged toward Feng Tianwu and collided with the fiery red gigantic sword that Feng Tianwu had transformed into. A loud bang was heard. As the 2 forces collided, the airflow in the air exploded and set off waves of vibrating airwaves. The airwaves spread in all directions and turned into gusts of violent wind. Whoosh! 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 The violent wind blew, and it seemed like a demonic wind was blowing in the east of the Lu clan's mansion. Some of the maids who did not have a high cultivation base were blown to the ground. As for the people in the sky, their robes fluttered in the wind, but they did not suffer any substantial damage. Their gazes were locked onto the 2 people who were clashing against each other. At this moment, the 2 people separated after the loud bang. The energy surrounding the green figure dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man dressed in green. Due to the speed of his attack, the heaven and earth energy above his head did not even have the time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before it dissipated again. It was as though it had never appeared. Unlike the green-clad middle-aged man who did not move, the fiery red gigantic sword that was formed by him and his sword was sent flying. It only stopped after flying for dozens of meters. Barf! The red-clad lady who was holding the 5-foot-long red flexible sword could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood with her pale face when the sword-shaped flame on her body began to wilt. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the red-clad lady's head that was formed by the heaven and earth energy was about to dissipate. It was 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons and a silhouette that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon. It was a strong visual impact as it descended. It was also a dragon, but it was not an ancient horned dragon. His body was thick and long. It was equivalent to an ancient horned dragon that was more than 10 times larger. Of course, there was a big difference in the details. Whether it was the sharp claws on its body or the dragon scales on its body, all of them exuded a majestic aura. The ancient horned dragon could not compare to it at all. If the ancient horned dragon was a baby dragon, then this was an adult dragon. In that case, this dragon was an adult dragon. Not only were the details of its body completely different from a horned dragon, but even its head was completely different from an ancient horned dragon. The ancient horned dragon's head looked a little ferocious. It was quite different from the legendary divine dragon with a pure bloodline. However, this dragon that was more than 10 times larger than the ancient horned dragon was not much different from the legendary divine dragon regardless of the details on its body or its head. Moreover, its pair of sharp eyes exuded a majestic aura at all times. It gave off an oppressive feeling. The silhouette of an ancient black dragon. In the distance, the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was dumbfounded when he saw this. Clan leader, didn't you say? Miss Tianwu can only exert the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons at most if she unleashes her full strength? How is this possible? Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. His little eyes were wide open as he muttered to himself. As soon as Miss Tianwu makes her move, she'll gather the heaven and earth energy to form an ancient black dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Her full strength is equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Lu Ji said solemnly. The strength of an ancient black dragon is transformed from the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. Miss Tianwu's current strength is equivalent to the strength of 12,000 ancient horned dragons based on the ancient horned dragon's strength. Lu Gui sucked in a cold breath. The difference between this and the strength of over 8,000 ancient horned dragons that the clan leader mentioned was too huge, right? I don't know. Lu Rue stared blankly at the heavily injured red-clad lady in the distance. His face was filled with confusion. He could not figure out what was happening before him. Could it be that Miss Tianwu has been holding back earlier? Chapter 1106. Miss Tianwu. Lu Rue and the 3 old men next to him were horrified when they saw Feng Tianwu was injured. No matter what, she was Elder Duan's confidant. Now that she was injured in front of them, how were they going to explain it to Elder Duan? At the same time, Xiong Quan, who was originally standing next to Feng Tianwu, was horrified when he saw Feng Tianwu was injured. He glared at the green-clad middle-aged man and shouted coldly, "You're seeking death!" At that moment, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed due to his anger. It was as though it had transformed into a milky white sword-shaped flame that completely enveloped him. It emitted a fierce aura. Whoosh! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,120 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The 9th level advanced sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level void interpretation's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons when it was fully unleashed. This was Xiong Quan's full strength. "You're seeking death." Originally, when they saw Xiong Quan shouting at the green-clad middle-aged man, the green-clad middle-aged man, Cheng He, and the others had a grave expression on their faces. To them, no matter if it was the red-clad lady or the middle-aged man, they were unfamiliar faces. However, this middle-aged man actually dared to shout at the person who had injured the red-clad lady. In their opinion, he should be quite powerful. He might not be weaker than the red-clad lady. However, when they saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above the middle-aged man's head, they could not help but look at each other with a strange expression on their faces. The person they thought was a powerhouse was actually someone who had not even reached the threshold of the peak of the void. Ant, the green-clad middle-aged man who had injured Feng Tianwu earlier, Leng Qi, who was tailing behind Cheng He, spat out those 2 words and disappeared completely before Xiong Quan's eyes. Boom! Just when Xiong Quan's scalp went numb and he realized he might be in big trouble, a loud explosion resonated not far away from him. Rolling airwaves spread out and set off gusts of wind again. At the same time, Xiong Quan felt as if he was in the eye of a storm. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a powerful wave of air. When he gritted his teeth and barely managed to stand 100 meters away, the first thing he saw was the back of an old man appearing in front of him and blocking Leng Qi's way. Leng Qi was only about 10 meters away from where he had been. In an instant, a cold feeling surged up from the bottom of Xiong Quan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to his head, causing his body to tremble for no reason. At some point, cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. He knew, if it wasn't for the old man in front of him stopping Leng Qi in time, he would have died. "With my current strength, when can I help, young master?" At this moment, Xiong Quan's heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness. In front of these people who had come to cause trouble for the young master, there was nothing he could do. Old Patriarch. When Leng Qi attacked Xiong Quan, the clan leader of Lu Clan, Lu Rui, and the 3 Lu Clan's guardian elders were horrified. They immediately flew out to save Xiong Quan. However, their speed was far slower than Leng Qi, coupled with the fact that Leng Qi was closer to Xiong Quan. They could only watch as Xiong Quan fell into a life-threatening situation. He's Elder Duan's man. If he dies, how are we going to explain this to Elder Duan? Just when they thought Xiong Quan was going to die, a thought appeared in their minds. The situation suddenly changed. The strongest person in Lu Clan, the old patriarch of Lu Clan, Lu Qiu, appeared and stopped Leng Qi to save Xiong Quan. After Lu Qiu stopped Leng Qi, there was nothing Leng Qi could do. He quickly retreated and retreated behind Cheng He. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the clan leader of Lu Clan and the 3 Lu Clan's guardian elders also came to Lu Qiu's side and stood side by side with him. Old Patriarch. Then the 4 of them bowed respectfully at Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu nodded at the 4 of them before he looked at Cheng He and the others. His gaze swept past Cheng He and the others. Clan leader O, guild leader Mo. I wonder why you've come from afar? Lu Qiu asked as calmly as he could when his gaze finally landed on the middle-aged man and the golden-clad old man next to Cheng He. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, Lu Rui and the 3 Lu Clan's guardian elders' expressions changed. Clan leader O? Guild leader Mo? In the northern mountain land and the entire southern outer land, there were only 2 people whom their old patriarch addressed in such a manner. The clan leader of Northern Mountains O Clan, O Lai. The guild leader of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, Wuxia. Following that, they followed Lu Qiu's gaze. With just a glance, they saw 2 figures that were extremely familiar to them. O Lai! Wuxia. When Lu Rui and the others saw the middle-aged man who stood there like a saber and the old man who was dressed in a forbidden robe, their expressions turned grave immediately. Lu Qiu, let's not beat around the bush. Today, if your Lu clan hands Duan Lingtian over to Cheng He, I'll still be friends with the Lu clan. Mo Jie looked at Lu Qiu with a gleam in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Friends? The moment Mo Jie's words left his mouth, the 5 people from Lu clan were stunned. After a while, Lu Qiu was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Mo Jie and sneered. Our Lu clan really can't afford to befriend you. When Lu Rui and the others regained their senses, they were furious as well. This Mo Jie had already bullied their Lu clan, and he still had the audacity to call himself their friend? If that's the case, from today onward, the Lu clan and I will no longer be friends. Mo Jie's tone turned cold when he heard Lu Qiu's words. The blue-clad old man behind him was wearing a blue robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Lu Qiu as though he was ready to attack Lu Qiu. Clan leader O, are you here to help Cheng He take Elder Duan away from our Lu clan? Lu Rui asked as he looked at O Lai with gleaming eyes. O Lai glanced at Lu Rui and nodded nonchalantly. How dare you? Lu Rui's face turned grave, and he immediately scolded O Lai. How dare you? Upon hearing Lu Rui's words, not only was O Lai stunned, but even Cheng He and Mo Jie, and the 2 people behind them were stunned as well. Clan leader Lu, former clan leader Lu. Soon after, O Lai regained his senses and glanced at Lu Rui and Lu Qiu nonchalantly. Your Lu clan and our O clan are the 2 great clans in the northern mountain land that have been passed down for 10,000 years. Although we've had many grudges for 10,000 years, we're more like family friends. Today, I came to your Lu clan to help Elder Cheng He take away the person he wants. As for the Lu clan, the O clan and I have no intention of offending you. O Lai finished his words calmly. What a nice excuse, Lu Rui sneered. O Lai, the moment you said you wanted to help Cheng He take Elder Duan away, you've already stood on the opposite side of our Lu clan. From today onward, the Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Irreconcilable. Lu Rui's voice reverberated loudly in the air. At once, many people in the Lu clan's estate heard Lu Rui's words. It's the clan leader's voice. The clan leader seems to be saying that our Lu clan and the O clan are irreconcilable. Don't tell me the person who came aggressively and asked Elder Duan to get lost is from the O clan. That's possible. At once, everyone in the Lu clan's estate began to discuss among themselves. Many Lu clan's elders and disciples even flew up into the air. However, they only dared to watch from afar. Who knew if a fight would break out later? If a fight broke out, it would be a battle between martial monarchs. The shockwave from the collision of energy would be enough to send them flying or even injure them. Lu Rui, making the Lu clan and our O clan irreconcilable. I don't think you can make such a big decision, right? O Lai asked nonchalantly when he heard Lu Rui's words. At the same time, his eyes shifted to Lu Qiu, who was standing in the distance. As far as I know, you don't seem to have the right to make such a decision for the Lu clan in front of the former clan leader. When O Lai spoke, his face was calm. It was neither happy nor angry. However, there was a hint of mockery in his words. He was mocking Lu Rui for not living up to his title as the clan leader. Haha, clan leader O, do you think everyone can control the entire clan like you do? Cheng He laughed and looked at Lu Rui mockingly. Some people might be the clan leader, but they don't have absolute authority. In my eyes, such a person is just a puppet. Guild leader Cheng, you're always so direct when you speak. No matter what, some people are still the clan leader and a reputable person. It doesn't seem right for you to mock him in public, right? Mo Jie chimed in with a smile. However, judging from the mockery on the corner of his mouth, it did not seem like a person who would speak up for Lu Rui. His tone was more like he was adding fuel to the fire and mocking Lu Rui further. Lu Rui's face turned pale, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Who said Lu Rui is not qualified to make decisions for the Lu clan? At this moment, Lu Qiu sneered. From the moment I handed over the position of clan leader to Lu Rui, he's the supreme clan leader of the Lu clan. His words represent the Lu clan's will. Lu Qiu's words were convincing as he defended Lu Rui, the clan leader of the Lu clan. At once, Lu Rui's expression softened. A hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. He was grateful that Lu Qiu had helped him out of this predicament. Moreover, from today onward, other than protecting the Lu clan and the Lu clan's interests, I, Lu Qiu, will no longer interfere in the Lu clan's affairs. Soon after, Lu Qiu made his stance clear again, so that the others could no longer mock Lu Rui. We don't want to interfere in the Lu clan's affairs, even if you want us to. Today, we're not here to make an enemy out of the Lu clan. We're only here to take Duan Lingtian away. Chang He took a step forward and looked at Lu Rui. Since the clan leader of the Lu clan has absolute authority in the Lu clan, please give us an answer. The moment Chang He's words left his mouth, Olai and Mo Jie took a step forward as well. They stood next to him and looked at Lu Rui. The Lu clan would lose a rare opportunity in the future. That opportunity was enough for the Lu clan to rise to the top and stand at the peak of the cloud continent. After all, the details of that heaven-supporting pillar were simply too frightening. In his previous life, he was a person who stood at the peak of the cloud continent. Now that he was going through his last reincarnation, he would definitely surpass the peak of his previous life. Naturally, that was on the premise that he did not die prematurely. If he died prematurely, he would have no future to speak of. If we hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan won't lose anything. However, Elder Duan will be taken away by them. If we don't hand Elder Duan over, the Lu clan will suffer a great blow. In the end, Elder Duan will still be taken away by them. Both of the outcomes are the same. However, the nature of the outcomes are completely different. The former is us giving up on Elder Duan. If Elder Duan is taken away, even if he doesn't hate us, our relationship with him will be destroyed. The latter is us not being able to protect Elder Duan even though we tried our best. Even if Elder Duan is taken away, he'll still be grateful to us. At this moment, Lu Rui thought of many things. He was in a dilemma. In the end, he could not help but turn around to look at Lu Qiu to ask for his opinion. Clan leader, from today onward, the Lu clan's matters will be decided by you. No matter what your decision is, I'll support you. Before Lu Rui could speak, Lu Qiu had already made his stance clear. Clan leader, will support you. Lu Yuan, Lu Gui, and Lu Ji nodded as well. Their attitudes were the same as Lu Qiu's. At this moment, Lu Rui felt as though he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. It was a towering mountain that pressed down on him to the point that he could not breathe. If I choose the former and give up on Elder Duan, once Elder Duan escapes this calamity and returns to his peak, even if he doesn't seek revenge from the Lu clan, he won't care about the Lu clan anymore. The first choice was enough to sever the friendship between the Lu clan and Elder Duan. If I choose the latter, the 3 guardian elders and even the former clan leader will be in danger. Elder Duan will be taken away as well. However, if Elder Duan survives, the Lu clan's future will be bright. The other choice was that the Lu clan would suffer a great loss, and Elder Duan's fate would be uncertain. However, if Elder Duan survived, the Lu clan would definitely rise to the top. Lu Rui was in a dilemma. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Clan leader Lu, I hope you'll give us an answer within the span of 10 breaths. If you still haven't given us an answer after 10 breaths, we'll have no choice but to take him away ourselves. Chang He glanced at Lu Rui and sneered. At that time, don't blame us for forsaking our friendship. There's no need to wait for 10 breaths. At this moment, Lu Rui made up his mind. It's impossible for the Lu clan to hand Elder Duan over. When Elder Duan became the first interim advisor of the Lu clan, he was already a member of the Lu clan. Our Lu clan has a long history of 10,000 years. It's impossible for us to do something like betraying our friends for glory. Today, even if we have to fight to the death, our Lu clan will do our best to protect Elder Duan. Lu Rui's words were loud and clear as they spread out. The moment the three Lu clan guardian elders heard this, their eyes lit up as they faced Cheng He and the other four. Even though they knew the three of them were stronger than them and could kill them in one hit, they were not afraid at all. Everything was for the Lu clan. For the Lu clan, they would have no regrets even if they were to die in battle. They had used their own actions to explain the meaning of the word guardian in the guardian elders. They did not tarnish the name. Fight! Lu Rui's words entered Lu Qiu's ears as well. It made Lu Qiu, who had a hint of anxiety in the depth of his eyes, smile. The anxiety in the depth of his eyes disappeared. Whoosh! At the same time, Lu Qiu appeared in front of the three Lu clan guardian elders and stared at Cheng He and the other four with a cold expression. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, many figures approached from all directions. They were the Lu clan's elders who were watching from afar. Their hearing was far better than the ordinary Lu clan's disciples. Due to this reason, they had heard the conversation between Lu Rui and Cheng He. Their blood boiled when they heard Lu Rui's words. Fight to the death. Protect Elder Duan with our lives. If you want to kill Elder Duan, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Soon after, the group of Lu clan's elders surrounded Cheng He and the other four. They kept shouting at the top of their lungs in an imposing manner. What? Those 5 fellows want to kill Elder Duan? Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples who were watching from afar began to make a ruckus. There are some things that my second uncle didn't want me to say. However, I think I still have to say it. One of the Lu clan's disciples gritted his teeth and said, Earlier, my second uncle told me that they wanted to bring Elder Duan away, but the clan leader rejected them. Now, the clan leader has declared war on them. However, they're very strong. The clan leader, the former clan leader, and the 3 guardian elders have no chance of winning. The Lu clan's disciple finished his sentence in one breath. Why didn't you say so earlier? They want to bring Elder Duan away? Damn it! It's not easy for our Lu clan to have a grade 1 alchemist now. Nobody can bring Elder Duan away. It seems like Cheng He, the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, is the one who started this. I think he thinks Elder Duan, the second grade 1 alchemist in the southern outer land, is stealing his job. That's why he wants to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Come with me if you're a man with balls. Let's kill that son of AB** Cheng He. Let's go. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples flew out in a mighty manner. They surrounded Cheng He and the other 4 in 3 layers. It was like a dark cloud looming over a city. Good, good. Seeing this scene, Lu Rui was excited. This was the first time he had seen the Lu family show such strong unity. Lu Qiu and the 3 Lu clan's guardian elders laughed as well. Even if they died today, they would not have lived in vain. This was the Lu clan that they had protected for their entire lives. They would have no regrets even if they died for the Lu clan. As expected of an ancient clan with tens of thousands of years of history, this unity is not something an ordinary force can compare to. The disciples of an ordinary force would have fled on their own in the face of disaster. How could they be like this? The scene before him left Xiong Quan in a daze. When Feng Tianwu saw the scene before her, the frost on her beautiful face dissipated a little. She was influenced by the group of Lu clan's disciples. At the same time, Cheng He and the other 4 had a grave expression on their faces when they saw the Lu clan's elders and disciples surrounding them. It was only a small matter for them to kill a few Lu clan's people. It would not attract the attention of the first-rate forces in the inner land that were protecting the Lu clan. Ha! Chang He's astonishment caused the four people beside him to be stunned. Then they looked at Chang He with a puzzled expression. The grade 1 life recovery pill he took out earlier has a purity of more than 95%. Chang He enunciated each and every word clearly in the face of the four people's confusion. It was as though he was supporting Chang He's words. In the distance, the red-clothed woman who had consumed the pill had a rosy complexion. She was full of vitality and had completely recovered. She did not look like she was injured at all. Upon seeing this, many people who heard Chang He's words were stunned. This is a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%? After a long while, Lu Rui was the first to react. He gulped hard. Miss Tianwu has consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% earlier. Although her injuries have recovered a little, she hasn't fully recovered yet. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. He was completely stunned. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95% has such a powerful medicinal effect? The closer a pill's purity is to 100% perfection, the more terrifying the medicinal effect is, Lu Ji said solemnly. However, it never crossed my mind that Elder Duan would be able to take out a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 95%. Such a pill is already close to a perfect 100%. The strength of the medicinal effect is at least twice as strong as a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. The group of Lu clan's elders who heard Chang He's words were still in shock. Duan Lingtian, it seems like I've underestimated you. I can't believe you're able to refine a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 95%. I think the grade 1 life recovery pill you fed her earlier has a purity of 97%, right? Chang He asked loudly as he stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance with a burning gaze. This time, his voice was even louder and entered the ears of every Lu clan's member present on the scene. What? A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%? Is there a pill with such a high purity on Cloud Continent? That's impossible, right? The Lu clan's disciples discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with doubt as they quickly shifted to the purple-clad young man in the distance. He's Elder Duan. Suddenly, one of the Lu clan's disciples who was staring at the purple-clad young man exclaimed, "What? He's Elder Duan." All of the Lu clan's disciples were in an uproar. He's our Lu clan's first interim elder? The grade 1 alchemist who can refine grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. He's really as young as the rumors say. It seems like what the old man said might be true. Elder Duan can refine a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 97%. I think so too. After all, Elder Duan can't be judged with common sense. Soon after, the Lu clan's disciples stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance, Duan Lingtian, with a burning gaze. Among the younger generation in Lu clan, Duan Lingtian was definitely an idol. He was worshipped by the younger generation in Lu clan. Second brother, he was wondering why he looked familiar with the red-clad sister earlier, so it's them. Among the group of Lu clan's disciples, a young girl with a childish face muttered to herself as realization dawned on her. A young man stood next to her. I didn't expect you to recognize them. The young man smiled faintly. This young man was none other than the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. As for the young girl next to him, her identity was obvious. She was Lu Ping, the younger sister of the siblings who was saved by Feng Wu Dao previously. The elder brother was Lu Bai. Duan Lingtian, you've really given me a big gift. Lu Bai looked at the purple-clad young man in the distance with gratitude in his eyes. Some time ago, Lu Bai had learned about Lu Song's death. He knew that if there were no accidents, he would definitely be the next clan leader of Lu clan. All of this was because of this purple-clad young man in front of him. If it was not for the purple-clad young man, he might not have been able to sit on that seat in the future. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Chang He could identify the purity of the grade 1 life recovery pill with just a glance. You have a good eye. Unfortunately, you're not ambitious and only focused on unorthodox methods. You're destined to never improve in this lifetime. At the same time, he glanced at Chang He coldly and spoke in a calm tone. It was as though he was a senior lecturing a junior. You're just a lucky brat who obtained some sort of secret method from God knows where. How dare you comment in front of me? When I became an alchemist, let alone you, your mother, might not even have left her womb. You think you're worthy of lecturing me? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chang He's eyes that were filled with rage looked as though they were about to spit fire. That's right. When you became an alchemist, my mother might not even have left her womb. Duan Lingtian sneered. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, if I were you, I would have committed suicide a long time ago. You've lived for so long, and yet you've lived like a dog. You can't even compare to a brat like me. Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with sarcasm. He was mocking Chang He for being inferior to a brat like him. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, many of the Lu clan's disciples laughed. They looked at Chang He with disdain on their faces. The guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outerland is just SOSO. That's right. Our Lu clan's elder Duan is less than 1/3 of his age, but his achievement in the medicine refinement Dao has completely surpassed him. He's just a piece of trash in front of elder Duan. Piece of trash? That's an apt description. One by one, the Lu clan's disciples whispered among themselves. Their words were blunt as they mocked Chang He. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Chang He's ears in full detail, causing Chang He's face to alternately turn green and white. The fury in his eyes grew increasingly stronger, as if it was about to erupt. Duan Lingtian, don't be so smug. You're just lucky to have obtained a secret method. Otherwise, how could you refine pills with a purity of more than 90%? Chang He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking with a disdainful expression. Until now, he was still certain Duan Lingtian was lucky to have obtained a secret method that allowed him to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. As long as he obtained the secret method, he would also be able to refine pills with a purity of more than 90%. Secret method. Chapter 1109. Don't tell me Elder Duan really knows some kind of secret technique? Many people from the Lu clan were puzzled. After all, the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to become a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age was enough to shock everyone. However, he was still able to refine pills with 97% purity. Such a purity pill was heaven-defying. Tian Wu, who hurt you just now? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian ignored Chang He. His gaze landed on the red-clad lady next to him as he asked in a gentle voice. There was a hint of anger in her gentle voice. Feng Tianwu's heart trembled slightly when she heard the anger in Duan Lingtian's voice. The frost on her face melted a little. Her gaze immediately landed on the green-clad middle-aged man in the distance. The green-clad middle-aged man stood behind Chang He like a shadow. It's you again. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Tianwu's gaze and looked at the green-clad middle-aged man. His eyes gleamed coldly. Lung Qi. It was also Lung Qi who hurt him and Tian Wu last time. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's shout, Lung Qi lifted his head lazily and glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was saying, "So what if it was me? You're still incapable of avenging your woman." Boom! At that moment, a milky white flame rose from Duan Lingtian's body and emitted a terrifying aura. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and eventually formed the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. His origin energy alone was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. It was the symbol of a first-level martial monarch stage. The Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse? For a moment, most of the Lu clan's elders and disciples were shocked. Duan Lingtian has made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage? Lu Bai was shocked as well. In the past, although he had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing an 8th-level void transformation stage Lu clan's elder, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch powerhouse. He thought that Duan Lingtian was at most at the peak of the void realm. At this moment, the scene before his eyes made him realize Duan Lingtian was either a martial monarch at that time or had only recently broken through to the martial monarch stage. Compared to the astonishment of the Lu clan's elders and disciples, the clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rui, was not surprised at all. Previously, he had witnessed how powerful Elder Duan was. He had almost killed Chang He, who was at the first-level martial monarch stage. At that time, he had guessed that Elder Duan was a martial emperor expert. As for the old clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Qiu, and the 3 guardian elders of the Lu clan, although they had heard from Lu Rui that Duan Lingtian was a martial monarch expert, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young. Of course, it would be fine if he was just young. The problem was that young was not the main point. In fact, Elder Duan of the Lu clan was already a Grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. Moreover, he was a Grade 1 alchemist who could refine Grade 1 pills with 97% purity. With his current age, his achievement in the medicine refinement Dao was enough to embarrass 90% of the alchemists on the Cloud Continent. Yet, this young man who could be considered a monster in the medicine refinement Dao was also a martial monarch powerhouse? Monster! Is Elder Duan even human? After a moment of silence, the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples burst into an uproar. All of them stared at the purple figure in the distance in shock. I can't believe that I, Wuxia, would be able to see the legendary variant in my lifetime. At this moment Wuxia, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild in the southern outer land, took a step forward and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He said that variants have their own innate ability. I wonder what your innate ability is? Variant. Innate ability. Wuxia spoke. His voice was not loud, but it entered everyone's ears like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Variant. Innate ability. Many of the Lu clan's disciples were confused. Does he mean that Elder Duan is a variant? Some of the Lu clan's elders could not help but narrow their eyes. They had a certain understanding of variants. What's a variant? Most of the Lu clan's disciples asked this question. A variant is an existence born from the union of a human and a demon. A variant is either mediocre or a monster. There are many of the former on the Cloud Continent, but the latter is extremely rare. A Lu clan's elder said solemnly. That's right. Another Lu clan's elder added. It said that the latter's innate ability and comprehension far surpass humans in all aspects. Even the human with the best innate ability and comprehension on the Cloud Continent can't compare to them. On top of that, a monstrous variant also has an innate ability. Any variant's innate ability is one of a kind. Someone added. Fwa. Some of the Lu clan's elders and most of the Lu clan's disciples who had just heard about the variant were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock. Does this mean that Elder Duan is a variant? That's the only explanation. Since Elder Duan is a Grade 1 alchemist, it's impossible for him to be a demon. It's practically impossible for a human to obtain such achievements in both the martial Dao and the medicine refinement Dao at his age. That's true. As the group of Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed, they soon confirmed one thing. Their Lu clan's first interim advisor, Duan Lingtian, was a variant. Moreover, he was an extremely monstrous variant. Now, they finally understood why Elder Duan was able to achieve so much at such a young age. If there was anyone present who did not think Duan Lingtian was a variant, it would be the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and the former clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Qiu. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian's background. Duan Lingtian was a person who had achieved heaven-defying achievements in the medicine refinement Dao, the weapons refinement Dao, and the inscription Dao in his past life. Now that he had reincarnated, as long as his cultivation base and spiritual energy were raised to a certain level, he would be the most outstanding alchemist. Weapons refinement master. inscription master. In their opinion, the idea of foreign species was pure nonsense. I've said before that both of you are playing with fire. Since you're here today, both of you shall stay. Duan Lingtian said word by word as a milky white flame rose from his body. His cold gaze landed on Chang He and Leng Qi. His voice sounded like it came from an ice cave. It was extremely cold. Ha 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 ha. Chang He could not help but laugh maniacally when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said disdainfully, "You want to stay? Based on your cultivation base of the first-level martial monarch stage? Last time, you were severely injured by Leng Qi in just one blow. Looks like you're going to repeat the same mistake today. I really don't know where you get the courage to say that you want to stay." Chang He's face was filled with disdain when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, Wuxia also smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's good for young people to be confident, but it's not good if it turns into arrogance." Wuxia's tone was as though he was lecturing Chang He. Although Elder Duan is a martial monarch powerhouse, he's only at the first-level martial monarch stage. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to deal with these people. It's shocking that Elder Duan possesses such strength at such a young age. However, I'm afraid that his strength is not even comparable to our Lu clan's 3 guardian elders, let alone dealing with these people. If Elder Duan is given another 10 years, these people won't be a match for him at all. Of course, Elder Duan is the rumored variant. He's a heaven-defying existence on Cloud Continent. Many of the Lu clan's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. They also did not think Duan Lingtian could deal with Chang He and the others. Elder Duan. Just as the milky white flame transformed from the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body rose higher, Lu Rui looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice, "Take Miss Tianwu and leave now. As for them, our Lu clan will help you stop them." Lu Rui's words were filled with determination. It was as though he was a warrior who would never return. As soon as his words left his mouth, he had already flown out and headed straight for Chang He and the others. "I, Lu Qiu, have no regrets even if I die for Duan Lingtian in my old age. Elder Duan, live on." The Lu clan's former clan leader, Lu Qiu, laughed heartily as his voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, he was already standing next to Lu Rui, glaring at Chang He and the others. If Chang He and the others dared to make a move, they would immediately launch a thunderous attack. "Elder Duan, live on. If we die, avenge us." The 3 great guardian elders of the Lu clan shouted in unison. Then they flew out and surrounded Chang He's group of 5 with Lu Rui and Lu Qiu. "Elder Duan, live on." At this moment, a group of Lu clan's elders and disciples also flew out and surrounded Chang He and the others in 3 layers. Each of them had a determined expression on their faces. At this moment, the Lu clan's unity and the Lu clan's strength of character were fully displayed. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the group of Lu clan's high-ranking officials led by Lu Rui had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows. Soon after, all of the Lu clan's people had their origin energy and concepts skyrocketing. Each of them was glaring at Chang He and the others, ready to attack at any time. Lu clan. Duan Lingtian could not see Chang He and the other silhouettes at all. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he was also affected by the tragic atmosphere created by the Lu clan's people. Lu clan. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor. However, I, Duan Lingtian, will settle this matter myself today. Proceed according to the original plan. Chapter 11:10. Boom, boom, boom. As Chang He shouted, the 5 of them, including him, had their origin energy skyrocketed. Their profundities and concepts followed like shadows as they prepared to disperse. Leng Qi's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Qiu. Olai's eyes were locked onto the three Lu clan's guardian elders. Cheng He and the other two also locked onto their respective targets. Whoosh! Smack! Just as Cheng He and the other four were about to make their moves, a sword cry that seemed to make their souls tremble resonated in the air. Along with the whistling of the sword, there was a loud sound, as if something was being torn apart. When the other four regained their senses, horror dawned on them. Heavens! What did they just see? Lung Qi, who was originally hovering in the air with them, had his body forcefully pierced through and split into two. His aura was gone in an instant. One could tell from the cold expression on Lung Qi's face and the way he looked at Lu Qiu. From the beginning until the end, Lung Qi did not even have time to react until his body was split into two. Lung Qi was a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Once he used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, he could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Such a person had died just like that. His death was swift and clean. He's dead. I didn't even have time to blink and he died? Many of the Lu clan's disciples were shocked. Who is it? He's so powerful. Many of them were puzzled. Soon after, the Lu clan's people, including Cheng He and the 3 people next to him and the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, shifted their attention to the area surrounded by the Lu clan's people. There was a lone figure there. It was a purple figure. Impossible. When Cheng He saw the purple figure, his eyes widened in shock. He kept shaking his head as though he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The 3 people standing next to Cheng He had a grave expression on their faces as well. Damn it! Why didn't Cheng He say this young man has such terrifying strength? That was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. They felt like they had been tricked by Cheng He. The elder Duan. Everyone from the Lu family looked at the purple figure in front of them in horror. They did not expect Elder Duan, who had only displayed the 1st-level martial monarch stage origin energy earlier, to be so powerful. This was especially true for Lu Qiu, the former clan leader of Lu clan. Not only was he shocked, but a hint of dread and disbelief could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the purple figure. Old family head, did you see Elder Duan's movements clearly? At this moment, 4 voice transmissions entered Lu Qiu's ears one after another. It was precisely Lu Rui and the 3 Lu clan guardian elders asking him questions. Lu Qiu shook his head. Just now, when Lung Qi had stared at him, his gaze had also locked onto Lung Qi until Lung Qi was killed. He did not move his eyes away. However, even though he had witnessed the scene of Lung Qi's body being separated, he could not see clearly who had done it. He could not even see a figure. All he heard was the sound of a sword whistling and the sound of Lung Qi's body being torn apart. Lu Rui and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw Lu Qiu shaking his head in denial. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at the purple figure again. Especially Lu Rui. He still remembered that 3 months ago, he had also faced Lung Qi. The purple-clad young man in front of him was severely injured by Lung Qi in just 1 blow. However, today he had easily killed Lung Qi, a martial monarch powerhouse, without him being able to react at all. The speed at which he killed Lung Qi was so fast that even Lu Qiu, one of the strongest people present, could not see it clearly. Why, young master? He wanted to quickly get away from the owner of the voice. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.